The Adventure of the Dying Detective by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Mrs. Hudson, the landlady of Sherlock Holmes, was a long-suffering woman. Not only was her first-floor flat invaded at all hours by throngs of singular and often undesirable characters, but her remarkable lodger showed an eccentricity and irregularity in his life which must have sorely tried her patience. His incredible untidiness, his addiction to music at strange hours, his occasional revolver practice within doors, his weird and often malodorous scientific experiments, and the atmosphere of violence and danger which hung around him made him the very worst tenant in London. On the other hand, his payments were princely. I have no doubt that the house might have been purchased at the price which Holmes paid for his rooms during the years that I was with him. The landlady stood in the deepest awe of him and never dared to interfere with him, however outrageous his proceedings might seem. She was fond of him, too, for he had a remarkable gentleness and courtesy in his dealings with women. He disliked and distrusted the sex, but he was always a chivalrous opponent. Knowing how genuine was her regard for him, I listened earnestly to her story when she came to my rooms in the second year of my married life and told me of the sad condition to which my poor friend was reduced. "He's dying, Dr. Watson," said she. "For 3 days he has been sinking, and I doubt if he will last the day. He would not let me get a doctor. This morning when I saw his bones sticking out of his face and his great bright eyes looking at me, I could stand no more of it. With your leave or without it, Mr. Holmes, I am going for a doctor this very hour," said I. "Let it be Watson, then," said he. "I wouldn't waste an hour in coming to him, sir, or you may not see him alive." I was horrified, for I'd heard nothing of his illness. I need not say that I rushed for my coat and my hat. As we drove back, I asked for the details. "There is little I can tell you, sir. He has been working at a case down at Rotherhithe, in an alley near the river, and he has brought this illness back with him. He took to his bed on Wednesday afternoon, and has never moved since. For these 3 days neither food nor drink has passed his lips." "Good God! Why did you not call in a doctor?" "He wouldn't have it, sir. You know how masterful he is. I didn't dare to disobey him, but he's not long for this world, as you'll see for yourself the moment that you set eyes on him." He was indeed a deplorable spectacle. In the dim light of a foggy November day, the sick-room was a gloomy spot, but it was that gaunt, wasted face staring at me from the bed which sent a chill to my heart. His eyes had the brightness of fever. There was a hectic flush upon either cheek, and dark crust clung to his lips. The thin hands upon the coverlet twitched incessantly. His voice was croaking and spasmodic. He lay listlessly as I entered the room, but the sight of me brought a gleam of recognition to his eyes. "Well, Watson, we seem to have fallen upon evil days," said he in a feeble voice, but with something of his old carelessness of manner. "My dear fellow," I cried, approaching him. "Stand back, stand right back," said he with the sharp imperiousness which I had associated only with moments of crisis. "If you approach me, Watson, I shall order you out of the house." "But why?" "Because it is my desire. Is that not enough?" Yes, Mrs. Hudson was right. He was more masterful than ever. It was pitiful, however, to see his exhaustion. "I only wish to help," I explained. "Exactly. You will help best by doing what you are told." "Certainly, Holmes." He relaxed the austerity of his manner. "You are not angry?" he asked, grasping for breath. Poor devil, how could I be angry when I saw him lying in such a plight before me? "It's for your own sake, Watson," he croaked. "For my sake?" "I know what is the matter with me. It is a coolie disease from Sumatra, a thing that the Dutch know more about than we, though they have made little of it up to date. One thing only is certain. It is infallibly deadly, and it is horribly contagious. He spoke now with a feverish energy, the long hands twitching and jerking as he motioned me away. Contagious by touch, Watson. That's it, by touch. Keep your distance and all is well. Good heavens, Holmes, do you suppose that such a consideration weighs with me of an instant? It would not affect me in the case of a stranger. Do you imagine it would prevent me from doing my duty to so old a friend? Again I advanced, but he repulsed me with a look of furious anger. If you will stand there, I will talk. If you do not, you must leave the room. I have so deep a respect for the extraordinary qualities of Holmes that I have always deferred to his wishes, even when I least understood them. But now all my professional instincts were aroused. Let him be my master elsewhere, I at least was his in a sick-room. Holmes, said I, you are not yourself. A sick man is but a child, and so I will treat you. Whether you like it or not, I will examine your symptoms and treat you for them. He looked at me with venomous eyes. If I am to have a doctor, whether I will or not, let me at least have someone in whom I have confidence, said he. Then you have none in me? In your friendship, certainly, but facts are facts, Watson, and after all, you are only a general practitioner with very limited experience and mediocre qualifications. It is painful to have to say these things, but you leave me no choice. I was bitterly hurt. Such a remark is unworthy of you, Holmes. It shows me very clearly the state of your own nerves. But if you have no confidence in me, I would not intrude my services. Let me bring Sir Jasper Meek or Penrose Fisher, or any of the best men in London. But someone you must have, and that is final. If you think that I am going to stand here and see you die without either helping you myself or bringing anyone else to help you, then you have mistaken your man. You mean well, Watson, said the sick man with something between a sob and a groan. Shall I demonstrate your own ignorance? What do you know, pray, of Tapanuli fever? What do you know of the Black Formosa corruption? I have never heard of either. There are many problems of disease, many strange pathological possibilities in the East, Watson. He paused after each sentence to collect his failing strength. I have learned so much during some recent researches, which have a medico-criminal aspect. It was in the course of them that I contracted this complaint. You can do nothing. Possibly not, but I happen to know that Dr. Ainstree, the greatest living authority upon tropical disease, is now in London. All remonstrance is useless, Holmes. I am going this instant to fetch him. I turned resolutely to the door. Never have I had such a shock. In an instant, with a tiger spring, the dying man had intercepted me. I heard the sharp snap of a twisted key. The next moment he had staggered back to his bed, exhausted and panting after his one tremendous outflame of energy. You won't take the key from me by force, Watson. I've got you, my friend. Here you are, and here you will stay until I will otherwise. But I'll humour you. All this in little gasps with terrible struggles for breath between. You've only my good at heart. Of course, I know that very well. You shall have your way, but give me time to get my strength. Not now, Watson, not now. It's 4 o'clock. At 6 you can go. This is insanity, Holmes. Only 2 hours, Watson. I promise you we'll go at 6. Are you content to wait? I seem to have no choice. None in the world, Watson. Thank you. I need no help in arranging the clothes. You will please keep your distance. Now, Watson, there is one other condition that I would make. You will seek help, not from the man you mention, but from the one that I choose. by all means. The first 3 sensible words that you have uttered since you entered this room, Watson. You will find some books over there. I am somewhat exhausted. I wonder how a battery feels when it pours electricity into a non-conductor. At 6, Watson, we resume our conversation. But it was destined to be resumed long before that hour, and in circumstances which gave me a shock hardly second to that caused by his spring to the door. I had stood for some minutes looking at the silent figure in the bed. His face was almost covered by the clothes, and he appeared to be asleep. Then, unable to settle down to reading, I walked slowly round the room, examining the pictures of celebrated criminals with which every wall was adorned. Finally, in my aimless perambulation, I came to the mantelpiece. A litter of pipes, tobacco pouches, syringes, penknives, revolver cartridges, and other debris was scattered over it. In the midst of these was a small black and white ivory box with a sliding lid. It was a neat little thing, and I had stretched out my hand to examine it more closely when it was a dreadful cry he gave, a yell which might have been heard down the street. My skin went cold and my hair bristled at that horrible scream. As I turned, I caught a glimpse of a convulsed face and frantic eyes. I stood paralyzed, with the little box in my hand. "Put it down! Down, this instant! Watson, this instant, I say!" His head sank back upon the pillow, and he gave a deep sigh of relief as I replaced the box upon the mantelpiece. "I hate to have my things touched, Watson. You know that I hate it. You fidget me beyond endurance. You, a doctor, you are enough to drive a patient into an asylum. Sit down, man, and let me have my rest." The incident left a most unpleasant impression upon my mind. The violent and causeless excitement, followed by this brutality of speech, so far removed from his usual suavity, showed me how deep was the disorganization of his mind. Of all ruins, that of a noble mind is the most deplorable. I sat in silent dejection until the stipulated time had passed. He seemed to have been watching the clock as well as I, for it was hardly 6 before he began to talk with the same feverish animation as before. "Now, Watson," said he, "have you any change in your pocket?" "Yes." "Any silver?" "A good deal." "How many half-crowns?" "I have 5. "Ah, too few, too few. How very unfortunate, Watson. However, such as they are, you can put them in your watch-pocket, and all the rest of your money in your left trouser pocket. Thank you. It will balance you so much better like that." This was raving insanity. He shuddered and again made a sound between a cough and a sob. "You will now light the gas, Watson, but you will be very careful that not for one instant shall it be more than half on. I implore you to be careful, Watson." "Thank you. That is excellent." "No, you need not draw the blind. Now you will have the kindness to place some letters and papers upon this table within my reach." "Thank you. Now some of that litter from the mantelpiece." "Excellent, Watson. There is a sugar-tongs there. Kindly raise that small ivory box with its assistance. Place it here among the papers. Good. You can now go and fetch Mr. Culverton Smith of 13 Lower Burke Street. To tell the truth, my desire to fetch a doctor had somewhat weakened, for poor Holmes was so obviously delirious that it seemed dangerous to leave him. However, he was as eager now to consult the person named as he had been obstinate in refusing. "I never heard the name," said I. "Possibly not, my good Watson. It may surprise you to know that the man upon earth who is best versed in this disease is not a medical man, but a planter. Mr. Culverton Smith is a well-known resident of Sumatra, now visiting London. An outbreak of the disease upon his plantation, which was distant from medical aid, caused him to study it himself, with some rather far-reaching consequences. He is a very methodical person, and I did not desire you to start before 6, because I was well aware that you would not find him in his study. If you could persuade him to come here and give us the benefit of his unique experience of the disease, the investigation of which has been his dearest hobby, I cannot doubt that he could help me. I gave Holmes's remarks as a consecutive whole, and will not attempt to indicate how they were interrupted by gaspings for breath and those clutchings of his hands which indicated the pain from which he was suffering. His appearance had changed for the worse during the few hours that I had been with him. Those hectic spots were more pronounced, the eyes shone more brightly out of the darker hollows, and a cold sweat glimmered upon his brow. He still retained, however, the jaunty gallantry of his speech. To the last gasp he would always be the master. "You will tell him exactly how you have left me," said he. "You will convey the very impression which is in your own mind, a dying man, a dying and delirious man. Indeed, I cannot think why the whole bed of the ocean is not one solid mass of oysters, so prolific the creatures seem. Ah, I am wondering. Strange how the brain controls the brain. What was I saying, Watson? My directions for Mr. Culverton-Smith. Ah, yes, I remember. My life depends upon it. Plead with him, Watson. There is no good feeling between us. His nephew, Watson. I had the suspicions of foul play, and I allowed him to see it. The boy died horribly. He has a grudge against me. You will soften him, Watson. Beg him, pray him, get him here by any means. He can save me. Only he. I will bring him in a cab if I have to carry him down to it. You will do nothing of the sort. You will persuade him to come, and then you will return in front of him. Make any excuse so as not to come with him. Don't forget, Watson, you won't fail me. You never did fail me. No doubt there are natural enemies which limit the increase of the creatures. You and I, Watson, we have done our part. Shall the world, then, be overrun by oysters? No, no, horrible. You'll convey all that is in my mind. I left him full of the image of this magnificent intellect, babbling like a foolish child. He had handed me the key, and with a happy thought I took it with me, lest he should lock himself in. Mrs. Hudson was waiting, trembling and weeping, in the passage. Behind me, as I passed from the flat, I heard Holmes' high, thin voice in some delirious chant. Below, as I stood whistling for a cab, a man came on me through the fog. "How is Mr. Holmes, sir?" he asked. It was an old acquaintance, Inspector Morton of Scotland Yard, dressed in unofficial tweeds. "He is very ill," I answered. He looked at me in a most singular fashion. Had it not been too fiendish, I could have imagined that the gleam of the fanlight showed exultation in his face. "I heard some rumour of it," said he. The cab had driven up, and I left him. Lower Burke Street proved to be a line of fine houses lying in the vague borderland between Notting Hill and Kensington. The particular one at which my cabman pulled up had an air of smug and demure respectability in its old-fashioned iron railings, its massive folding door, and its shining brasswork. All was in keeping with a solemn butler who appeared framed in the pink radiance of a tinted electrical light behind him. "Yes, Mr. Culverton-Smith is in, Dr. Watson." "Very good, sir. I will take up your card." My humble name and title did not appear to impress Mr. Culverton-Smith. Through the half-open door I heard a high, petulant, penetrating voice. "Who is this person? What does he want? Dear me, Staples, how often have I said that I am not to be disturbed in my hours of study?" There came a gentle flow of soothing explanation from the butler. "Well, I won't see him, Staples. I can't have my work interrupted like this. I'm not at home. Say so. Tell him to come in the morning if he really must see me." Again the gentle murmur. Well, give him that message. He can come in the morning, or he can stay away. My work must not be hindered." I thought of Holmes tossing upon his bed of sickness and counting the minutes, perhaps, until I could bring help to him. It was not a time to stand upon ceremony. His life depended upon my promptness. Before the apologetic butler had delivered his message, I had pushed past him and was in the room. With a shrill cry of anger, a man rose from a reclining chair beside the fire. I saw a great yellow face, coarse-grained and greasy, with heavy double chin, and two sullen, menacing grey eyes which glared at me from under tufted and sandy brows. A high bald head had a small velvet smoking cap poised coquettously upon one side of its pink curve. The skull was of enormous capacity, and yet as I looked down I saw to my amazement that the figure of the man was small and frail, twisted in the shoulders and back like one who had suffered from rickets in his childhood. "What's this?" he cried in a high screaming voice. "What is the meaning of this intrusion? Didn't I send you word that I would see you tomorrow morning?" "I am sorry," said I, "but the matter cannot be delayed. Mr. Sherlock Holmes." The mention of my friend's name had an extraordinary effect upon the little man. The look of anger passed in an instant from his face. His features became tense and alert. "Have you come from Holmes?" he asked. "I have just left him." "What about Holmes? How is he?" "He is desperately ill. That is why I have come." The man motioned me to a chair and turned to resume his own. As he did so I caught a glimpse of his face in the mirror over the mantelpiece. I could have sworn that it was set in a malicious and abominable smile. Yet I persuaded myself that it must have been some nervous contraction which I had surprised, for he turned to me an instant later with genuine concern upon his features. "I am sorry to hear this," said he. "I only know Mr. Holmes through some business dealings which we have had, but I have every respect for his talents and his character. He is an amateur of crime, as I am of disease. For him the villain, for me the microbe. There are my prisons," he continued, pointing to a row of bottles and jars which stood upon a side table. "Among those gelatine cultivations some of the very worst offenders in the world are now doing time." "It was on account of your special knowledge that Mr. Holmes desired to see you. He has a high opinion of you and thought that you were the one man in London who could help him." The little man started, and the jaunty smoking cap slid to the floor. "Why?" he asked. "Why should Mr. Holmes think that I could help him in his trouble?" "Because of your knowledge of Eastern diseases." "But why should he think that this disease, which he has contracted, is Eastern?" "Because, in some professional inquiry, he has been working with Chinese sailors down in the docks." Mr. Culverton-Smith smiled pleasantly and picked up his smoking cap. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said he. "I trust the matter is not so grave as you suppose. How long has he been ill?" "About 3 days." "Is he delirious?" "Occasionally." "Tut, tut. This sounds serious. It would be inhuman not to answer his call. I very much resent any interruption to my work, Dr. Watson, but this case is certainly exceptional. I will come with you at once." I remembered Holmes' injunction. "I have another appointment," said I. "Very good, I will go alone. I have a note of Mr. Holmes's address. You can rely on me being there within half an hour at most." It was with a sinking heart that I re-entered Holmes's bedroom. For all that I knew, the worst might have happened in my absence. To my enormous relief, he had improved greatly in the interval. His appearance was as ghastly as ever, but all trace of delirium had left him, and he spoke in a feeble voice, it is true, but with even more than his usual crispness and lucidity. "Well, did you see him, Watson?" "Yes, he's coming." "Admirable, Watson, admirable. You are the best of messengers." "He wished to return with me." "That would never do, Watson. That would be obviously impossible." "Did he ask what ailed me?" "I told him about the Chinese in the East End." "Exactly. Well, Watson, you have done all that a good friend could. You can now disappear from the scene." "I must wait and hear his opinion, Holmes." "Of course you must, But I have reasons to suppose that this opinion would be very much more frank and valuable if he imagines that we are alone. There is just room behind the head of my bed, Watson. My dear Holmes! I fear there is no alternative, Watson. The room does not lend itself to concealment, which is as well, as it is the less likely to arouse suspicion. But just there, Watson, I fancy that it could be done. Suddenly he sat up with a rigid attention on his haggard face. There are wheels, Watson. Quick, man, if you love me, and don't budge whatever happens. Whatever happens, do you hear? Don't speak, don't move. Just listen with all your ears. Then in an instant his sudden access of strength departed, and his masterful, purposeful talk droned away into the low, vague murmurings of a semi-delirious man. From the hiding-place into which I had been so swiftly hustled, I heard the footfalls upon the stair, with the opening and the closing of the bedroom door. Then, to my surprise, there came a long silence, broken only by the heavy breathings and gaspings of the sick man. I could imagine that our visitor was standing by the bedside and looking down at the sufferer. At last that strange hush was broken. "Holmes!" he cried, "Holmes!" in the insistent tone of one who awakens a sleeper. "Can't you hear me, Holmes?" There was a rustling as if he had shaken the sick man roughly by the shoulder. "Is that you, Mr. Smith?" Holmes whispered. "I hardly dared hope that you would come." The other laughed. "I should imagine not," he said. "And yet, you see, I am here. Coals of fire, Holmes, coals of fire." "It is very good of you, very noble of you. I appreciate your special knowledge." Our visitor sniggered. "You do. You are fortunately the only man in London who does. Do you know what is the matter with you?" "The same," said Holmes. "Ah, you recognize the symptoms?" "Only too well." "Well, I shouldn't be surprised, Holmes. I shouldn't be surprised if it were the same. A bad look-out for you if it is. Poor Victor was a dead man on the 4th day, a strong, hearty young fellow. It was certainly, as you said, very surprising that he should have contracted an out-of-the-way Asiatic disease in the heart of London, a disease, too, of which I had made such a very special study. Singular coincidence, Holmes. Very smart of you to notice it, but rather uncharitable to suggest that it was cause and effect." "I knew that you did it." "Oh, you did you? Well, you couldn't prove it anyhow. But what do you think of yourself spreading reports about me like that, and then crawling to me for help the moment you are in trouble? What sort of a game is that, eh?" I heard the rasping, laboured breathing of the sick man. "Give me the water," he gasped. "You're precious near your end, my friend, but I don't want you to go till I have had a word with you. That's why I give you water. There, don't slop it about. That's right. Can you understand what I say?" Holmes groaned. "Do what you can for me. Let bygones be bygones," he whispered. "I'll put the words out of my head. I swear I will. Only cure me, and I'll forget it." "Forget what?" "Well, about Victor Savage's death. You as good as admitted just now that you had done it. I'll forget it." "You can forget it or remember it, just as you like. I don't see you in the witness box. Quite another shaped box, my good Holmes, I assure you. It matters nothing to me that you should know how my nephew died. It is not him we are talking about. It's you." "Yes, yes." "The fellow who came for me, I've forgotten his name, said that you contracted it down in the East End among the sailors." "I could only account for it so." "You are proud of your brains, Holmes, are you not? Think yourself smart, don't you? You came across someone who was smarter this time. Now cast your mind back, Holmes. Can you think of no other way you could have got this thing?" "I can't think My mind is gone. For heaven's sake, help me." "Yes, I will help you. I'll help you to understand just where you are and how you got there. I'd like you to know before you die." "Give me something to ease my pain." "Painful, is it? Yes, the coolies used to do some squealing towards the end. Takes you as cramp, I fancy." Yes, it is cramp." "Well, you can hear what I say anyhow. Listen now. Can you remember any unusual incident in your life just about the time your symptoms began?" No, nothing." "Think again." "I'm too ill to think." "Well, then, I'll help you. Did anything come by post?" "By post?" "A box, by chance?" "I'm fainting. I'm gone." "Listen, Holmes." There was a sound as if he was shaking the dying man, and it was all that I could do to hold myself quiet in my hiding-place. "You must hear me. You shall hear me. Do you remember a box, an ivory box? It came on Wednesday. You opened it. Do you remember?" Yes, I opened it. There was a sharp spring inside it. Some joke?" "It was no joke, as you will find to your cost." "You fool! You would have it, and you have got it. Who asked you to cross my path? If you had left me alone, I would not have to hurt you." "I remember," Holmes gasped. "The spring. It drew blood. This box, this on the table." "The very one, by George, and it may as well leave the room in my pocket. There goes your last shred of evidence. But you have the truth now, Holmes, and you can die with the knowledge that I killed you. You knew too much of the fate of Victor Savage, so I've sent you to share it. You are very near your end, Holmes. I will sit here and I will watch you die." Holmes's voice had shrunk to an almost inaudible whisper. "What is that?" said Smith. "Turn up the gas? Ah, the shadows begin to fall, do they? Yes, I will turn it up, that I may see you the better." He crossed the room, and the light suddenly brightened. "Is there any other little service that I can do you, my friend?" "A match and a cigarette." I nearly called out in my joy and amazement. He was speaking in his natural voice, a little weak perhaps, but the very voice I knew. There was a long pause, and I felt that Culverton Smith was standing in silent amazement, looking down at his companion. "What's the meaning of this?" I heard him say at last in a dry, rasping tone. "The best way of successfully acting a part is to be it," said Holmes. "I give you my word that for 3 days I've tasted neither food nor drink until you were good enough to pour me out that glass of water. But it is the tobacco which I find most irksome. Ah, here are some cigarettes." I heard the striking of a match. "That is very much better. Hello! Do I hear the step of a friend?" There were footfalls outside. The door opened and Inspector Morton appeared. "All is in order, and this is your man," said Holmes. The officer gave the usual cautions. "I arrest you on the charge of the murder of one Victor Savage," he concluded. "And you might add of the attempted murder of one Sherlock Holmes," remarked my friend with a chuckle. "To save an invalid trouble, Inspector, Mr. Culverton Smith was good enough to give our signal by turning up the gas. By the way, the prisoner has a small box in the right-hand pocket of his coat which it would be as well to remove. Thank you. I would handle it gingerly if I were you. Put it down here. It may play its part in the trial." There was a sudden rush and a scuffle, followed by the clash of iron and a cry of pain. "You'll only get yourself hurt," said the inspector. "Stand still, will you?" There was the click of the closing handcuffs. "A nice trap," cried the high, snarling voice. "It will bring you into the dock, Holmes, not me. He asked me to come here to cure him. I was sorry for him, and I came. Now he will pretend, no doubt, that I have said anything which he may invent which will corroborate his insane suspicions. You can lie as you like, Mr. Holmes. My word is always as good as yours." "Good heavens!" cried Holmes. "I had totally forgotten him. My dear Watson, I owe you 1,000 apologies. To think that I should have overlooked you. I need not introduce you to Mr. Colton Smith, since I understand that you met somewhat earlier in the evening. Have you the cab below? I will follow you when I am dressed, for I may be of some use at the station." "I never needed it more," said Holmes, as he refreshed himself with a glass of claret and some biscuits in the intervals of his toilet. "However, as you know, my habits are irregular, and such a feat means less to me than to most men. It was very essential that I should impress Mrs. Hudson with the reality of my condition, since she was to convey it to you, and you in turn to him. You won't be offended, Watson. You will realize that among your many talents dissimulation finds no place, and that if you had shared my secret, you would never have been able to impress Smith with the urgent necessity of his presence, which was the vital point of the whole scheme. Knowing his vindictive nature, I was perfectly certain that he would come to look upon his handiwork." "But your appearance, Holmes, your ghastly face." 3 days of absolute fast does not improve one's beauty, Watson. For the rest, there is nothing which a sponge may not cure. With Vaseline upon one's forehead, belladonna in one's eyes, rouge over the cheekbones, and crusts of beeswax round one's lips, a very satisfying effect can be produced. Malingering is a subject upon which I have sometimes thought of writing a monograph. A little occasional talk about half-crowns, oysters, or any other extraneous subject produces a pleasing effect of delirium. But why would you not let me near you, since there was in truth no infection? Can you ask, my dear Watson, do you imagine that I have no respect for your medical talents? Could I fancy that your astute judgment would pass a dying man who, however weak, had no rise of pulse or temperature? At 4 yards I could deceive you. If I failed to do so, who would bring my Smith within my grasp? No, Watson, I would not touch that box. You can just see, if you look at it sideways, where the sharp spring like a viper's tooth emerges as you open it. I dare say it was by some such device that poor Savage, who stood between this monster and a reversion, was done to death. My correspondence, however, is, as you know, a varied one, and I am somewhat upon my guard against any packages which reach me. It was clear to me, however, that by pretending that he had really succeeded in his design, I might surprise a confession. That pretence I have carried out with the thoroughness of the true artist. Thank you, Watson. You must help me on with my coat. When we have finished at the police station, I think that something nutritious at Simpson's would not be out of place. End of The Adventure of the Dying Detective by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
The Adventure of the German Student by Washington Irving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Jones. The Adventure of the German Student. On a stormy night, in the tempestuous times of the French Revolution, a young German was returning to his lodgings at a late hour across the old part of Paris. The lightning gleamed, and the loud claps of thunder rattled through the lofty, narrow streets. But I should first tell you something about this young German. Gottfried Wolfgang was a young man of good family. He had studied for some time at Göttingen, but being of a visionary and enthusiastic character, he had wandered into those wild and speculative doctrines which have so often bewildered German students. His secluded life, his intense application, and the singular nature of his studies had an effect on both mind and body. His health was impaired, his imagination diseased. He had been indulging in fanciful speculations on spiritual essences until, like Swedenborg, he had an ideal world of his own around him. He took up a notion, I do not know from what cause, that there was an evil influence hanging over him, an evil genius or spirit seeking to ensnare him and ensure his perdition. Such an idea, working on his melancholy temperament, produced the most gloomy effects. He became haggard and desponding. His friends discovered the mental malady preying upon him, and determined that the best cure was a change of scene. He was sent, therefore, to finish his studies amidst the splendors and gaieties of Paris. Wolfgang arrived at Paris at the breaking out of the Revolution. The popular delirium at first caught his enthusiastic mind, and he was captivated by the political and philosophical theories of the day. But the scenes of blood which followed shocked his sensitive nature, disgusted him with society and the world, and made him more than ever a recluse. He shut himself up in a solitary apartment in the Pays Latin, the quarter of the students. There, in a gloomy street not far from the monastic walls of the Sorbonne, he pursued his favorite speculations. Sometimes he spent hours together in the great libraries of Paris, those catacombs of departed authors, rummaging among their hordes of dusty and obsolete works in his quest of food for his unhealthy appetite. He was, in a manner, a literary ghoul, feeding in the charnel house of decayed literature. Wolfgang, though solitary and recluse, was of an ardent temperament, but for a time it operated merely upon his imagination. He was too shy and ignorant of the world to make any advances to the fair, but he was a passionate admirer of female beauty, and in his lonely chamber would often lose himself in reveries on forms and faces which he had seen, and his fancy would deck out images of loveliness far surpassing the reality. While his mind was in this excited and sublimated state, a dream produced an extraordinary effect upon him. It was of a female face of transcendent beauty. So strong was the impression made that he dreamt of it again and again. It haunted his thoughts by day, his slumbers by night. In fine, he became passionately enamored of this shadow of a dream. This lasted so long that it became one of those fixed ideas which haunt the minds of melancholy men, and are at times mistaken for madness. Such was Gottfried Wolfgang, and such his situation at the time I mentioned. He was returning home late one stormy night through some of the old and gloomy streets of the Marais, the ancient part of Paris. The loud claps of thunder rattled among the high houses of the narrow streets. He came to the Place de Grève, the square where public executions are performed. The lightning quivered about the pinnacles of the ancient Hôtel de Ville, and shed flickering gleams over the open space in front. As Wolfgang was crossing the square, he shrank back with horror at finding himself close by the guillotine. It was the height of the Reign of Terror when this dreadful instrument of death stood ever ready, and its scaffold was continually running with the blood of the virtuous and the brave. It had that very day been actively employed in the work of carnage, and there it stood in grim array amidst a silent and sleeping city, waiting for fresh victims. Wolfgang's heart sickened within him, and he was turning, shuddering from the horrible machine, when he beheld a shadowy form cowering, as it were, at the foot of the steps which led up to the scaffold. A succession of vivid flashes of lightning revealed it more distinctly. It was a female figure, dressed in black. She was seated on one of the lower steps of the scaffold, leaning forward, her face hid in her lap, and her long disheveled tresses hanging to the ground, streaming with the rain which fell in torrents. Wolfgang paused. There was something awful in this solitary monument of woe. The female had the appearance of being above the common order. He knew the times to be full of vicissitude, and that many a fair head, which had once been pillowed on down, now wandered houseless. Perhaps this was some poor mourner whom the dreadful axe had rendered desolate, and who sat here, heartbroken, on the strand of existence from which all that was dear to her had been launched into eternity. He approached and addressed her in the accents of sympathy. She raised her head and gazed wildly at him. What was his astonishment at beholding, by the bright glare of the lightning, the very face which had haunted him in his dreams. It was pale and disconsolate, but ravishingly beautiful. Trembling with violent and conflicting emotions, Wolfgang again accosted her. He spoke something of her being exposed at such an hour of the night, and to the fury of such a storm, and offered to conduct her to her friends. She pointed to the guillotine with a gesture of dreadful signification. "I have no friends on earth," said she. "But you have a home," said Wolfgang. "Yes, in the grave." The heart of the student melted at the words. "If a stranger dare make an offer," said he, "without danger of being misunderstood, I would offer my humble dwelling as a shelter, myself as a devoted friend. I am friendless myself in Paris, and a stranger in the land, but if my life could be of service, it is at your disposal, and should be sacrificed before harm or indignity should come to you." There was an honest earnestness in the young man's manner that had its effect. His foreign accent, too, was in his favor. It showed him not to be a hackneyed inhabitant of Paris. Indeed, there is an eloquence in true enthusiasm that is not to be doubted. The homeless stranger confided herself implicitly to the protection of the student. He supported her faltering steps across the Pont Neuf, and by the place where the statue of Henry IV had been overthrown by the populace. The storm had abated, and the thunder rumbled at a distance. All Paris was quiet. That great volcano of human passion slumbered for a while, to gather fresh strength for the next day's eruption. The student conducted his charge through the ancient streets of the Pays Latin, and by the dusky walls of the Sorbonne, to the great dingy hotel which he inhabited. The old portress who admitted them stared with surprise at the unusual sight of the melancholy Wolfgang with a female companion. On entering his apartment, the student for the first time blushed at the scantiness and indifference of his dwelling. He had but one chamber, an old-fashioned saloon, heavily carved and fantastically furnished with the remains of former magnificence, for it was one of those hotels in the quarter of the Luxembourg Palace which had once belonged to nobility. It was lumbered with books and papers and all the usual apparatus of a student, and his bed stood in a recess at one end. When lights were brought, and Wolfgang had a better opportunity of contemplating the stranger, he was more than ever intoxicated by her beauty. Her face was pale, but of a dazzling fairness, set off by a profusion of raven hair that hung clustering about it. Her eyes were large and brilliant, with a singular expression approaching almost to wildness. As far as her black dress permitted her shape to be seen, it was of perfect symmetry. Her whole appearance was highly striking, though she was dressed in the simplest style. The only thing approaching to an ornament which she wore was a broad black band round her neck, clasped by diamonds. The perplexity now commenced with the student how to dispose of the helpless being thus thrown upon his protection. He thought of abandoning his chamber to her and seeking shelter for himself elsewhere. Still, he was so fascinated by her charms, there seemed to be such a spell upon his thoughts and senses, that he could not tear himself from her presence. Her manner, too, was singular and unaccountable. She spoke no more of the guillotine. Her grief had abated. The attentions of the student had first won her confidence, and then, apparently, her heart. She was evidently an enthusiast like himself, and enthusiasts soon understand each other. In the infatuation of the moment, Wolfgang avowed his passion for her. He told her the story of his mysterious dream, and how she had possessed his heart before he had even seen her. She was strangely affected by his recital, and acknowledged to have felt an impulse toward him equally unaccountable. It was the time for wild theory and wild actions. Old prejudices and superstitions were done away. Everything was under the sway of the goddess of reason. Among other rubbish of the old times, the forms and ceremonies of marriage began to be considered superfluous bonds for honorable minds. Social compacts were the vogue. Wolfgang was too much of a theorist not to be tainted by the liberal doctrines of the day. "Why should we separate?" said he. "Our hearts are united. In the eye of reason and honor, we are as one. What need is there of sordid forms to bind high souls together?" The stranger listened with emotion. She had evidently received illumination at the same school. "You have no home or family," continued he. "Let me be everything to you, or rather, let us be everything to one another. If form is necessary, form shall be observed. There is my hand. I pledge myself to you forever." "Forever?" said the stranger solemnly. "Forever," repeated Wolfgang. The stranger clasped the hand extended to her. "Then I am yours," murmured she, and sank upon his bosom. The next morning the student left his bride sleeping, and sallied forth at an early hour to seek more spacious apartments, suitable to the change in his situation. When he returned, he found the stranger lying with her head hanging over the bed, and one arm thrown over it. He spoke to her, but received no reply. He advanced to awaken her from her uneasy posture. On taking her hand, it was cold. There was no pulsation. Her face was pallid and ghastly. In a word, she was a corpse. Horrified and frantic, he alarmed the house. A scene of confusion ensued. The police was summoned. As the officer of the police entered the room, he started back on beholding the corpse. "Great heaven!" cried he. "How did this woman come here?" "Do you know anything about her?" said Wolfgang eagerly. "Do I?" exclaimed the police officer. "She was guillotined yesterday." He stepped forward, undid the black collar round the neck of the corpse, and the head rolled on the floor. The student burst into a frenzy. The fiend has gained possession of me," shrieked he. "I am lost forever." They tried to soothe him, but in vain. He was possessed with the frightful belief that an evil spirit had reanimated the dead body to ensnare him. He went distracted and died in a madhouse. End of The Adventure of the German Student by Washington Irving.
Bill Nye attends Booth's Hamlet, Cleveland, O., October 27, 1886. From Bill Nye's Cordwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Bill Nye attends Booth's Hamlet. Last evening I went to hear Mr. Edwin Booth in Hamlet. I had read the play before, but it was better as he gave it, I think. The play of Hamlet is not catchy, and there is a noticeable lack of local gags in it. A gentleman who stood up behind me and leaned against his breath all the evening said that he thought Ophelia's singing was too disconnected. He is a keen observer and has seen a great many plays. He went out frequently between the acts and always came back in better spirits. He noticed that I wept a little in one or two places, and said that if I thought this was affecting, I ought to see Only a Farmer's Daughter. He drives a bus for the Hollenden Hotel here, and has seen a great deal of life. Still, he talked freely with me through the evening, and told me what was coming next. He is a great admirer of the drama, and night after night he may be seen in the foyer, accompanied only by his breath. There is considerable discussion among critics as to whether Hamlet is really insane or not, but I think that he assumed it in order to throw the prosecution off the track, for he is a very smart man, and when his uncle tried to work off some of his Danish prevarications on him, I fully expected him to pull a card out of his pocket and present it to his royal tallness, on which might be seen the legend, "I am something of a liar myself." But I am glad he did not, for it would have seemed out of character in a play like that. Mr. Booth wore a dark, waterproof cloak all the evening, and a sword with which he frequently killed people. He was dressed in black throughout, with hair of the same shade. He is using the same hair in Hamlet that he did 20 years ago, though he uses less of it. He wears black knickerbockers and long, black, crotchless stockings. Mr. Booth is doing well in the acting business, frequently getting as high as $2 apiece for tickets to his performance. He was encored by the audience several times last night, but refrained from repeating the play, fearing that it would make it late for those who had to go back to Belladonna after the close of the entertainment. Toward the end of the play, a little rough on rats gets into the elderberry wine, and the royal family drink it, after which there is considerable excitement, and a man with a good, reliable stomach pump would have all he could do. Several of the royal family curl up and perish. They do not die in the house. During an interview between Hamlet and his mother, an old gentleman, who has the honor to be Ophelia's father, hides behind a picket fence, so as to overhear the conversation. He gets excited and says something in a low, guttural tone of voice, whereupon Hamlet runs his sword through the picket fence in such a way as to bore a large hole into the old man, who then dies. I have heard a great many people speak the piece beginning, "To be or not to be," but Mr. Booth does it better than anyone I have ever heard. I once heard an elocutionist, kind of a smart elocutionist, as my friend the Hoosier poet would say. This man recited "To be or not to be" in a manner which, he said, had frequently brought tears to the eyes unused to weep. He recited it with his right hand socked into his bosom up to the elbow, and his fair hair tossed about over his brow. His teeming brain, which claimed to be a kind of 4-horse teeming brain, as it were, seemed to be on fire, and to all appearances he was indeed mad. So were the people who listened to him. He hissed it through his clenched teeth, and snorted it through his ripe red nose, wailing it up to the ceiling, and bleeding it down the aisles, rolled it over and over against the rafters of his reverberating mouth, handed it out in big capsules, or hissed it through his puckered atomizer of a mouth, wailed and bellowed like a wild and maddened tailless steer in fly time, darted across the stage like a headless hen, ripped the gentle atmosphere into shreds with his guinea hen voluntary, bowed to us, and teetered off the stage. Mr. Booth does not hoist his shoulders and settle back on his patterned jints like a man who is about to set a refractory brake on a coal car. Neither does he immerse his right arm in his bosom up to the second joint. He seems to have the idea that Hamlet spoke these lines mostly because he felt like saying something, instead of doing it to introduce a set of health-lift gestures and a hoarse, baritone snort. A head of dank hair, a low, mellow, Union Depot tone of voice, and a dark blue 3-sheet poster will not make a successful Hamlet, and blessed be the man who knows this without experimenting on the people till he has bunions on his immortal soul. I have sent a note to Mr. Booth this morning, asking him to call at my room, number 6 5/8, and saying that I would give him my idea about the drama from a purely non-partisan standpoint. But it is raining so fast now that I fear he will not be able to come. The end of Bill Nye Attends Booth's Hamlet.
The Boots at the Holly Tree Inn by Charles Dickens, 1812 to 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Where had he been in his time? He repeated, when I asked him the question, Lord, he had been everywhere. And what had he been? Bless you, he had been everything you could mention, almost. Seen a good deal? Why, of course he had. I should say so, he could assure me, if I only knew about a 20th part of what had come in his way. Why, it would be easier for him, he expected, to tell what he hadn't seen than what he had. Ah, a deal it would. What was the curious thing he had seen? Well, he didn't know. He couldn't momentarily name what was the curiousest thing he had seen, unless it was a unicorn, and he had seen him once at a fair. But supposing a young gentleman not 8-year-old was to run away with a fine young woman of 7, might I think that a queer start? Certainly. Then that was a start as himself had had his blessed eyes on, and he had cleaned the shoes they ran away in, and they were so little he couldn't get his hand into 'em. Master Harry Walmer's father, you see, he lived at the Elmses, down away by Shooter's Hill there, 6 or 7 miles from Lunnon. He was a gentleman of spirit, and good-looking, and held his head up when he walked, and had what you call fire about him. He wrote poetry, and he rode, and he ran, and he cricketed, and he danced, and he acted, and he'd done it all equally beautiful. He was uncommon proud of Master Harry, as was his only child, but he didn't spoil him neither. He was a gentleman that had a will of his own and an eye of his own, and that would be minded. Consequently, though he made quite a companion of the fine bright boy, and was delighted to see him so fond of reading his fairy books, and was never tired of hearing him say my name is Norval, or hearing him sing his songs about young May moons, is beaming love, and when he, as adores 3, has left but the name, and that, still he kept the command over the child, and the child was a child, and it's to be wished more of 'em was. But how did Boots happen to know all this? Why, through being under gardener. Of course he couldn't be under gardener, and he always about, in the summer-time, near the windows on the lawn, a-mowing and sweeping, and weeding and pruning, and this and that, without getting acquainted with the ways of the family. Even supposing Master Harry hadn't come to him one morning early and said, "Cobbs, how should you spell Nora if you was asked?" and then began cutting it in print all over the fence. He couldn't say that he had taken particular notice of children before that, but really it was pretty to see them 2 mites going about the place together, deep in love. And the courage of the boy! Bless your soul, he'd have throwed off his little hat and tucked up his little sleeves and gone in at a lion, he would, if they had happened to meet one and she had been frightened of him. One day he stops along with her where Boots was hoeing weeds in the gravel, and says, speaking up, "Cobbs," he says, "I like you." "Do you, sir? I'm proud to hear it." "Yes, I do, Cobbs." "Why do I like you, do you think, Cobbs?" "Don't know, Master Harry, I am sure." "Because Nora likes you, Cobbs." "Indeed, sir. That's very gratifying." "Gratifying, Cobbs? It's better than millions of the brightest diamonds to be liked by Nora." "Certainly, sir." "Would you like another situation, Cobbs?" "Well, sir, I shouldn't object if it was a good 'un." "Then, Cobbs," says he, "you shall be our head gardener when we are married." And he tucks her in her little sky-blue mantle under his arm and walks away. Boots could assure me that it was better than a picture, and equal to a play, to see them babies, with their long, bright, curling hair, their sparkling eyes and their beautiful light tread, are rambling about the garden, deep in love. Boots was of opinion that the birds believed they were birds, and kept up with them, singing to please 'em. Sometimes they would creep under the tulip tree, and would sit there with their arms round one another's necks, and their soft cheeks touching, reading about the prince and the dragon, and the good and bad enchanters, and the king's fair daughter. Sometimes he would hear them planning about a house in a forest, keeping bees and a cow, and living entirely on milk and honey. Once he came upon them by the pond, and heard Master Harry say, "Adorable Nora, kiss me, and say you love me to distraction, or I'll jump in head foremost." And Boots made no question he would have done it if she hadn't complied. On the whole, Boots said it had a tendency to make him feel that he was in love himself, only he didn't exactly know who with. "Cobbs," said Master Harry one evening, when Cobbs was watering the flowers, "I am going on a visit, this present midsummer, to my grandmamma's at York." "Are you indeed, sir? I hope you'll have a pleasant time. I am going into Yorkshire myself when I leave here." "Are you going to your grandmamma's, Cobbs?" "No, sir, I haven't got such a thing." "Not a grandmamma, Cobbs?" "No, sir." The boy looked on at the watering of the flowers for a little while, and then said, "I shall be very glad indeed to go, Cobbs. Nora's going." "You'll be all right then, sir," says Cobbs, "with your beautiful sweetheart by your side." "Cobbs," returned the boy, flushing, "I never let anybody joke about it when I can prevent them." "It wasn't a joke, sir," says Cobbs with humility. "Wasn't so meant." "I am glad of that, Cobbs, because I like you, you know, and you're going to live with us, Cobbs." "Sir." "What do you think my grandmamma gives me when I go down there?" "I couldn't so much as make a guess, sir." "A Bank of England £5 note, Cobbs." "Phew," says Cobbs. "That's a spanking sum of money, Master Harry. A person could do a great deal with such a sum of money as that, couldn't a person, Cobbs?" "I believe you, sir." "Cobbs," said the boy, "I'll tell you a secret. At Nora's house they have been joking her about me, and pretending to laugh at our being engaged, pretending to make game of it, Cobbs." "Such, sir," says Cobbs, "is the depravity of human nature." The boy, looking exactly like his father, stood for a few minutes with his glowing face towards the sunset, and then departed with, "Good night, Cobbs. I'm going in." If I was to ask Boots how it happened that he was going to leave that place just at the present time, well, he couldn't rightly answer me. He did suppose he might have stayed there till now if he had been anyways inclined. But, you see, he was younger then, and he wanted change. That's what he wanted, change. "Mr. Walmers," he said to him when he gave him notice of his intentions to leave, "Cobbs," he says, "have you anything to complain of?" I make the inquiry because if I find that any of my people really has anything to complain of, I wish to make it right if I can. "No, sir," says Cobbs. "Thanking you, sir, I find myself well situated here, as I could hope to be anywheres. The truth is, sir, that I'm a-going to seek my fortune." "Oh, indeed, Cobbs," he says, "I hope you may find it." And Boots could assure me, which he did, touching his hair with his boot-jack, as a salute in the way of his present calling, that he hadn't found it yet. Well, sir, Boots left the Elmses when his time was up, and Master Harry, he went down to the old lady's at York, which old lady would have given that child the teeth out of her own head, if she had any. She was so wrapped up in him. What does that infant do? For infant you may call him, and be within the mark, but cut away from that old lady's with his Nora, on an expedition to go to Gretna Green and be married. Sir, Boots was at this identical Holly Tree Inn, having left it several times to better himself, but always come back through one thing or another, when, one summer afternoon, the coach drives up, and out of the coach gets them 2 children. The guard says to our governor, I don't quite make out these little passengers, but the young gentleman's words was that they was to be brought here. The young gentleman gets out, hands his lady out, gives the guard something for himself, says to our governor, we're to stop here tonight, please. Sitting room and 2 bedrooms will be required. Chops and cherry pudding for 2, and tucks her in her little sky-blue mantle under his arm and walks into the house much bolder than brass. Boots leaves me to judge what the amazement of that establishment was, when these 2 tiny creatures all alone, by themselves, was marched into the Angel. Much more so when he, who had seen them without their seeing him, gives the governor his views upon the expedition they were upon. Cobbs, says the governor, if this is so, I must set off myself to York and quiet their friends' minds, in which case you must keep your eye upon M and humour M till I come back. But before I take these measures, Cobbs, I should wish you to find from themselves whether your opinions is correct. Sir, to you, says Cobbs, that shall be done directly. So Boots goes upstairs to the Angel, and there he finds Master Harry on an enormous sofa, immense at any time, but looking like the great bed of Ware, compared with him, a-drying the eyes of Miss Nora with his pocket handkercher. Their little legs was entirely off the ground, of course, and it really is not possible for Boots to express to me how small them children looked. It's Cobbs, cried Master Harry, and comes running to him on t'other side, and catching hold of his t'other hand, and they both jump for joy. I see you are getting out, sir, says Cobbs. I thought it was you. I thought I couldn't be mistaken in your height and figure. What's the object of your journey, sir? Matrimonial? We're going to be married, Cobbs, at Gretna Green, returned the boy. We have run away on purpose. Nora has been in rather low spirits, Cobbs, but she'll be happy now we have found you to be our friend. Thank you, sir, and thank you, miss, says Cobbs, for your good opinion. Did you bring any luggage with you, sir? If I will believe Boots when he gives me his word and honour upon it, the lady had got a parasol, a smelling bottle, a round and a half of cold buttered toast, 8 peppermint drops, and a hairbrush, seemingly a doll's. The gentleman had got about 6 yards of string, a knife, 3 or 4 sheets of writing paper, folded up surprising small, a orange, and a chainy mug with his name upon it. What may be the exact nature of your plans, sir? Says Cobbs. To go on, replied the boy, which the courage of that boy was something wonderful, in the morning and be married tomorrow. Just so, sir, says Cobbs. Would it meet your views, sir, if I was to accompany you? When Cobbs said this, they both jumped for joy again and cried out, Oh, yes, yes, Cobbs, yes. Well, sir, says Cobbs, if you'll excuse me having the freedom to give an opinion, what I should recommend would be this. I am acquainted with a pony, sir, which, put in a phaeton that I could borrow, would take you and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Jr., myself driving, if you approved, to the end of your journey in a very short space of time. I am not altogether sure, sir, that this pony will be at liberty tomorrow, but even if you had to wait over tomorrow for him, it might be worth your while. As to the small account here, sir, in case you was to find yourself running at all short, that don't signify, because I am a part proprietor in this inn, and it could stand over. Boots assures me that when they clapped their hands and jumped for joy again, and called him good Cobbs and dear Cobbs, and bent across him to kiss one another in the delight of their confiding hearts, he felt himself the meanest rascal for deceiving them that ever was born. Is there anything you want just at present, sir? Says Cobbs, mortally ashamed of himself. We should like some cakes after dinner, answered Master Harry, folding his arms, putting out one leg and looking straight at him. "And 2 apples and jam. With dinner we should like to have toast and water. But Nora has always been accustomed to half a glass of currant wine at dessert, and so have I." "It shall be ordered at the bar, sir," says Cobbs, and away he went. Boots has the feeling as fresh upon him this moment of speaking as he had then, that he would far rather have had it out in 6 rounds with the governor than have combined with him, and that he wished with all his heart there was any impossible place where 2 babies could make an impossible marriage, and live impossibly happy ever afterward. However, as it couldn't be, he went into the governor's plans, and the governor set off for York in half an hour. The way in which the women of that house, without exception, every one of them, married and single, took to that boy when they had heard the story, Boots considers surprising. It was as much as he could do to keep them from dashing into the room and kissing him. They climbed up all sorts of places at the risk of their lives to look at him through a pane of glass. They was 7 deep at the keyhole. They was out of their minds about him and his bold spirit. In the evening Boots went into the room to see how the runaway couple was getting on. The gentleman was at the window seat, supporting the lady in his arms. She had tears upon her face, and was lying very tired and half asleep, with her head upon his shoulder. "Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, fatigued, sir?" says Cobbs. "Yes, she is tired, Cobbs, but she is not used to be away from home, and she has been in low spirits again. Cobbs, do you think you could bring a biffin, please?" "I ask your pardon, sir," says Cobbs. "What was it you—" "I think a Norfolk biffin would rouse her, Cobbs. She is very fond of them." Boots withdrew in search of the required restorative, and when he brought it in, the gentleman handed it to the lady, and fed her with a spoon, and took a little himself, the lady being heavy with sleep, and rather cross. "What should you think, sir," says Cobbs, "of a chamber candlestick?" The gentleman approved. The chambermaid went first, up the great staircase. The lady in her sky-blue mantle followed gallantly, escorted by the gentleman. The gentleman embraced her at her door and retired to his own apartment, where Boots softly locked him in. Boots couldn't but feel with increased acuteness what a base deceiver he was when they consulted him at breakfast. They had ordered sweet milk and water, and toast and currant jelly overnight, about the pony. It really was as much as he could do, he doesn't mind confessing to me, to look them 2 things in the face, and think what a wicked old father of lies he had grown up to be. Howsomever, he went on a-lying like a Trojan about the pony. He told him that it did so unfortunately happen that the pony was half-clipped, you see, and that he couldn't be taken out in that state, for fear it should strike to his inside, but that he'd be finished clipping in the course of the day, and that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock the phaeton would be ready. Boots' view of the whole case, looking back on it in my room, is that Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, was beginning to give in. She hadn't had her hair curled when she went to bed, and she didn't seem quite up to brushing it herself, and its getting in her eyes put her out. But nothing put out Master Harry. He sat behind his breakfast cup, a-tearing away at the jelly, as if he had been his own father. After breakfast, Boots is inclined to consider they drawed soldiers. At least he knows that many such was found in the fireplace, all on horseback. In the course of the morning, Master Harry rang the bell. It was surprising how that there boy did carry on, and said, in a sprightly way, "Cobbs, is there any good walks in this neighbourhood?" "Yes, sir," says Cobbs, "there's Love's Lane." "Get out with you, Cobbs." That was that there boy's expression. "You're joking." "Begging your pardon, sir," says Cobbs, "there really is Love's Lane, and a pleasant walk it is, and proud shall I be to show it to yourself and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior. Nora, dear, says Master Harry, this is curious. We really ought to see Love Lane. Put on your bonnet, my sweetest darling, and we will go there with Cobbs. Boots leaves me to judge what a beast he felt himself to be when that young pair told him, as they all three jogged along together, that they had made up their minds to give him 2,000 guineas a year as head gardener on account of his being so true a friend to them. Boots could have wished at that moment that the earth would have opened and swallowed him up. He felt so mean, with their beaming eyes a-looking at him and believing him. Well, sir, he turned the conversation as well as he could, and he took them down Love Lane to the water meadows, and there Master Harry would have drowned himself in half a moment more a-getting out a water lily for her, but nothing daunted that boy. Well, sir, they was tired out, all being so new and strange to 'em. They was tired as tired could be, and they lay down on the bank of daisies, like the children in the wood, leastways meadows, and fell asleep. Boots don't know, perhaps I do, but never mind, it don't signify either way, why it made a man fit to make a fool of himself to see them two pretty babies a-lying there in the clear still day, not dreaming half so hard when they was asleep as they had done when they was awake. But, Lord, when you come to think of yourself, you know, and what a game you have been up to ever since you was in your own cradle, and what a poor sort of chap you are, and how it's always either yesterday with you or tomorrow, and never today. That's where it is. Well, sir, they woke up at last, and then one thing was getting pretty clear to Boots, namely, that Mrs. Harry Walmers' Junior's temper was on the move. When Master Harry took her round the waist, she said he teased her so, and when he says, "Nora, my young May Moon, your Harry tease you?" she tells him, "Yes, and I want to go home." A boiled fowl and baked bread and butter pudding brought Mrs. Walmers up a little, but Boots could have wished, he must privately own to me, to have seen her more sensible of the voice of love and less abandoning of herself to currents. However, Master Harry, he kept up, and his noble heart was as fond as ever. Mrs. Walmers turned very sleepy about dusk and began to cry. Therefore Mrs. Walmers went off to bed, as per yesterday, and Master Harry ditto repeated. About 11 or 12 at night comes back the governor in a chaise, along with Mr. Walmers and an elderly lady. Mr. Walmers looks amused and very serious, both at once, and says to our missus, "We are much indebted to you, ma'am, for your kind care of our little children, which we can never sufficiently acknowledge. Pray, ma'am, where is my boy?" Our missus says, "Cobbs has the dear child in charge, sir. Cobbs, show 40. Then he says to Cobbs, "Ah, Cobbs, I am glad to see you. I understood you was here." And Cobbs says, "Yes, sir, your most obedient, sir." I may be surprised to hear Boots say it, perhaps, but Boots assures me that his heart beat like a hammer going upstairs. "I beg your pardon, sir," says he, while I'm locking the door. "I do hope you are not angry with Master Harry, for Master Harry is a fine boy, sir, and will do you credit and honour." And Boots signifies to me that, if the fine boy's father had contradicted him in the daring state of mind in which he then was, he thinks that he should have fetched him a crack and taken the consequences. But Mr. Walmers only says, "No, Cobbs, no, my good fellow, thank you," and the door being opened, goes in. Boots goes in too, holding the light, and he sees Mr. Walmers go up to the bedside, bend gently down and kiss the little sleeping face. Then he stands looking at it for a minute, looking wonderfully like it. They do say he ran away with Mrs. Walmers, and then he gently shakes the little shoulder. "Harry, my dear boy, Harry!" Master Harry starts up and looks at him, looks at Cobbs too. Such is the honour of that mite that he looks at Cobbs to see whether he has brought him into trouble. "I'm not angry, my child. I only want you to dress yourself and come home." "Yes, Pa." Master Harry dresses himself quickly. His breast begins to swell when he has nearly finished, and it swells more and more as he stands, at last, a-looking at his father standing a-looking at him, the quiet image of him. "Please, may I?" The spirit of that little creature, and the way he kept his rising tears down. "Please, dear Pa, may I kiss Nora before I go?" "You may, my child." So he takes Master Harry in his hand, and Boots leads the way with the candle, and they come to that other bedroom, where the elderly lady is seated by the bed, and poor little Mrs. Harry Warmers, Junior, is fast asleep. There the father lifts the child up to the pillow, and he lays his little face down for an instant by the little warm face of poor unconscious little Mrs. Harry Warmers, Junior, and gently draws it to him. A sight so touching to the chambermaids who were peeping through the door that one of them called out, "It's a shame to part 'em." But this chambermaid was always, as Boots informs us, a soft-hearted one. Not that there was any harm in that girl, far from it. Finally Boots says, "That's all about it." Mr. Warmers drove away in the chaise, having hold of Master Harry's hand. The elderly lady and Mrs. Warmers, Junior, that was never to be, she married a captain long afterward and died in India, went off next day. In conclusion, Boots puts it to me whether I hold with him in two opinions. Firstly, that there are not many couples on the way to be married who are half as innocent of guile as those two children. Secondly, that it would be a jolly good thing for a great many couples on their way to be married if they could only be stopped in time and brought back separately. End of The Boots at the Holly Tree Inn by Charles Dickens. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Dead Witch, from Russian Fairy Tales, a choice collection of Muscovite folklore, by W.R.S. Ralston, M.A. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Dead Witch, by W.R.S. Ralston, M.A. There was once an old woman who was a terrible witch, and she had a daughter and a granddaughter. The time came for the old crone to die, so she summoned her daughter and gave her these instructions. "Mind, daughter, when I'm dead, don't you wash my body with lukewarm water, but fill a cauldron, make it boil its very hottest, and then with that boiling water regularly scald me all over." After saying this, the witch lay ill for 2 or 3 days, and then died. The daughter ran around to all her neighbors, begging them to come and help her wash the old woman, and meantime the little granddaughter was left all alone in the cottage. And this is what she saw there. All of a sudden there crept out from beneath the stove 2 demons, a big one and a tiny one, and they ran up to the dead witch. The old demon seized her by the feet, and tore away at her so that he stripped off all her skin at one pull. Then he said to the little demon, "Take the flesh for yourself, and lug it under the stove." So the little demon flung his arms around the carcass, and dragged it under the stove. Nothing was left of the old woman but her skin. Into it the old demon inserted himself, and then he lay down just where the witch had been lying. Presently the daughter came back, bringing a dozen other women with her, and they all set to work laying out the corpse. "Mammy," said the child, "they pulled Granny's skin off while you were away." "What do you mean by telling such lies?" "It's quite true, Mammy. There was ever such a blackie coming from under the stove, and he pulled the skin off and got into it himself." "Hold your tongue, naughty child. You're talking nonsense," cried the old crone's daughter. Then she fetched the big cauldron, filled it with cold water, put it on the stove, and heated it until it boiled furiously. Then the woman lifted up the old crone, laid her in a trough, took hold of the cauldron, and poured the whole of the boiling water over her at once. The demon couldn't stand it. He leaped out of the trough, dashed through the doorway, and disappeared, skin and all. The women stared. "What marvel is this?" they cried. "There was a dead woman, and now she isn't here. There's nobody left to lay out or to bury. The demons have carried her off before our very eyes." The end of The Dead Witch by W.R.S. Ralston, M.A. A Few Parables from Studies in Pessimism by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by T. Bailey Saunders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. A Few Parables by Arthur Schopenhauer. A number of porcupines huddled together for warmth on a cold day in winter, but as they began to prick one another with their quills, they were obliged to disperse. However, the cold drove them together again, when just the same thing happened. At last, after many turns of huddling and dispersing, they discovered that they would be best off by remaining at a little distance from one another. In the same way, the need of society drives the human porcupines together, only to be mutually repelled by the many prickly and disagreeable qualities of their nature. The moderate distance, which they at last discovered to be the only tolerable condition of intercourse, is the code of politeness and fine manners, and those who transgress it are roughly told, in the English phrase, to keep their distance. By this arrangement, the mutual need of warmth is only moderately satisfied, but then people do not get pricked. A man who has some heat in himself prefers to remain outside, where he will neither prick other people nor get pricked himself. The end of A Few Parables by Arthur Schopenhauer.
The Intelligence Office from Mosses from an Old Manse by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Gray figure with a pair of mysterious spectacles on his nose and a pen behind his ear was seated at a desk in the corner of a metropolitan office. The apartment was fitted up with a calendar and furnished with an oaken cabinet and a chair or two in simple and businesslike style. Round the walls were stuck advertisements of articles lost or articles wanted or articles to be disposed of, in one way or another of which classes were comprehended nearly all the conveniences, or otherwise, that the imagination of man has contrived. The interior of the room was thrown into shadow, partly by the tall edifices that rose on the opposite side of the street, and partly by the immense show bills of blue and crimson paper that were expanded over each of the 3 windows. Undisturbed by the tramp of feet, the rattle of wheels, the hump of voices, the shout of the city crier, the scream of the newsboys, and other tokens of the multitudinous life that surged along in front of the office, the figure at the desk pored diligently over a folio volume of ledger-like size and aspect. He looked like the spirit of a record, the soul of his own great volume made visible in mortal shape. But scarcely an instant elapsed without the appearance at the door of some individual from the busy population whose vicinity was manifested by so much buzz and clatter and outcry. Now it was a thriving mechanic in quest of a tenement that should come within his moderate means of rent, now a ruddy Irish girl from the banks of Killarney, wandering from kitchen to kitchen of our land, while her heart still hung in the peat smoke of her native cottage. Now a single gentleman, looking out for economical board. And now, for this establishment offered an epitome of worldly pursuits, it was a faded beauty inquiring for a lost bloom, or Peter Tremiel for his lost shadow, or an author of 10 years' standing for his vanished reputation, or a moody man for yesterday's sunshine. At the next lifting of the latch there entered a person with his hat awry upon his head, his clothes perversely ill-suited to his form, his eyes staring in directions opposite to their intelligence, and a certain odd unsuitableness pervading his whole figure. Wherever he might chance to be, whether in palace or cottage, church or market, on land or sea, or even at his own fireside, he must have worn the characteristic expression of a man out of his right place. "This," he inquired, putting his question in the form of an assertion, "this is the Central Intelligence Office." "Even so," answered the figure at the desk, turning another leaf in his volume. He then looked the applicant in the face and said briefly, "Your business?" "I want," said the latter with tremulous earnestness, "a place." "A place? And of what nature?" asked the intelligencer. "There are many vacant, or soon to be so, some of which will probably suit, since they range from that of a footman, up to a seat at the council board, or in the cabinet, or a throne, or a presidential chair." The stranger stood pondering before the desk with an unquiet, dissatisfied air, a dull, vague pain of heart, expressed by a slight contortion of the brow, an earnestness of glance that asked and expected, yet continually wavered, as if distrusting. In short, he evidently wanted, not in a physical or intellectual sense, but with an urgent moral necessity that is the hardest of all things to satisfy, since it knows not its own object. "Ah, you mistake me," he said at length, with a gesture of nervous impatience. "Either of the places you mention indeed might answer my purpose, or, more probably, none of them. I want my place, my own place, my true place in the world, my proper sphere, my thing to do, which nature intended me to perform when she fashioned me thus awry, and which I have vainly sought all my lifetime. Whether it be a footman's duty or a king's is of little consequence, so it be naturally mine. Can you help me here?" "I will enter your application," answered the intelligencer, at the same time writing a few lines in his volume. "But to undertake such a business, I tell you frankly, it's quite apart from the ground covered by my official duties. Ask for something specific, and it may doubtless be negotiated for you on your compliance with the conditions. But were I to go further, I should have the whole population of the city upon my shoulders, since far the greater proportion of them are, more or less, in your predicament." The applicant sank into a fit of despondency, and passed out of the door without again lifting his eyes. And if he died of the disappointment, he was probably buried in the wrong tomb, inasmuch as the fatality of such people never deserts them, and whether alive or dead, they are invariably out of place. Almost immediately another foot was heard on the threshold. A youth entered hastily and threw a glance around the office to ascertain whether the man of intelligence was alone. Then he approached close to the desk, blushed like a maiden, and seemed at a loss how to broach his business. "You come upon an affair of the heart," said the official personage, looking into him through his mysterious spectacles. "State it in as few words as may be." "You are right," replied the youth. "I have a heart to dispose of." "You seek an exchange?" said the intelligencer. "Foolish youth, why not be contented with your own?" "Because," exclaimed the young man, losing his embarrassment in a passionate glow, "because my heart burns me with an intolerable fire. It tortures me all day long with yearnings for I know not what. and feverish throbbings and pangs of a vague sorrow, and it awakens me in the night-time with a quake when there is nothing to be feared. I cannot endure it any longer. It were wiser to throw away such a heart, even if it brings me nothing in return." "Oh, very well," said the man of the office, making an entry in his volume. "Your affair will be easily transacted. This species of brokerage makes no inconsiderable part of my business, and there is always a large assortment of the article to select from. Here, if I mistake not, comes a pretty fair sample." Even as he spoke, the door was gently and slowly thrust ajar, affording a glimpse of the slender figure of a young girl, who, as she timidly entered, seemed to bring the light and cheerfulness of the outer atmosphere into the somewhat gloomy apartment. We know not her errand there, nor can we reveal whether the young man gave up his heart into her custody. If so, the arrangement was neither better nor worse than 99 cases out of 100, whether the parallel sensibilities of a similar age, importunate affections, and the ease of satisfaction of characters not deeply conscious of themselves supply the place of any profounder sympathy. Not always, however, was the agency of the passions and affections and office of so little trouble. It happened rarely indeed, in proportion to the cases that came under an ordinary rule, but still it did happen that a heart was occasionally brought hither of such exquisite material, so delicately attempered, and so curiously wrought, that no other heart could be found to match it. It might always be considered a misfortune, in a worldly point of view, to be the possessor of such a diamond of the purest water, since in any reasonable probability it could only be exchanged for an ordinary pebble or a bit of cunningly manufactured glass, or at least for a jewel of native richness, but ill set, or with some fatal flaw, or an earthy vein running through its central luster. To choose another figure, it is sad that hearts which have their wellspring in the infinite and contain inexhaustible sympathies should ever be doomed to pour themselves into shallow vessels, and thus lavish their rich affections on the ground. Strange that the finer and deeper nature, whether in man or woman, while possessed of every other delicate instinct, should so often lack that most invaluable one of preserving itself from contamination with what is of a baser kind. Sometimes, it is true, the spiritual foundation is kept pure by a wisdom within itself, and sparkles into the light of heaven without a strain from the earthly strata through which it had gushed upward. And sometimes, even here on earth, the pure mingles with the pure, and the inexhaustible is recompensed with the infinite. But these miracles, though he should claim the credit of them, are far beyond the scope of such a superficial agent in human affairs as the figure in the mysterious spectacles. Again the door was opened, admitting the bustle of the city with a fresher reverberation into the intelligence office. Now entered a man of woebegone and downcast look. It was such an aspect that if he had lost the very soul out of his body, and had traversed all the world over, searching in the dust of the highways, and along the shady footpaths, and beneath the leaves of the forest, and among the sands of the seashore, in hopes to recover it again. He had bent an anxious glance along the pavement of the street as he came hitherward. He looked also in the angle of the doorstep, and upon the floor of the room. And finally, coming up to the man of intelligence, he gazed through the inscrutable spectacles which the latter wore, as if the lost treasure might be hidden within his eyes. "I have lost a precious jewel," replied the unfortunate person, "the like of which is not to be found among any prince's treasures. While I possessed it, the contemplation of it was my sole and sufficient happiness. No price should have purchased it of me, but it has fallen from my bosom where I wore it in my careless wanderings about the city." After causing the stranger to describe the marks of his lost jewel, the intelligencer opened a drawer of the oaken cabinet which had been mentioned as forming a part of the furniture of the room. Here were deposited whatever articles had been picked up in the streets until the right owner should claim them. It was a strange and heterogeneous collection. Not the least remarkable part of it was a great number of wedding rings, each one of which had been riveted upon the finger with holy vows, and all the misty potency that the most solemn rites could attain, but had, nevertheless, proved too slippery for the wearer's diligence. The gold of some was worn thin, betokening the attrition of years of wedlock. Others, glittering from the jeweler's shop, must have been lost within the honeymoon. There were ivory tablets, the leaves scribbled over with sentiments that had been the deepest truths of the writer's earlier years, but which were now quite obliterated from his memory. So scrupulously were articles preserved in this depository that not even withered flowers were rejected. White roses and blush roses and moss roses, fit emblems of virgin purity and shamefacedness, which had been lost or flung away and trampled into the pollution of the streets. Locks of hair, the golden and the glossy dark, the long tresses of women and the crisp curls of man, signified that lovers were now and then so heedless of the faith entrusted to them as to drop its symbol from the treasure place of the bosom. Many of these things were imbued with perfumes, and perhaps a sweet scent had departed from the lives of their former possessors ever since they had so wilfully, negligently lost them. Here were gold pencil cases, little ruby hearts with golden arrows through them, bosom pins, pieces of coin, and small articles of every description, comprising nearly all that have been lost since a long time ago. Most of them, doubtless, had a history and a meaning, if there were time to search it out and room to tell it. Whoever has missed anything valuable, whether out of his heart, mind, or pocket, would do well to make inquiry at the Central Intelligence Office. And in the corner of one of the drawers of the oaken cabinet, after considerable research, was found a great pearl, looking like the soul of celestial purity, congealed and polished. "There is my jewel, my fairy pearl!" cried the stranger, almost beside himself with rapture. "It is mine! Give it me this moment, or I shall perish!" "I perceive," said the man of intelligence, examining it more closely, "that this is the pearl of great price." "The very same," answered the stranger. "Judge, then, of my misery at losing it out of my bosom. I must not live without it an instant longer." "Pardon me," rejoined the intelligencer calmly. "You ask what is beyond my duty. This pearl, as you may well know, is held upon a peculiar tenure, and having once let it escape from your keeping, you have no greater claim to it, nay, not so great as any other person. I cannot give it back." Nor could the entreaties of the miserable man, who saw before his eyes the jewel of his life without the power to reclaim it, soften the heart of this stern being, impassive to human sympathy, though exercising such an apparent influence over human fortunes. Finally the loser of the inestimable pearl clutched his hands among his hair, and ran madly forth into the world, which was affrighted at his desperate looks. There passed him on the doorstep a fashionable young gentleman, whose business was to inquire for a damask rosebud, the gift of his lady-love, which he had lost out of his buttonhole within an hour after receiving it. So various were the errands of those who visited the central office, where all human wishes seemed to be made known, and, so far as destiny would allow, negotiated to their fulfillment. The next that entered was a man beyond the middle age, bearing the look of one who knew the world and his own course in it. He had just alighted from a handsome private carriage, which had orders to wait in the street while its owner transacted his business. This person came up to the desk with a quick, determined step, and looked the intelligencer in the face with a resolute eye, though at the same time some secret trouble gleamed from it in red and dusky light. "I have an estate to dispose of," he said, with a brevity that seemed characteristic. "Describe it," said the intelligencer. The applicant proceeded to give the boundaries of his property, its nature, comprising tillage, pasture, woodland, and pleasure grounds, in ample circuit, together with a mansion house, in the construction of which it had been his object to realize a castle in the air, hardening its shadowy walls into granite and rendering its visionary splendor perceptible to the awakened eye. Judging from his description, it was beautiful enough to vanish like a dream, yet substantial enough to endure for centuries. He spoke, too, of the gorgeous furniture, the refinements of upholstery, and all the luxurious artifices that combined to render this a residence where life might flow onward in a stream of golden days, undisturbed by the ruggedness which fate loves to fling into it. "I am a man of strong will," said he. "In conclusion, and at my first setting out in life as a poor, unfriended youth, I resolved to make myself the possessor of such a mansion, an estate as this, together with the abundant revenue necessary to uphold it. I have succeeded to the extent of my utmost wish, and this is the estate which I have now concluded to dispose of." "And your terms?" asked the intelligencer, after taking down the particulars with which the stranger had supplied him. "Easy, abundantly easy," answered the successful man, smiling, but with a stern and almost frightful contraction of the brow, as if to quell an inward pang. "I have been engaged in various sorts of business, a distiller, a trader to Africa, an East India merchant, a speculator in the stocks, and in the course of these affairs I have contracted an encumbrance of a certain nature. The purchaser of the estate shall merely be required to assume this burden to himself." "I understand you," said the man of intelligence, putting his pen behind his ear. "I fear that no bargain can be negotiated on these conditions. Very probably the next possessor may acquire the estate with a similar encumbrance, but it will be of his own contracting, and will not lighten your burden in the least." "And I am to live on," fiercely exclaimed the stranger, "with the dirt of these accursed acres and the granite of this infernal mansion crushing down my soul? How if I should turn the edifice into an almshouse or a hospital, or tear it down and build a church?" "You can at least make the experiment," said the intelligencer, "but the whole matter is one which you must settle for yourself." The man of deplorable success withdrew and got into his coach, which rattled off lightly over the wooden pavements, though laden with the weight of much land, a stately house, and ponderous heaps of gold, all compressed into an evil conscience. There now appeared many applicants for places, among the most noteworthy of whom was a small, smoke-dried figure, who gave himself out to be one of the bad spirits that had waited upon Dr. Faustus in his laboratory. He pretended to show a certificate of character, which, he averred, had been given him by that famous necromancer, and countersigned by several masters whom he had subsequently served. "I am afraid, my good friend," observed the intelligencer, "that your chance of getting a service is but poor. Nowadays men act the evil spirit for themselves and their neighbors, and play the part more effectually than 99 out of 100 of your fraternity." But just as the poor fiend was assuming a vaporous consistency, being about to vanish through the floor in sad disappointment and chagrin, the editor of a political newspaper chanced to enter the office in quest of a scribbler of party paragraphs. The former servant of Dr. Faustus, with some misgivings as to his sufficiency of venom, was allowed to try his hand at this capacity. Next appeared, likewise seeking a service, the mysterious man in red, who had aided Bonaparte in his ascent to imperial power. He was examined as to his qualifications by an aspiring politician, but finally rejected as lacking familiarity with the cunning tactics of the present day. People continued to succeed each other with as much briskness as if everybody turned aside, out of the roar and tumult of the city, to record here some want, or superfluity or desire. Some had goods or possessions of which they wished to negotiate the sale. A China merchant had lost his health by a long residence in that wasty climate. He had very liberally offered his disease and his wealth along with it to any physician who would rid him of both together. A soldier offered his wreath of laurels for as good a leg as that which it had cost him on the battlefield. One poor, weary wretch desired nothing but to be accommodated with any credible way of laying down his life. For misfortune and pecuniary troubles had so subdued his spirits that he could no longer conceive the possibility of happiness, nor had the heart to try for it. Nevertheless, happening to overhear some conversation in the intelligence office respecting wealth to be rapidly accumulated by a certain mode of speculation, he resolved to live out this one other experiment of better fortune. Many persons, desiring to exchange their youthful vices for others better suited to the gravity of advancing age, a few, we are glad to say, made earnest efforts to exchange vice for virtue, and hard as the bargain was, succeeded in effecting it. But it was remarkable that what all were the least willing to give up, even on the most advantageous terms, were the habits, the oddities, the characteristic traits, the little ridiculous indulgences, somewhere between faults and follies, of which nobody but themselves could understand the fascination. The great folio in which the man of intelligence recorded all these freaks of idle hearts, and aspirations of deep hearts, and desperate longings of miserable hearts, and evil prayers of perverted hearts, would be curious reading were it possible to obtain it for publication. Human character in its individual developments, human nature in the mass, may best be studied in its wishes, and this was the record of them all. There was an endless diversity of mode and circumstance, yet withal such a similarity in the real groundwork, that any one page of the volume, whether written in the days before the flood, or the yesterday that is just gone by, or to be written on the morrow that is close at hand, or 1,000 ages hence, might serve as a specimen of the whole. Not but that there were wild sallies of fantasy that could scarcely occur to more than one man's brain, whether reasonable or lunatic. The strangest wishes, yet most incident to men who had gone deep into scientific pursuits and attained a high intellectual stage, though not the loftiest, were to contend with nature and wrest from her some secret or some power which he had seen fit to withhold from mortal grasp. She loves to delude her aspiring students and mock them with mysteries that seemed but just beyond their utmost reach. To concoct new minerals, to produce new forms of vegetable life, to create an insect of nothing higher in the living scale, is a sort of wish that has often reveled in the breast of a man of science. An astronomer, who lived far more among the distant worlds of space than in this lower sphere, recorded a wish to behold the opposite side of the moon, which, unless the system of the firmament be reversed, she can never turn toward the earth. On the same page of the volume was written the wish of a little child to have the star for playthings. The most ordinary wish that was written down with wearisome recurrence was, of course, for wealth. Wealth, wealth, in sums from few shillings up to unreckonable thousands. But in reality this often repeated expression covered as many different desires. Wealth is the golden essence of the outward world, embodying almost everything that exists beyond the limits of the soul, and therefore it is the natural yearning for the life in the midst of which we find ourselves, and of which gold is the condition of enjoyment, that men abridge into this general wish. Here and there, it is true, the volume testified to some heart so perverted as to desire gold for its own sake. Many wished for power, a strange desire indeed, since it is but another form of slavery. Old people wished for the delights of youth, a fop for a fashionable coat, an idle reader for a new novel, a versifier for a rhyme to some stubborn word, a painter for Titian's secret of coloring, a prince for a cottage, a republican for a kingdom and a palace, a libertine for his neighbor's wife, a man of palate for green peas, and a poor man for a crust of bread. The ambitious desires of public men, elsewhere so craftily concealed, were here expressed openly and boldly, side by side with the unselfish wishes of the philanthropist for the welfare of the race, so beautiful, so comforting, in contrast with the egotism that continually weighed self against the world. Into the darker secrets of the Book of Wishes we will not penetrate. It would be an instructive employment for a student of mankind, pursuing this volume carefully and comparing its records with men's perfected designs, as expressed in their deeds and daily life, to ascertain how far the one accorded with the other. Undoubtedly, in most cases, the correspondence would be found remote. The holy and generous wish that rises like incense from a pure heart towards heaven often lavishes its sweet perfume on the blast of evil times. The foul, selfish, murderous wish that stems forth from a corrupted heart often passes into the spiritual atmosphere without being concreted into an earthly deed. Yet this volume is probably truer as a representation of the human heart than is the living drama of action as it evolves around us. There is more of good and more of evil in it, more redeeming points of the bad and more errors of the virtuous, higher upsoarings and baser degradation of the soul. In short, a more perplexing amalgamation of vice and virtue than we witness in the outward world. Decency and external conscience often produce a far fairer outside than is warranted by the stains within. And be it owned, or on the other hand, that a man seldom repeats to his nearest friend any more than he realizes in act the purest wishes which, at some blessed time or other, have arisen from the depths of his nature and witnessed for him in this volume. Yet there is enough on every leaf to make the good man shudder for his own wild and idle wishes, as well as for the sinner, whose whole life is the incarnation of a wicked desire. But again the door is opened, and we hear the tumultuous stir of the world, a deep and awful sound, expressing in another form some portion of what is written in the volume that lies before the man of intelligence. A grandfatherly personage tottered hastily into the office, with such an earnestness in his infirm clarity that his white hair floated backward as he hurried up to the desk, while his dim eyes caught a momentary luster from his vehemence of purpose. This venerable figure explained that he was in search of tomorrow. "I have spent all my life in pursuit of it," added the sage old gentleman, "being assured that tomorrow has some vast benefit or other in store for me, but I am now getting a little in years and must make haste, for unless I overtake tomorrow soon, I begin to be afraid it will finally escape me." "This fugitive tomorrow, my venerable friend," said the man of intelligence, "is a stray child of time and is flying from his father into the region of the infinite. Continue your pursuit, and you will doubtless come up with him. But as to the earthly gifts which you expect, he has scattered them all among throngs of yesterdays." Obliged to content himself with this enigmatical response, the grandsire hastened forth with a quick clatter of his staff upon the floor, and as he disappeared, a little boy scampered through the door in chase of a butterfly which had gone astray amid the barren sunshine of the city. Had the old gentleman been shrewder, he might have detected tomorrow under the semblance of that gaudy insect. The golden butterfly glistened through the shadowy apartment and brushed its wings against the Book of Wishes and fluttered forth again with the child still in pursuit. A man now entered. in neglected attire, with the aspect of a thinker, but somewhat too rough-hewn and brawny for a scholar. His face was full of sturdy vigor, with some finer and keener attribute beneath. Though harsh at first, it was tempered with the glow of a large, warm heart, which had force enough to heat his powerful intellect through and through. He advanced to the intelligencer and looked at him with a glance of such stern sincerity that perhaps few secrets were beyond its scope. "I seek for truth," said he. "It is precisely the most rare pursuit that has ever come under my cognizance," replied the intelligencer as he made the new inscription in his volume. "Most men seek to impose some cunning falsehood upon themselves for truth. But I can lend no help to your researches. You must achieve the miracle for yourself. At some fortunate moment you may find truth at your side, or perhaps you may be mistily discerned far in advance, or possibly behind you." "Not behind me," said the seeker, "for I have left nothing on my track without a thorough investigation. She flits before me, passing now through a naked solitude, and now mingling with the throng of a popular assembly, and now writing with the pen of a French philosopher, and now standing on the altar of an old cathedral in the guise of a Catholic priest, performing the High Mass. Oh, weary search! But I must not falter, and surely my heart-deep quest of truth shall avail at last." He paused, and fixed his eyes upon the intelligencer with a depth of investigation that seemed to hold commerce with the inner nature of this being, wholly regardless of his external development. "And what are you?" said he. "It will not satisfy me to point to this fantastic show of an intelligence office and this mockery of business. Tell me what is beneath it, and what your real agency in life and your influence upon mankind." "Yours is a mind," answered the man of intelligence, "before which the forms and fantasies that conceal the inner idea from the multitude vanish at once and leave the naked reality beneath. Know, then, the secret. My agency in worldly action, my connection with the press and tumult and intermingling and development of human affairs, is merely delusive. The desire of man's heart does for him whatever I seem to do. I am no minister of action, but the recording spirit." What further secrets were then spoken remains a mystery, inasmuch as the roar of the city and the bustle of human business and the outcry of the jostling masses, the rush and tumult of man's life in its noisy and brief career, arose so high that it drowned the words of these two talkers. And whether they stood talking in the moon, or in Vanity Fair, or in a city of this actual world, is more than I can say. End of The Intelligence Office, from Mosses from an Old Manse, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Recording by Wayne Cook.
Jean Valjean and the Good Bishop, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Early in the month of October, 1815, about an hour before sunset, a man who was traveling on foot entered the little town of Digny, France. It would be difficult to encounter a wayfarer of more wretched appearance. He was a man of medium stature, thick-set and robust. He might have been 46 or 48 years old. A cap with a drooping leather visor partly concealed his face, which, burned and tanned by the sun and wind, was dripping with perspiration. He wore a cravat, which was twisted into a long string, trousers of blue drilling worn and threadbare, and an old gray tattered blouse, patched on one of the elbows with a bit of green cotton cloth, sewed on with a twine string. On his back, a soldier's knapsack, well buckled and perfectly new. In his hand, an enormous knotty stick. Iron-shod shoes enveloped his stockingless feet. No one knew him. He was evidently a chance passer-by, but nevertheless he directed his footsteps toward the village inn, the best in the countryside, and entered the kitchen. The host, on hearing the door open, addressed him without lifting his eyes from the stove. "What is it this morning?" "Food and lodging." "Nothing easier by paying for it." "I have money. I can pay." "In that case we are at your service." "When will dinner be ready?" "Immediately." While the newcomer was depositing his knapsack upon the floor, the host tore off the corner of an old newspaper, wrote a line or two on the margin, and handed it to a lad standing near. After whispering a few words in his ear, the lad set off at a run toward the town hall. In a few moments he returned, bringing the paper. The host read it attentively, remained silent a moment, and then took a step in the direction of the traveller. "I cannot receive you, sir." "What? Are you afraid I won't pay you? I have money. I can pay." "You have money, but I have no room." "Well, put me in the stable." "The horses occupy all the space there." "In the loft, then. But come, we can settle that after dinner." "I cannot give you your dinner." "Bah! I'm hungry. I have been on foot since sunrise, and I wish to eat." "Well, I have nothing." "Nothing? And all that?" "All that is engaged by messieurs and wagoners, 12 of them." "There's enough food there for 20. "I tell you it is all engaged and paid for in advance." "Well, I'm at a public inn, and hungry. I shall remain." "Stop! Do you want me to tell you who you are?" "You are Jean Valjean. Go!" The man dropped his head, picked up his knapsack, and took his departure. That evening the bishop of the little town of Digny was sitting with his sister and housekeeper, talking over his day's work among his parishioners, when there came a violent knock at the door. "Come in." The door opened, a man entered, and without waiting for the bishop to speak, he cried out, "See here, my name is Jean Valjean, and I've been 19 years in the galleys. 4 days ago I was released, and am now on my way to Pontelaire. This evening, when I came into these parts, I went to an inn, and they turned me out. I went to another, and they said, 'Be gone.' I went to the prison. The jailer would not take me in. I went to a dog's kennel. The dog bit me and drove me off as though he had been a man. I went to the fields to sleep beneath the stars. There were no stars. I returned to the city. Yonder in the square a good woman tapped me on the shoulder and told me to knock here, and I have knocked. What is this place? Do you keep an inn? Are you willing that I should remain?" "Ah, Madame Magloire," said the bishop, "you will set another place." "No, that's not it. I'm a galley slave, a convict." "Here's my yellow passport. Read that. But no, I can read. I learned in the galleys. Jean Valjean, discharged convict, has been 19 years in the galleys, 5 years for burglary and theft, and 14 years for having attempted to escape on 4 different occasions. He is a very dangerous man. There, that's what bars me out. Will you give me something to eat and a bed? Have you a stable?" "Madame Galore, you will put white sheets on the bed in the alcove. Now sit down, sir, and warm yourself. We will sup in a few moments, and your bed will be prepared while we are supping. What, you call me sir? You do not drive me out? A bed with sheets like the rest of the world? It has been 19 years since I slept in a bed. Pardon me, Monsieur Innkeeper, what is your name? I am only an old priest who lives here. Then you will not demand my money of me? No, keep your money. How much have you? 109 francs and 15 sous. How long did it take you to earn that? 19 years. 19 years? Madame Magloire, you will place the silver fork and spoon as near the fire as possible. The north wind blows harsh on the Alps tonight. You must be cold, sir. Ah, Monsieur le Curé, you do not despise me. You receive me into your house. You light your candles for me. Yet I have not concealed from you who I am. You need not tell me who you are. This is my house. This is the house of Jesus Christ. That door does not ask of him who enters whether he has a name, but whether he has a grief. You suffer. You are hungry. You are welcome. But do not thank me. Do not say that I receive you into my house. You are more at home here than I am. Everything in this house belongs to you. Besides, what need have I to know your name? For I knew that before you told me. What? You knew what I was called? Yes, you are called my brother. Oh, stop. I was very hungry when I came in here, but now my hunger is all gone. Oh, you are so good to me. You have suffered much. You have come from a very sad place. But listen, there will be more joy in heaven over the tear-bathed face of one repentant sinner than over the white robes of 100 just men. If you emerge from that place with thoughts of evil and wrath against mankind, you are to be pitied. But if you emerge with thoughts of peace and goodwill, you are more deserving than any of us. But now, monsieur, since you have supped, I will conduct you to your room. This is your room, sir. May you pass a good night. And tomorrow, before you leave us, you must drink a cup of warm milk. Ah, it is true? Do you lodge me close to yourself like this? How do you know that I am not a murderer? That is the concern of the good God. Good night, brother. Good night. Footnote. This was an adaptation from Les Miserables by Lucy Dean Jenkins. End of Jean Valjean and the Good Bishop by Victor Hugo.
Her Lover by Maxim Gorky, 1868 to 1936. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. An acquaintance of mine once told me the following story. When I was a student at Moscow, I happened to live alongside one of those ladies whose repute is questionable. She was a Pole, and they called her Teresa. She was a tallish, powerfully built brunette, with black, bushy eyebrows and a large, coarse face, as if carved out by a hatchet. The bestial gleam of her dark eyes, her thick bass voice, her cabman-like gait, and her immense muscular vigour, worthy of a fishwife, inspired me with horror. I lived on the top flight, and her garret was opposite to mine. I never left my door open when I knew her to be at home. But this, after all, was a very rare occurrence. Sometimes I chanced to meet her on the staircase, or in the yard, and she would smile upon me with a smile which seemed to me to be sly and cynical. Occasionally I saw her drunk, with bleary eyes, tousled hair, and a particularly hideous grin. On such occasions she would speak to me. "How d'ye do, Mr. Student?" and her stupid laugh would still further intensify my loathing of her. I should have liked to have changed my quarters in order to have avoided such encounters and greetings, but my little chamber was a nice one, and there was such a wide view from the window, and it was always so quiet in the street below, so I endured. And one morning I was sprawling on my couch, trying to find some sort of excuse for not attending my class, when the door opened and the bass voice of Teresa the Loathsome resounded from my threshold. "Good health to you, Mr. Student." "What do you want?" I said. I saw that her face was confused and supplicatory. It was a very unusual sort of face for her. "Sir, I want to beg a favour of you. Will you grant it me?" I lay there silent and thought to myself, "Gracious, courage, my boy." "I want to send a letter home, that's what it is," she said. Her voice was beseeching, soft, timid. "Deuce take you," I thought. But up I jumped, sat down at my table, took a sheet of paper and said, "Come here, sit down and dictate." She came, sat down very gingerly on a chair, and looked at me with a guilty look. "Well, to whom do you want to write?" "To Boleslav Kashput, at the town of Fiepsiana, on the Warsaw Road." "Well, fire away." "My dear Bolis, my darling, my faithful lover, may the Mother of God protect thee, thou heart of gold. Why hast thou not written for such a long time to thy sorrowing little dove, Teresa?" I very nearly burst out laughing. A sorrowing little dove, more than 5 feet high, with fists a stone and more in weight, and as black a face as if the little dove had lived all its life in a chimney, and had never once washed itself. Restraining myself somehow, I asked, "Who is this Bolest?" "Bowles, Mr. Student," she said, as if offended with me for blundering over the name. "He is Bowles, my young man." "Young man? Why are you so surprised, sir? Cannot I, a girl, have a young man?" She, a girl? Well! "Oh, why not?" I said. "All things are possible. And has he been your young man long?" 6 years. "Oh, ho," I thought. "Well, let us write your letter." And I tell you plainly that I would willingly have changed places with this Bowles if his fair correspondent had been not Teresa but something less than she. "I thank you most heartily, sir, for your kind services," said Teresa to me, with a curtsy. "Perhaps I can show you some service, eh?" "No, I most humbly thank you all the same. Perhaps, sir, your shirts or your trousers may want a little mending." I felt that this mastodon in petticoats had made me grow quite red with shame, and I told her pretty sharply that I had no need whatever of her services. She departed. A week or two passed away. It was evening. I was sitting at my window, whistling and thinking of some expedient for enabling me to get away from myself. I was bored, the weather was dirty, I didn't want to go out, and out of sheer ennui I began a course of self-analysis and reflection. This also was dull enough work, but I didn't care about doing anything else. Then the door opened. Heaven be praised, someone came in. "Oh, Mr. Student, you have no pressing business, I hope?" It was Teresa. "No, what is it?" "I was going to ask you, sir, to write me another letter." "Very well, to Bowles, eh?" "No, this time it is from him." "What?" "Stupid that I am, it is not for me, Mr. Student. I beg your pardon. It is for a friend of mine. That is to say, not a friend but an acquaintance, a man acquaintance. He has a sweetheart just like me here, Teresa. That's how it is. Will you, sir, write a letter to this Teresa?" I looked at her. Her face was troubled, her fingers were trembling. I was a bit fogged at first, and then I guessed how it was. "Look here, my lady," I said, "there are no Bowleses or Teresas at all, and you've been telling me a pack of lies. Don't you come sneaking about me any longer. I have no wish whatever to cultivate your acquaintance. Do you understand?" And suddenly she grew strangely terrified and distraught. She began to shift from foot to foot without moving from the place, and spluttered comically, as if she wanted to say something and couldn't. I waited to see what would come of all this, and I saw and felt that, apparently, I had made a great mistake in suspecting her of wishing to draw me from the path of righteousness. It was evidently something very different. "Mr. Student," she began, and suddenly, waving her hand, she turned abruptly towards the door and went out. I remained with a very unpleasant feeling in my mind. I listened. Her door was flung violently to. Plainly the poor wench was very angry. I thought it over and resolved to go to her, and, inviting her to come in here, write everything she wanted. I entered her apartment. I looked round. She was sitting at the table, leaning on her elbows, with her head in her hands. "Listen to me," I said. "Now, whenever I come to this point in my story, I always feel horribly awkward and idiotic. Well, well. Listen to me," I said. She leapt from her seat, came towards me with flashing eyes, and laying her hands on my shoulders, began to whisper, or rather to hum, in her peculiar bass voice. "Look you now, it's like this. There's no Bowles at all, and there's no Teresa either. But what's that to you? Is it a hard thing for you to draw your pen over paper, eh? Ah, and you, too. Still such a little fair-haired boy. There's nobody at all, neither Bowles nor Teresa, only me. There you have it, and much good may it do you." "Pardon me," said I, altogether flabbergasted by such a reception. "What is it all about? There's no Bowles, you say?" "No, so it is. And no Teresa either?" "And no Teresa. I'm Teresa." I didn't understand it at all. I fixed my eyes upon her and tried to make out which of us was taking leave of his or her senses. But she went again to the table, searched about for something, came back to me, and said in an offended tone, "If it was so hard for you to write to Bowles, look, there's your letter, take it. Others will write for me." I looked. In her hand was my letter to Bowles. Phew! "Listen, Teresa, what is the meaning of all this? Why must you get others to write for you when I've already written it and you haven't sent it?" "Sent it where?" "Why, to this Bowles. There's no such person." I absolutely did not understand it. There was nothing for me but to spit and go. Then she explained. "What is it?" she said, still offended. "There's no such person, I tell you." and she extended her arms as if she herself did not understand why there should be no such person. But I wanted him to be. Am I then not a human creature like the rest of them? Yes, I know, of course. Yet no harm was done to anyone by my writing to him that I can see. Pardon me, to whom? To Bowles, of course. But he doesn't exist. Alas, but what if he doesn't? He doesn't exist, but he might. I write to him, and it looks as if he did exist. And Teresa, that's me, and he replies to me, and then I write to him again. I understood at last, and I felt so sick, so miserable, so ashamed somehow. Alongside of me, not 3 yards away, lived a human creature who had nobody in the world to treat her kindly, affectionately, and this human being had invented a friend for herself. Look now, you wrote me a letter to Bowles, and I gave it to someone else to read it to me. And when they read it to me, I listened and fancied that Bowles was there. And I asked you to write me a letter from Bowles to Teresa, that is, to me. When they write such a letter for me, and read it to me, I feel quite sure that Bowles is there, and life grows easier for me in consequence. Deuce take you for a blockhead, said I to myself when I heard this. And from thenceforth, regularly twice a week, I wrote a letter to Bowles, and an answer from Bowles to Teresa. I wrote those answers well. She, of course, listened to them, and wept like anything, roared, I should say, with her bass voice, and in return for my thus moving her to tears by real letters from the imaginary Bowles, she began to mend the holes I had in my socks, shirts, and other articles of clothing. Subsequently, about 3 months after this history began, they put her in prison for something or other. No doubt by this time she is dead. My acquaintance shook the ash from his cigarette, looked pensively up at the sky, and thus concluded, Well, the more a human creature has tasted of bitter things, the more it hungers after the sweet things of life. And we, wrapped round in the rags of our virtues, and regarding others through the mist of our self-sufficiency, and persuaded of our universal impeccability, do not understand this. And the whole thing turns out pretty stupidly and very cruelly. The fallen classes, we say, and who are the fallen classes, I should like to know? They are, first of all, people with the same bones, flesh and blood and nerves as ourselves. We have been told this day after day for ages, and we actually listen, and the devil only knows how hideous the whole thing is. Or are we completely depraved by the loud sermonizing of humanism? In reality, we also are fallen folks, and, so far as I can see, very deeply fallen into the abyss of self-sufficiency and the conviction of our own superiority. But enough of this. It is all as old as the hills, so old that it is a shame to speak of it. Very old indeed. Yes, that's what it is. End of Her Lover by Maxim Gorky. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Minor Canon by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minor Canon. It was Monday, and in the afternoon, as I was walking along the High Street of Marchbury, I was met by a distinguished-looking person whom I had observed at the services in the cathedral on the previous day. Now it chanced on that Sunday that I was singing the service. Properly speaking, it was not my turn, but as my brother minor canons were either away from Marchbury or ill in bed, I was the only one left to perform the necessary duty. The distinguished-looking person was a tall, big man, with a round, fat face and small features. His eyes, his hair, and moustache—his face was bare but for a small moustache—were quite black, and he had a very pleasant and genial expression. He wore a tall hat, set rather jauntily on his head, and he was dressed in black, with a long frock coat buttoned across the chest and fitting him close to the body. As he came with a half saunter, half swagger along the street, I knew him again at once by his appearance, and as he came nearer, I saw from his manner that he was intending to stop and speak to me, for he slightly raised his hat, and in a soft melodious voice, with a colonial twang, which was far from being disagreeable, and which indeed to my ear gave a certain additional interest to his remarks, he saluted me with "Good day, sir." "Good day," I answered, with just a little reserve in my tone. "I hope, sir," he began, "you will excuse my stopping you in the street, but I wish to tell you how very much I enjoyed the music at your cathedral yesterday. I am an Australian, sir, and we have no such music in my country." "I suppose not," I said. "No, sir," he went on, "nothing nearly so fine. I am very fond of music, and as my business brought me in this direction, I thought I would stop at your city and take the opportunity of paying a visit to your grand cathedral. And I am delighted I came, so pleased indeed, that I should like to leave some memorial of my visit behind me. I should like, sir, to do something for your choir." "I am sure it is very kind of you," I replied. "Yes, I should certainly be glad if you could suggest to me something I might do in this way. As regards money, I may say that I have plenty of it. I am the owner of a most valuable property. My business relations extend throughout the world, and if I am as fortunate in the projects of the future as I have been in the past, I shall probably one day achieve the proud position of being the richest man in the world." I did not like to undertake myself the responsibility of advising or suggesting, so I simply said, "I cannot venture to say off-hand what would be the most acceptable way of showing your great kindness and generosity, but I should certainly recommend you to put yourself in communication with the Dean." "Thank you, sir," said my Australian friend. "I will do so. And now, sir," he continued, "let me say how much I admire your voice. It is without exception the very finest and clearest voice I have ever heard." "Really," I answered, quite overcome with such unqualified praise, "really it is very good of you to say so." "Ah, but I feel it, my dear sir. I have been round the world from Sydney to Frisco, across the continent of America," he called it America, "to New York City, then on to England, and tomorrow I shall leave your city to continue my travels. But in all my experience I have never heard so grand a voice as your own." This, and a great deal more, he said, in the same strain, which modesty forbids me to reproduce. Now I am not without some knowledge of the world outside the close of Marchbury Cathedral, and I could not listen to such a flattering tale without having my suspicions aroused. Who and what is this man, thought I? I looked at him narrowly. At first the thought flashed across me that he might be a swell mobsman. But no, his face was too good for that. Besides, no man with that huge frame, that personality so marked and so easily recognisable, could be a swindler. He could not escape detection a single hour. I dismissed the ungenerous thought. Perhaps he is rich, as he says. We do hear of munificent donations by benevolent millionaires now and then. What if this Australian, attracted by the glories of the old cathedral, should now appear as a deus ex machina to re-endow the choir, or to found a musical professoriate in connection with the choir, appointing me the first occupant of the professorial chair? These thoughts flashed across my mind in the momentary pause of his fluent tongue. "As for yourself, sir," he began again, "I have something to propose which I trust may not prove unwelcome. But the public street is hardly a suitable place to discuss my proposal. May I call upon you this evening at your house in the Close? I know which it is, for I happened to see you go into it yesterday after the morning service." "I shall be very pleased to see you," I replied. "We are going out to dinner this evening, but I shall be at home and disengaged till about 7. "Thank you very much. Then I shall do myself the pleasure of calling upon you about 6 o'clock. Till then, farewell." A graceful wave of the hand, and my unknown friend had disappeared round the corner of the street. Now, at last, I thought, something is going to happen in my uneventful life, something to break the monotony of existence. Of course, he must have inquired my name. He could get that from any of the cathedral vergers, and as he said, he had observed whereabouts in the close I lived. What is he coming to see me for? I wondered. I spent the rest of the afternoon in making the wildest surmises. I was castle building in Spain at a furious rate. At one time I imagined that this faithful son of the church, as he appeared to me, was going to build and endow a grand cathedral in Australia on condition that I should be appointed dean at a yearly stipend of, say, £10,000. Or perhaps, I said to myself, he will beg me to accept a sum of money. I never thought of it as less than £1,000, as a slight recognition of and tribute to my remarkable vocal ability. I took a long, lonely walk into the country to correct these ridiculous fancies and to steady my mind, and when I reached home and had refreshed myself with a quiet cup of afternoon tea, I felt I was morally and physically prepared for my interview with the opulent stranger. Punctually as the cathedral clock struck 6, there was a ring at the visitor's bell. In a moment or two my unknown friend was shown into the drawing-room, which he entered with the easy air of a man of the world. I noticed he was carrying a small black bag. "How do you do again, Mr. Dale?" he said, as though we were old acquaintances. "You see I have come sharp to my time." "Yes," I answered, "and I am pleased to see you. Do sit down." He sank into my best armchair and placed his bag on the floor beside him. "Since we met in the afternoon," he said, "I have written a letter to your dean expressing the great pleasure I felt in listening to your choir, and at the same time I enclosed a £5 note, which I begged him to divide among the choir boys and men, from Alexander Poulter, Esquire, of Poulter's Pills. You have, of course, heard of the world-renowned Poulter's Pills? I am Poulter." Poulter of Poulter's Pills? My heart sank within me. A £5 note. My airy castles were tottering. I also sent him a couple of 100 of my pamphlets, which I said I trusted he would be so kind as to distribute in the close. I was aghast. "And now, with regard to the special object of my call, Mr. Dale, if you will allow me to say so, you are not making the most of that grand voice of yours. You are hidden under an ecclesiastical bushel here, lost to the world. You are wasting your vocal strength and sweetness on the desert air, so to speak. Why, if I may hazard a guess, I don't suppose you make 500 a year here at the outside?" I could say nothing. "Well now, I can put you into the way of making at least 3 or 4 times as much as that. Listen, I am Alexander Poulter of Poulter's Pills. I have a proposal to make to you. The scheme is bound to succeed, but I want your help. Accept my proposal and your fortune's made. Did you ever hear Moody and Sankey?" he asked abruptly. The man is an idiot, thought I. He is now fairly carried away with his particular mania. Will it last long? Shall I ring? "Novelty, my dear sir," he went on, "is the rule of the day, and there must be novelty in advertising, as in everything else, to catch the public interest. So I intend to go on a tour, lecturing on the merits of Poulter's Pills in all the principal halls of all the principal towns all over the world. But I have been delayed in carrying out my idea till I could associate myself with a gentleman such as yourself. Will you join me? I should be the Moody of the tour. You would be its Sankey. I would speak my patter, and you would intersperse my orations with melodious ballads bearing upon the virtues of Poulter's Pills. The ballads are all ready." So saying, he opened that bag, and drew forth from its recesses nothing more alarming than a thick roll of manuscript music. "The verses are my own," he said with a little touch of pride, "and as for the music, I thought it better to make use of popular melodies, so as to enable an audience to join in the chorus. See, here is one of the ballads. 'Darling, I am better now.' It describes the woes of a fond lover, or rather his physical ailments, until he went through a course of Poulter. Here's another. 'I'm 95, I'm 95. You catch the drift of that, of course. A healthy old age, secured by taking Poulter's Pills. What's this? 'Little sister's last request.' I fancy the idea of that is to beg the family never to be without Poulter's Pills. Here again, Then You'll Remember Me. I'm afraid that title is not original. Never mind, the song is. And here is... But there are so many more, and I won't detain you with them now. He saw perhaps I was getting impatient. Thank heaven, however, he was no escaped lunatic. I was safe. Mr. Poulter, said I took you this afternoon for a disinterested and philanthropic millionaire. You take me for something different from what I am. We have both made mistakes. In a word, it is impossible for me to accept your offer. Is that final? Asked Poulter. Certainly, said I. Poulter gathered his manuscripts together and replaced them in the bag, and got up to leave the room. Good evening, Mr. Dale, he said mournfully, as I opened the door of the room. Good evening. He kept on talking till he was fairly out of the house. Mark my words, you'll be sorry, very sorry, one day that you did not fall in with my scheme. Offers like mine don't come every day, and you will one day regret having refused it. With these words he left the house. I had little appetite for my dinner that evening. End of The Minor Canon by Anonymous.
Mrs. Murden's $2 Silk by Alice B. Neal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Mrs. Murden's $2 Silk. Isn't it perfect? Said young Mrs. Murden, drawing her husband towards a shop window, as she herself made a halt in front of it. I think it is the loveliest shade I ever saw, and that satin stripe gives it such an air, so perfectly genteel. What? Asked Mr. Murden, simply, roused from his calculation of percentage on certain articles just consigned to him. It was certainly an indefinite pronoun, with all that display of elegant silks, ribbons, laces, and embroideries, so skilfully arranged to attract the promenaders of Chestnut Street. Why, that silk! I've stopped to look at it twice this week. That blue and red plaid? Yes, it is very handsome. Just the pattern of your woolen shawl, isn't it? Plaids! Exclaimed Mrs. Murden contemptuously. Why, that's only $1 silk. Besides, everybody wears plaids. They're so common. Then a thing is not pretty when it's common? Why, of course not. I heard Mrs. George Barker say yesterday that no real lady wore such gay colors on the street, that in Paris plain colors are all the rage. I mean that rich purple with the thick satin stripe. It's perfect. Young Mrs. Murden had thought the plaids the very height of fashion, until she overheard this conversation between Mrs. George Barker and her mother. Who should know what was stylish if Mrs. George Barker did not, when she lived in a house with a marble front, had a coachman in livery, and the family arms, done in the best manner, on the panel of her crimson-lined carriage? People said she had made a mistake in the last, however, that the stately swan of the crest should have been a tailor's goose. But then these were people who had no carriage of their own and were obliged to patronize omnibuses. No doubt, if they could have afforded it, the paternal awl and lapstone would have been transposed into a dagger and shield in a similar manner, so their opinion is no matter of consequence. Mrs. Murden had gone into Evans and Gilman's to price, as she called it, the very plaid she now scorned, for her best silk was giving way, when she overheard its sentence pronounced by those red lips, with a shrug of the sable-caped shoulders of the fashionable lady. Mrs. Barker pronounced the purple exceedingly stylish. Mrs. Murden caught the verdict as it fell, and from that moment her affections were centered upon it. Not that she had any claims to being stylish herself. On the contrary, her little home in a far-away cross street was exceedingly plain. But the young wife had undeveloped aspirations towards a less humble sphere, shown by being, in some sort, a leader of the circle in which she visited. It was not large or very select, but there were some well-educated, well-bred people, some very warm true hearts, and, as the case will always be, others as empty-minded, selfish, and frivolous as if they were really in fashionable life. Mrs. Murden, as her husband sometimes noticed, had rather an inclination to court the latter party, as they dressed and furnished the most showily, and in fact to outvie them, a disposition which the far-sighted Mr. Murden dreaded not a little. He was decidedly a domestic man, and besides, as his wife often said, so her dress was put on properly with a clean collar and undersleeves, he did not know half the time whether it was silk or calico. Indeed, he had brought quite a serious attack of pouting upon himself by calling his wife's new green foulard a calico. You may be sure he had entirely forgotten that purple silks were ever manufactured by the next day at dinner, when he was reminded of it by Mrs. Murden abruptly terminating a long fit of musing by the exclamation, "I should be perfectly happy if I had it." Mr. Murden, foolish man, supposed at first that she meant a picture of the children, who were marvellously near of an age, 2 of them. "Well, dear, when shall we take them down to Roots? Say the word." For Mr. Murden himself thought it a great pity that such remarkable beauty should be lost to the world. No doubt Root would insist on a duplicate for his showcase. "Roots? I was talking about that silk, Mr. Murden. What has Root got to do with it, I'd like to know?" Mrs. Murden seemed inclined to help to tarts before the dessert was served. "Oh!" And Mr. Murden resumed his carver, helping himself to a second cut of beef. "Bless my soul, how much women do think of dress! Who's going to have a new one?" "It's high time I had, dear. Only think, we've been married 3 years next month, and I've only had 1 silk in all that while. Why, you had one in the summer, that striped frock and cape." "That's in India. We don't call these thin things anything. I mean a good, heavy poule de soie, like my Mazarin blue I had when we were married. It's fairly gone now, careful as I've been. It's been turned and cleaned, and now it's so shabby I hate to put it on." "I'm sure you never look better in any dress you've got," insisted Mr. Murden, who had very pleasant associations connected with their early married life and the dress in question. "Why, it's a perfect fringe around the bottom, and it has 2 great stains on the skirt. What are you thinking of, John?" Well, I give up. I like it, that's all. How much will a new one cost?" Mrs. Murden, slightly diplomatic, could not present an estimate. Her husband had told her of a business loss when he came in. It was not a very favorable moment. Wonderful as it seemed to her, the purple silk was still unsold when a week had passed. But then it is a color very few dare to try their complexions by, which Mrs. Murden did not reflect upon. The celebrated purple jar was not more attractive to Rosamond, as chronicled by Miss Edgeworth, than was the dress to its constant worshipper, who made an errand into Chestnut Street daily that she might pause for a moment before it. Mr. Murden said she reminded him of his father's old pony, who always halted of his own accord at the houses of the doctor's principal patients. Mrs. Murden did not thank him for any such comparisons. That same evening there was a perceptible rise of spirits observable in the father of the family. He tossed the baby, accordingly, so far that its anxious mother was sure its poor little head would be dashed against the ceiling. He gave George Washington, the eldest hope, 3 several rides on his boot, and carried him up to bed in a fashion best known to nurses as piggyback. Mrs. Murden wondered what had happened. She little knew the good fortune in store for her. "Well, Barney," Mr. Murden always called his wife Barney when in a particularly good humour, though her name was a very romantic one, Adelaide Matilda. "How about that dress? Tell us out and out how much it would cost. Let's see if it would break a fellow." "It's a splendid piece," began Mrs. Murden. "So I've been told every day for 2 weeks. You know I'm not very extravagant, and once in a while, dear, I do take a fancy for something handsome." Mr. Murden thought the proposition would have been stated correctly if she had said every little while, but Mrs. Murden was warming his slippers for him and looking very pretty in the bright firelight, so he made no ungracious comment. He only said, "Come, Barney, out with it. What's the entire figure?" "Well, it's a $2 silk, I find." Mrs. Murden made a desperate attempt to look unconcerned. "And it will take 10 yards. Whew! Mr. Murden had thought a $10 gold piece would have been all sufficient, and was turning one over in his pocket at the moment. Why, as much as an overcoat almost. "And will last twice as long, dear, just remember that." Well, for once in my life, there's a nice piece of extravagance. But as you've set your heart upon it, You shall be indulged, Barney. Take them both." And he dropped the 2 eagles, received that afternoon for what he had considered a bad debt, into her outstretched hand. It was thus that Mrs. Murden came into possession of her $2 silk, the envy of her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Keyser, her intimate friends Mrs. Hopkins and Miss Lippincott, to whom it was shown in the piece. "How are you going to have it made?" asked Mrs. Keyser. "I'd have a basque, by all means, and have it open." Mrs. Keyser was one of those ladies who accomplish so much on a committee of foreign affairs, and so little in the home department. "Oh, so would I," said Miss Lippincott, who always assented to everything that was said. "I don't believe a basque would be very becoming," enviously interposed Mrs. Hopkins, who was herself remarkably stout and dumpy in figure. "Perhaps not," said Mrs. Lippincott. "Very likely not." "I don't believe Miss Johns could fit a basque either," pursued Mrs. Hopkins, who had no intention of being outdone by her neighbor. "Her dresses were all made for the winter." "Nor I," added Miss Lippincott. "I wouldn't trust Miss Johns to put scissors into that silk, anyhow," Mrs. Keyser said, for having relations living in Spruce Street, she was considered to have unusual claims to knowingness in matters of fashion, and was not slow to put them forth. Surely, thought Mrs. Murden, it would never do. Miss Johns was well enough for a plain dress, but a $2 silk. "How I wish you could afford to have it made at Miss Stringer's now," continued Miss Keyser. "Emma Louisa always has everything done there, and so does Mrs. Coleman, she's so intimate with, and Mrs. George Barker. You never saw such splendid fits." It is presumed that Mrs. Keyser did not allude to convulsions, but Mrs. Hopkins always elevated her little flat nez on a mention of these Spruce Street relatives, for everyone knows, she said to Miss Lippincott as they walked down the street together, everyone knows that she never is invited there when anyone else is expected, not even to the wedding. I wouldn't own such relations if I had shoals of them. Would you, Miss Lippincott? "No, indeed," returned that lady, with unusual animation for her, for she was rather worn out with allusions to the Spruce Street relations herself, in an intimacy of some months' standing. It was a very daring thing, but young Mrs. Murden, revolving all these things in her mind, the basque, the open front, Miss Johns' lack of style, and that she was employed by all her acquaintances, came to the conclusion that her dress should be made at a Chestnut Street shop, although she had never had anything made out of the house before. "But it's once in a lifetime," as she said to Mr. Murden, walking down with him after dinner, and he, who had never seen a fashionable mantua-maker's bill, thought it of very little consequence to whom the important commission was entrusted. The little woman felt rather nervous, it is true, on entering such awful precincts as the shop of Miss Stringer, which was by no means diminished by the manner of the lady-in-waiting, who pursued, at the same time, her gossip with another damsel seated in the window with a dummy on her knee, shaping a cap on its unconscious head, not less empty, perhaps, than the one it was destined to grace. I should like a dress made, if you could do it," stammered forth Mrs. Murden, as the girl leisurely surveyed her from head to foot, taking an exact inventory of her dress, and knowing to a fraction the cost of every article. "Certainly, madam," and then over her shoulder to the cap-maker at the window. "Is it possible that she has white feathers on a blue bonnet? I wouldn't wear such a thing myself. Who's with her?" "Young Rushton," returned the street surveyor, turning the dummy's blank face for another fold of lace. "He's devoted, they say." "I beg your pardon, madam." It was not a pardon asked for inattention, but a suggestion to Mrs. Murden to finish her business. "Dress," continued Mrs. Murden, falteringly. "When could you make it?" "Next week, or week after, perhaps, or early next month. You can call on Wednesday, and Miss Stringer will make an appointment to fit you," vouchsafed the attendant with the Jenny Lind silk apron. "You can send round the material in the meantime, street or evening dress." Strictly speaking, Mrs. Murden never had had an evening dress. Her silks were worn to the parties she usually attended. She had the precious purchase with her, and she considered it quite handsome enough for any ball that ever was given. But she would not have offered it to the young woman then on any consideration. She felt convicted of carrying her own bundles, and consequently carried this one home again, to be left next day by Mr. Murden on his way to the store. Wednesday, and Mrs. Murden, dressed in her best, waited again upon Miss Stringer. This time the lady herself appeared, and proved not to be quite so withering as her assistant. Principals seldom are. There were several fashionable ladies in waiting, all on the most gossiping and familiar terms with Miss Stringer, who was besieged with petitions for impossible work to be done in incredible haste, enforced by "you kind, good creature," and other terms of endearment written in the wheedling vocabulary. According to their piteous statements, not one of these splendidly attired women had a dress to cover them, or a cloak to shield them from the cold. Mrs. Murden had a fine opportunity of seeing and hearing while she waited exactly 1 hour for Miss Stringer. She had never been in such close contact with fashionable women before. Like many others of her own position in life, they had always been her envy and her admiration from a distance, as they swept across the pavement from their carriages, or brushed past her at the entrance of Bailey's or Levy's, at whose fascinating windows she was spellbound. They could not have a wish ungratified, she was sure. Their lives must pass like a fairy tale, all flowers and music. But now that she saw them nearer, the wan and restless eyes, the half-hidden wrinkles painfully distended in the glare of a bright winter's morning, and the querulous, fretful tones told another story. They were tired to death, they whose feet scarcely touched the pavement, and who had servants at every call. The party of last night was so stupid. The ball of Thursday wouldn't be worth the trouble of dressing for. What should they wear? Miss Stringer must tell them. Did she know Rushton's engagement was broken with Belle Hamilton? Her ill health, it was said, but everyone knew, because he had been flirting all winter with Mrs. McCord. But then she had such a brute of a husband, Coleman McCord, who could blame her? He was devoted to the southern beauty, Miss Legree. Was lemon colour quite out of date, and should they get crimson fuchsias with gold tips for the wreath? Mrs. Murden was so deep in moral reflections suggested by this style of conversation that she did not perceive Miss Stringer was ready for her at first. She was almost sorry when the moment arrived, for she dreaded an interview with this maker of fine ladies, who dictated to them so coolly, and was so besieged and coaxed and petted by them. The lady's distant, preoccupied manner added to her embarrassment, when, finding she had an unoccupied half-hour, she proposed to fit her forthwith, and asked Mrs. Murden into the inner apartment with its curtains and lounges, its cheval glass reflecting the little woman's figure from head to foot, and reminding her that the dress she wore was at least 2 inches shorter than the flowing robes of the birds of paradise who had just taken their departure. Silly little body, she felt so awkward and old-fashioned, and wished in her heart she was in her own back parlour, with Miss Johns in her heart-shaped pincushion. She was quite a mirror of fashion to Miss Johns, who was indebted to Mrs. Murden for half her new sleeves and trimmings, caught by those observing black eyes, and shaped out at home with the aid of old newspapers. But here it was the mantua-maker's place to dictate. A basque, of course, or is it an evening dress? And what name? Murden, Mrs. Murden. And she knew perfectly well it was one entirely foreign to the ears that caught it, low as was her tone. But when Miss Stringer came to see that silk, her opinion might change. Mrs. Murden longed to have it brought forth and note the effect. A silk, for the street, I suppose. Basque, of course. We only make bodices in full dress. Open body? And Miss Stringer's rapid fingers measured the shoulders, the waist, the arms presented to her mechanically. Customers were but lay figures to the fashionable modiste, to be made up at pleasure. Miss Elbert, Mrs. Murden's silk. But Miss Elbert feigned entire ignorance of its reception. Mrs. Murden, she could not remember the name. And a bustle of search ensued, while the forewoman from the workroom made her appearance for orders, bringing skirts and waists of such rich and dazzling materials as Mrs. Murden had never dreamed of, while she trembled for the fate of her own precious purple. 2 errand girls, charity children they looked like, with their little sharp, thin faces and faded shawls, were dispatched to match buttons and gimps and galloons, with hands full of patterns and heads full of instructions, which last did not stay where they were put, which accounted for Miss Lawrence appearing at the Thursday ball with yellow fringe on a lemon-coloured dress, and Mrs. Johnson Rogers finding her grey silk, she was in half-mourning for the late-lamented Mr. Johnson Rogers, decorated by brown velvet acorn buttons. However, both passed for Parisian novelties and were greatly admired. So Miss Stringer, and not the stupid errand girls who came back too late to admit of a change, received the credit of these novel decorations. Much to Mrs. Murden's relief, the silk was at last forthcoming from an out-of-the-way drawer, and she awaited with inward satisfaction Miss Stringer's inspection. But $2 silks were everyday bread and butter to that lady, who merely glanced at them and tossed the package upon a neighbouring sofa, as if it had been so many yards of crash-toweling. "Very good quality," she remarked. "You got it at Evans and Gilman's. Trying to most complexions. What now, Miss Elbert? No, I shall not touch Miss Cadwallader's dress before Monday. Tell her she can wear her white moire d'antique. She's only worn it twice this season, to my knowledge. Tell her to wear her Honiton scarf, and no one will know what kind of a dress she has on. That will do, I beg your pardon, Murden? You can come again on Thursday week. How will you have it trimmed?" Mrs. Murden did not venture to suggest a trimming, and prudently left the whole matter to Miss Stringer's abler hands. Prudently in one sense. She had never seen a bill from a fashionable shop, recollect. She had been just about to inquire what Miss Stringer would charge. Fortunate escape! The question would have been met with paralyzing coldness. It is a risk to procure your own trimming, but to seek to place a limit as to ultimate expense, unpardonable in the eyes of an autocrat of fashion. So Mrs. Murden departed very much cast down, and very insignificant in her cashmere dress and the fur she had thought so handsome. So it was in her own set, but her eyes had been dwelling upon velvet cloaks and sable victorines the past 2 hours. Alas for her last year's mantle, pretty as it had been. Embroidered merinos looked so common. Fatal word. Miss Stringer had entirely forgotten the appointment when she presented herself again on Thursday week. Meantime, it had been very difficult to parry the inquiries of her trio of intimates as to when and how the dress was to be made, without betraying her all-important secret. But she succeeded to admiration. It was in vain for Mrs. Hopkins to remark that Miss Johns was engaged for nearly all the week, to her certain knowledge, or for Mrs. Keyser to allude to Emma Louise's green poplin, the sweetest thing she had ever seen. Mrs. Murden did not give out a clue. She saw the identical green poplin at Miss Stringer's on her second audience, and heard Miss Elbert remark, with her accustomed freedom, upon its possessor, who was set down by Miss Stringer's young woman as decidedly vulgar and overdressed. Mrs. Keyser never would have survived overhearing this assault upon her kinswoman. Mrs. Murden treasured it up for future remembrance. "It does make me sick," remarked Miss Elbert, "to see people load on such things. Thank my stars I'm not a rich woman. Poor things, I pity them. In a fever from morning till night about a dress or a cloak. Half of them murder the King's English. Don't you say so, Miss Replier?" Miss Replier, who still fitted dummy to one unending round of caps, assented with a nod. "Then they're so afraid someone else will have something," continued this free-spoken, candid young person. "Did you see Mrs. James Thomas, the day of our opening, take up that garnet hat Miss Stringer had ordered out for Mrs. McCord? Mrs. McCord wouldn't have it, after all, when she heard there was one made from it. And there's Miss Thornton, thinks she's got the only Eugenie robe in the country. Levy imported 3, to my certain knowledge. For my part, it makes me sick as the head boy at a confectioner's. If I was as rich as Mrs. Rush, I wouldn't have a thing better than I have now." And here she condescended to see if Miss Stringer was disengaged, and ushered the possessor of the purple silk into the fitting-room. It was quite a picture, as Mrs. Murden entered it. The lounges spread with dresses that surpassed her imagination. 2 bonnets, all lace and flowers, the frame seeming only intended to support them, were on stands in one corner, and wreaths, gloves, ribbons, and embroideries made up the graceful confusion. Miss Stringer was on her knees before a large deal box, folding and packing these wonderful creations. "A bridal order," she said, "for the South. Look around if you'd like to." Mrs. Murden would not have touched any of them for a kingdom. It seemed as if a breath would soil the gossamer-like evening dresses, with their light garlands of flowers. A velvet robe fit for a queen, destined for the mother of the bride. A morning dress of French cambric embroidery over a violet-coloured silk. Flounced dresses with borders of woven embroidery in the most delicate contrasting shade. Glove knots, shoulder knots, breast knots of ribbon and gold lace were some of the items of this costly trousseau. The cherished purple silk faded, as if it had been exposed to a summer sun in Mrs. Murden's eyes. It looked so very common. To think of a $2 silk being common! beside those brocades and flounced taffetas, when it came to be tried on, and then the prices dealt out in the most amiable manner by Miss Stringer, conscious that she had made a good thing of it. The velvet had cost $100 before Scissors had touched it. The lace on the skirt of the bridal dress was $75 a yard. The morning dress was a robe imported, of course, at $60, and so on to the ermine-bordered mantle at $450. Mrs. Murden asked when her dress would be sent home, as she resumed her bonnet and cloak. She had lost nearly all interest in it, as Miss Stringer pulled and puckered, let out and let in, the nicely fitting basque. It was not lost, perhaps, but swallowed up for the time in the contemplation of so much elegance, which, come what would, she could never hope to attain. And she coloured, we grieve to record it, as she gave the lynx-eyed Miss Elbert her address, so far away from the fashionable quarter. Perhaps she saw the glance exchanged with Miss Replier as it was named. Mrs. Murden anticipated the arrival of the purple silk with dread forebodings. She hoped her husband would not be at home if the bill came with it. Making up was a trifle when she sewed with Miss Johns and found her own trimmings. She knew that Mr. Murden had not calculated on any extra demands, the dress once purchased. Besides, he had been losing money all the week. And besides, she had anticipated the last dollar of her month's allowance. She was more abstracted than ever as the time drew near. But it came, and there was no help for it. On Saturday evening, the night of all others when Mr. Murden was sure to be at home. It was very, very stylish. The trimming, a broad embossed velvet ribbon, matched the shade to perfection. Mr. Murden wanted to have it tried on at once, and did not think the absence of a chemisette detracted at all from the tout ensemble. He felt very much pleased with himself for having allowed his pretty wife to have her own way, and gave her a kiss by way of approval to her taste, which chaste matrimonial salute was interrupted by the reappearance of their one servant, to say that the girl was waiting in the hall, as the bill was receipted. Ah, the bill! There it was, pinned conspicuously on the flap of the basque. Mr. Murden detached it, and read the amount. $13.29, received payment, and Stringer. Good gracious, my dear, what a mistake! More than half as much as the dress cost. Mrs. Murden caught the straw. Perhaps it was a mistake, and the wrong bill had been sent to her. But there was no such good fortune. There it was, in Miss Elbert's own hard, angular handwriting, item by item. And Mr. Murden paid it on the spot, for he never allowed a bill to be presented twice, but he went out without returning to the parlour, and shut the front door with a bang, to countermand to the new overcoat which he had been measured for that afternoon, and which he needed badly. It was weeks before the purple silk was again alluded to by him, and spring before Mrs. Murden could afford to purchase undersleeves and a chemisette to wear with it. She walked to church in the mazaroon blue, beside the shabby overcoat, with its threadbare sleeves and rusty collar, a humbler and a better woman. It was only when Mr. Murden discovered what a cure the surfeit of finery in Mrs. Stringer's fitting-room had wrought, that he quite pardoned the folly and extravagance of the purple silk. For, as Mrs. Murden said, there must always be a great many people better dressed, spend what she would, so where was the use? And after all, comfort was the thing, not show. The purple silk became quite a favourite eventually, for Mr. Murden did not consider the lesson dearly bought at $33.29, since it was to last a lifetime. End of Mrs. Murden's $2 Silk, by Alice B. Neal. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
My Old Man, by Ernest Hemingway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. I guess, looking at it now, my old man was cut out for a fat guy, one of those regular little roly fat guys you see around, but he sure never got that way, except a little towards the last. And then it wasn't his fault. He was riding over the jumps only, and he could afford to carry plenty of weight then. I remember the way he'd pull on a rubber shirt over a couple of jerseys and a big sweatshirt over that, and get me to run with him in the forenoon in the hot sun. He'd have maybe taken a trial trip with one of Razzo's skins early in the morning after just getting in from Torino at 4 o'clock in the morning, and beating out to the stables in a cab, and then with the dew all over everything and the sun just starting to get going, I'd help him pull off his boots, and he'd get into a pair of sneakers and all those sweaters, and we'd start out. "Come on, kid," he'd say, stepping up and down on his toes in front of the jock's dressing room. "Let's get moving." Then we start off jogging around the infield once, maybe with him ahead running nice, and then turn out the gate and along one of those roads with all the trees along both sides of them that run out from San Siro. I'd go ahead of him when we hit the road, and I could run pretty stout, and I'd look around, and he'd be jogging easy just behind me, and after a little while I'd look around again, and he'd begun to sweating heavy, and he'd just be dogging it along with his eyes on my back, but when he'd catch me looking at him, he'd grin and say, "Sweating plenty?" When my old man grinned, nobody could help but grin too. We'd keep right on running out toward the mountains, and then my old man would yell, "Hey, Joe!" And I'd look back, and he'd be sitting under a tree with a towel he'd had around his waist wrapped around his neck. I'd come back and sit down beside him, and he'd pull a rope out of his pocket and start skipping rope out in the sun, with the sweat pouring off his face, and him skipping rope out in the white dust with a rope going cloppity-cloppity, clop-clop-clop, and the sun hotter and him working harder up and down a patch of the road. Say, it was just a treat to see my old man skip rope, too. He could whir it fast or lop it slow and fancy. Say, you ought to have seen wops look at him sometimes when they'd come by, going into town, walking along with big white steers hauling the cart. They sure looked as though they thought the old man was nuts. He'd start the rope whirling until they'd stop dead still and watch him, then give the steers a cluck and a poke with a goad and get going again. When I'd sit watch him working out in the hot sun, I sure felt fond of him. He sure was fun, and he'd done his work so hard, and he'd finish up with a regular whirring that'd drive the sweat out on his face like water, and then sling the rope at the tree and come over and sit down with me and lean back against the tree with a towel and a sweater wrapped around his neck. "Sure as hell keeping it down, Joe," he'd say, and lean back and shut his eyes and breathe long and deep. "It ain't like when you're a kid." Then he'd get up before he started to cool, and we'd jog along back to the stables. That's the way it was, keeping down to weight. He was worried all the time. Most jocks can just about ride off all they want to. A jock loses about a kilo every time he rides. But my old man was sort of dried out, and he couldn't keep down his kilos without all that running. I remember once at San Siro, Reigate, a little wop that was riding for Bozzoni, came out across the paddock going to the bar for something cool and flicking his boots with his whip after he'd just weighed in, and my old man had just weighed in too, and came out with a saddle under his arm, looking red-faced and tired and too big for his silks, and he stood there looking at young Reigate, standing up to the outdoors bar, cool and kid-looking, and I says, "What's the matter, Dad?" Because I thought maybe Reigate had bumped him or something, and he just looked at Reigate and said, "Oh, to hell with it," and went on to the dressing room. Well, it would have been all right, maybe, if we'd stayed in Milan and ridden at Milan and Torino, because if there was ever any easy courses, it's those two. "Pianola, Joe," my old man said when he dismounted in the winning stall, after what the wops thought was a hell of a steeplechase. I asked him once, "This course rides itself. It's the pace you're going at that makes riding the jumps dangerous, Joe. We ain't getting any pace here, and there ain't any really bad jumps either. But it's the pace, always, not the jumps, that makes the trouble." San Siro was the swellest course I'd ever seen, but the old man said it was a dog's life, going back and forth between Mirafiore and San Siro, and riding just about every day in the week, with a train ride every other night. I was nuts about the horses, too. There's something about it when they come out and go up the track to the post. Sort of dancy and tight-looking, with the jock keeping a tight hold on them and maybe easing off a little and letting them run a little going up. Then once they were at the barrier, it got me worse than anything, especially at San Siro with that big green infield and the mountains way off and the fat wop starter with his big whip and the jocks fiddling them around and then the barrier snapping up and that bell going off and them all getting off in a bunch and then commencing to string out. You know the way the bunch of skins gets off. If you're up in the stand with a pair of glasses, all you see is them plunging off, and then that bell goes off, and it seems like it rings for 1,000 years, and then they come sweeping around the turn. There wasn't ever anything like it for me. But my old man said one day in the dressing room when he was getting into his street clothes, "None of these things are horses, Joe. They'd kill that bunch of skates for their hides and hoofs up at Paris." That was the day he'd won the Premio Commercio with Lantorna, shooting her out of the field the last 100 meters like pulling a cork out of a bottle. It was right after the Premio Commercio that we pulled out and left Italy. My old man in Holbrook and a fat wop in a straw hat that kept wiping his face with a handkerchief were having an argument at a table in the Galleria. They were all talking French, and the two of them were after my old man about something. Finally, he didn't say anything any more, but just sat there and looked at Holbrook, and the two of them kept after him, first one talking, then the other, and the fat wop always butting in on Holbrook. "You go out and buy me a sportsman, will you, Joe?" my old man said, and handed me a couple of soldi without looking away from Holbrook. So I went out of the Galleria and walked over to in front of the Scala and bought a paper, and came back and stood a little way away because I didn't want to butt in, and my old man was sitting back in his chair looking down at his coffee and fooling with a spoon, and Holbrook and the big wop were standing, and the big wop was wiping his face and shaking his head. And I came up, and my old man acted just as though the two of them weren't standing there, and said, "Want ice, Joe?" Holbrook looked down at my old man and said, slow and careful, "You son of a bitch." And he and the fat wop went out through the tables. My old man sat there and sort of smiled at me, but his face was white, and he looked sick as hell, and I was scared and felt sick inside because I knew something had happened, and I didn't see how anybody could call my old man a son of a bitch and get away with it. My old man opened up the Sportsman and studied the handicaps for a while, and then he said, "You got to take a lot of things in this world, Joe." And 3 days later we left Milan for good on the Turin train for Paris, after an auction sale out in front of Turner's stables of everything we couldn't get into a trunk and a suitcase. We got into Paris early in the morning, in a long, dirty station the old man told me was the Gare de Lyon. Paris was an awful big town after Milan. Seems like in Milan everybody's going somewhere, and all the trams run somewhere, and there ain't any sort of a mix-up. But Paris is all balled up, and they never do straighten it out. I got to like it, though, part of it anyway. And say, it's got the best race courses in the world. Seems as though they were the only thing that keeps it all going, and about the only thing you can figure on is that every day the buses will be going out to whatever track they're running at, going right out through everything to the track. I never really got to know Paris well, because I just came in about once or twice a week with the old man from Maison, and he always sat at the Café du Lapé on the opera side with the rest of the gang from Maison, and I guess that's one of the busiest parts of the town. But say, it is funny that a big town like Paris wouldn't have a galleria, isn't it? Well, we went out to live at Maison Lafitte, where just about everybody lives except the gang at Chantilly with a Mrs. Myers that runs a boarding house. Maison is about the swellest place to live I've ever seen in all my life. The town ain't so much, but there's a lake and a swell forest that we used to go off bumming in all day, a couple of us kids, and my old man made me a slingshot, and we got a lot of things with it, but the best one was a magpie. Young Dick Atkinson shot a rabbit with it one day, and we put it under a tree, and we're all sitting around, and Dick had some cigarettes, and all of a sudden the rabbit jumped up and beat it into the brush, and we chased it, but we couldn't find it. Gee, we had fun at Maison. Mrs. Myers used to give me lunch in the morning, and I'd be gone all day. I learned to talk French quick. It's an easy language. As soon as we got to Maison, my old man wrote to Milan for his license, and he was pretty worried till it came. He used to sit around the Café du Paris in Maison with a gang there. There were lots of guys he'd known when he rode up at Paris before the war lived at Maison. And there's a lot of time to sit around, because the work around a racing stable, for the jocks that is all cleaned up by 9 o'clock in the morning. They take the first batch of skins out to gallop them at 5:30 in the morning, and they work the second lot at 8 o'clock. That means getting up early all right, and going to bed early too. If a jock's riding for somebody, too, he can't go boozing around, because the trainer always has an eye on him if he's a kid, and if he ain't a kid, he's always got an eye on himself. So mostly, if a jock ain't working, he sits around the Café du Paris with the gang, and they can all sit around about 2 or 3 hours in front of some drink like a vermouth and seltz, and they talk and tell stories and shoot pool, and it's sort of like a club or the Galleria in Milan. Only it ain't really like the Galleria, because there everybody is going by all the time, and there's everybody around at the tables. Well, my old man got his license all right. They sent it through to him without a word, and he rode a couple of times. Amiens, up country, and that sort of thing, but he didn't seem to get any engagement. Everybody liked him, and whenever I come into the café in the afternoon, I'd find somebody drinking with him, because my old man wasn't tight like most of those jockeys that have got the first dollar they made riding at the World's Fair in St. Louis in 1904. That's what my old man would say when he'd kid George Burns. But it seemed like everybody steered clear of giving my old man any mounts. We went out to wherever they were running every day with a car from Maison, and that was the most fun of all. I was glad when the horses came back from Douvlay and the summer, even though it meant no more bumming in the woods, because then we'd ride to Enghien, or Tremblay, or Saint-Cloud, and watch them from the trainers and jockeys' stand. I sure learned about racing from going out with that gang, and the fun of it was going every day. I remember once out at Saint-Cloud, it was a big 200,000 franc race with 7 entries, and Khazar a big favorite. I went around to the paddock to see the horses with my old man, and you never saw such horses. This Khazar is a big, yellow horse that looks like nothing but run. I never saw such a horse. He was being led around the paddock with his head down, and when he went by me, I felt all hollow inside, he was so beautiful. There never was such a wonderful, lean, running, built horse. And he went around the paddock putting his feet just so, and quiet and careful, and moving easy like he knew just what he had to do, and not jerking and standing up on his legs and getting wild-eyed like you see these selling platers with a shot of dope in them. The crowd was so thick I couldn't see him again, except just his legs going by in some yellow. And my old man started out through the crowd, and I followed him over to the jock's dressing room back in the trees, and there was a big crowd around there too. But the man at the door in a derby nodded to my old man, and we got in, and everybody was sitting around and getting dressed and pulling shirts over their heads and pulling boots on, and it all smelled hot and sweaty and liniment-y, and outside was the crowd looking in. The old man went over and sat down beside George Gardner, that was getting into his pants, and said, "What's the dope, George?" just in an ordinary tone of voice, 'cause there ain't any use him feeling around, because George either can tell him or he can't tell him. "He won't win," George says very low, leaning over and buttoning the bottoms of his pants. "Who will?" my old man says, leaning over close so nobody can hear. "Kirkcudbright," George says. "And if he does, save me a couple of tickets." My old man says something in a regular voice to George, and George says, "Don't ever bet on anything I tell you," kidding-like. And we beat it out, and through all the crowd that was looking in, over to the 100-franc mutual machine. But I knew something big was up, because George is Khazar's jockey. On the way, he gets one of the yellow odd sheets with the starting prices on, and Khazar is only paying 5 for 10. Shafizadot is next at 3 to 1, and fifth down the list, this Kirkcudbright at 8 to 1. My old man bets 5,000 on Kirkcudbright to win and puts on 1,000 to place. And we went around back of the grandstand to go up the stairs and get a place to watch the race. We were jammed in tight, and first a man in a long coat with a gray tall hat and a whip folded up in his hand came out, and then, one after another, the horses, with the jocks up, and a stable boy holding the bridle on each side and walking along, followed the old guy. That big yellow horse, Khazar, came first. He didn't look so big when you first looked at him until you saw the length of his legs and the whole way he's built and the way he moves. Gosh, I never saw such a horse. George Gardner was riding him, and they moved along slow, back of the old guy in the gray tall hat that walked along like he was the ringmaster in a circus. Back of Khazar, moving along smooth and yellow in the sun, was a good-looking black with a nice head, with Tommy Archibald riding him. And after the black was a string of 5 more horses, all moving along slow in a procession past the grandstand and the passage. My old man said the black was Kirkcudbright, and I took a good look at him, and he was a nice-looking horse all right, but nothing like Khazar. Everybody cheered Khazar when he went by, and he sure was one swell-looking horse. The procession of them went around on the other side, past the pelouse, and then back up to the near end of the course, and the circus master had the stable boys turn them loose one after another so they could gallop by the stands on their way up to the post and let everybody have a good look at them. They weren't at the post any time at all. When the gong started, and you could see them way off across the infield, all in a bunch, starting on the first swing like a lot of little toy horses. I was watching them through the glasses, and Khazar was running well back with one of the bays making the pace. They swept down and around and came pounding past, and Khazar was way back when they passed us, and this Kirkcudbright horse in front and going smooth. Gee, it's awful when they go by you, and then you have to watch them go farther away and get smaller, and then all bunched up on the turns, and then come around towards into the stretch, and you feel like swearing and God-damning worse and worse. Finally, they made the first turn and came into the straightaway with this Kirkcudbright horse way out in front. Everybody was looking funny and saying, "Khazar," in sort of a sick way, and they pounding nearer down the stretch, and then something came out of the pack right into my glasses like a horse-headed yellow streak, and everybody began to yell, "Khazar," as though they were crazy. Khazar came on faster than ever I'd seen anything in my life, and pulled up on Kirkcudbright that was going fast as any black horse could go, with the jock flogging hell out of him with a gad, and they were right neck and neck for a second, but Khazar seemed going about twice as fast with those great jumps and that head out, but it was while they were neck and neck that they passed the winning post, and when the numbers went in the slots, the first one was 2, and that meant Kirkcudbright had won. I felt all trembly and funny inside, and then we were all jammed in with the people going downstairs to stand in front of the board where they'd post what Kirkcudbright paid. Honest, watching the race, I'd forgotten how much my old man had bet on Kirkcudbright. I wanted Khazar to win so damned bad. But now it was all over. It was swell to know we had the winner. "Wasn't it a swell race, Dad?" I said to him. He looked at me sort of funny with his derby on the back of his head. "George Gardner's a swell jockey, all right," he said. "It sure took a great jock to keep that Khazar horse from winning." Of course I knew it was funny all the time, but my old man saying that right out like that sure took the kick all out of it for me, and I didn't get the real kick back ever again. Even when they posted the numbers up on the board and the bell rang to pay off, and we saw that Kirkcudbright paid 67.5 for 10. All around people were saying, "Poor Khazar, poor Khazar." And I thought, I wish I were a jockey and could have rode him instead of that son of a bitch. And that was funny, thinking of George Gardner as the son of a bitch, because I'd always liked him. And besides, he'd given us the winner. But I guess that's what he is, all right. My old man had a big lot of money after that race, and he took to coming into Paris oftener. If they raced at Tremblay, he'd have them drop him in town on their way back to Maison, and he and I'd sit out in front of the Café de la Paix and watch the people go by. It's funny sitting there. There's streams of people going by, and all sorts of guys come up and want to sell you things, and I love to sit there with my old man. That was when we'd have the most fun. Guys would come by selling funny rabbits that jumped if you squeezed a bulb, and they'd come up to us, and my old man would kid with them. He could talk French just like English, and all those kind of guys knew him because you can always tell a jockey. And then we always sat at the same table, and they got used to seeing us there. There were guys selling matrimonial papers, girls selling rubber eggs that when you squeezed them a rooster came out of them, and one old wormy-looking guy that went by with postcards of Paris, showing them to everybody. And of course nobody ever bought any. And then he would come back and show the underside of the pack, and they would all be smutty postcards, and lots of people would dig down and buy them. Gee, I remember the funny people that used to go by. Girls around supper time looking for somebody to take them out to eat. And they'd speak to my old man, and he'd make some joke at them in French, and they'd pat me on the head and go on. Once there was an American woman sitting with her kid daughter at the next table to us, and they were both eating ices, and I kept looking at the girl, and she was awfully good-looking, and I smiled at her, and she smiled at me, but that was all that ever came of it, because I looked for her mother and her every day, and I made up ways that I was going to speak to her, and I wondered if I ever got to know her, if her mother would let me take her out to Outier or Tremblay, but I never saw either one of them again. Anyway, I guess it wouldn't have been any good, because looking back on it, I remember the way I thought out would be the best to speak to her was to say, "Pardon me, but perhaps I can give you a winner at Angers today." And after all, maybe she would have thought I was a tout, instead of really trying to give her a winner. We'd sit at the Café de la Paix, my old man and me, and we had a big drag with a waiter because my old man drank whiskey and it cost 5 francs, and that meant a good tip when the saucers were counted up. My old man was drinking more now than I'd ever seen him, but he wasn't riding at all now, and besides, he said the whiskey kept his weight down. But I noticed he was putting it on all right, just the same. He'd busted away from his old gang out at Maison, and seemed to just like sitting around on the boulevard with me. But he was dropping money every day at the track. He'd feel sort of doleful after the last race, if he'd lost on the day, until we got to our table, and he'd have his first whiskey, and then he'd be fine. He'd be reading the Paris Sport, and he'd look over at me and say, "Where's your girl, Joe?" to kid me on account I had told him about the girl that day at the next table. And I'd get red, but I liked being kidded about her. It gave me a good feeling. "Keep your eye peeled for her, Joe," he'd say. "She'll be back." He'd ask me questions about things, and some of the things I'd say he'd laugh. And then he'd get started talking about things, about riding down in Egypt or at Saint-Moritz on the ice before my mother died, and about during the war when they had regular races down in the south of France without any purses or betting or crowd or anything, just to keep the breed up. Regular races with the jocks riding hell out of the horses. Gee, I could listen to my old man talk by the hour, especially when he had a couple or so drinks. He'd tell me about when he was a boy in Kentucky and going coon hunting, and the old days in the States before everything went on a bum there. And he'd say, "Joe, when we've got a decent steak, you're going back to the States and go to school." "What have I got to go back there to school for when everything's on a bum here?" I'd ask him. "That's different," he'd say, and get the waiter over and pay the pile of saucers, and we get a taxi to the Gare Saint-Lazare and get on the train out to Maison. One day at Outier, after a selling steeplechase, my old man bought in the winner for 30,000 francs. He had to bid a little to get him, but the stable let the horse go finally, and my old man had his permit and his colors in a week. Gee, I felt proud when my old man was an owner. He fixed it up for stable space with Charles Drake, and cut out coming into Paris, and started his running and sweating out again, and him and I were the whole stable gang. Our horse's name was Guilford. He was Irish-bred, and a nice, sweet jumper. My old man figured that training him and riding him himself, he was a good investment. I was proud of everything, and I thought Guilford was as good a horse as Cazar. He was a good, solid jumper, a bay with plenty of speed on the flat if you asked him for it, and he was a nice-looking horse, too. Gee, I was fond of him. The first time he started with my old man up, he finished third in a 2,500-meter hurdle race, and when my old man got off him, all sweating and happy in the place stall, and went in to weigh, I felt as proud of him as though it was the first race he'd ever placed in. You see, when a guy ain't been riding for a long time, you can't make yourself really believe that he has ever rode. The whole thing was different now, because down in Milan, even big races never seemed to make any difference to my old man. If he won, he wasn't ever excited or anything. And now it was so I couldn't hardly sleep the night before a race, and I knew my old man was excited too, even if he didn't show it. Riding for yourself makes an awful difference. Second time Guilford and my old man started was a rainy Sunday at Outier in the Prix du Marat, a 4,500-meter steeplechase. As soon as he'd gone out, I beat it up in the stand with the new glasses my old man had bought for me to watch them. They started way over on the far end of the course, and there was some trouble at the barrier. Something with goggle blinders on was making a great fuss and rearing about, and busted the barrier once. But I could see my old man in our black jacket with a white cross and a black cap sitting up on Guilford and patting him with his hand. Then they were off in a jump and out of sight behind the trees, and the gong going for dear life and the pari-mutuel wickets rattling down. Gosh, I was so excited I was afraid to look at them, but I fixed the glasses on the place where they would come out back of the trees, and then out they came, with the old black jacket going third, and they all sailing over the jump like birds. Then they went out of sight again, and then they came pounding out and down the hill, and all going nice and sweet and easy, and taking the fence smooth in a bunch, and moving away from us all solid. Looked as though you could walk across on their backs, they were all so bunched and going so smooth. Then they bellied over the big double bullfinch, and something came down. I couldn't see who it was, but in a minute the horse was up and galloping free, and the field, all bunched still, sweeping around the long left turn into the straightaway. They jumped the stone wall, and came jammed down the stretch toward the big water jump right in front of the stands. I saw them coming, and hollered at my old man as he went by, and he was leading by about a length, and riding way out over, and light as a monkey, and they were racing for the water jump. They took off over the big hedge of the water jump in a pack, and then there was a crash, and 2 horses pulled sideways out off it and kept on going, and 3 others were piled up. I couldn't see my old man anywhere. One horse kneed himself up, and the jock had hold of the bridle and mounted and went slamming on after the place money. The other horse was up and away by himself, jerking his head and galloping with the bridle rein hanging, and the jock staggered over to one side of the track against the fence. Then Guilford rolled over to one side off my old man, and got up, and started to run on 3 legs with his off hoof dangling, and there was my old man lying there on the grass, flat out with his face up, and blood all over the side of his head. I ran down the stand and bumped into a jam of people and got to the rail, and a cop grabbed me and held me, and 2 big stretcher-bearers were going out after my old man, and around on the other side of the course I saw 3 horses strung way out, coming out of the trees and taking the jump. My old man was dead when they brought him in, and while the doctor was listening to his heart with the thing plugged in his ears, I heard a shot up the track that meant they'd killed Guilford. I lay down beside my old man when they carried the stretcher into the hospital room, and hung onto the stretcher and cried, and he looked so white and gone and so awfully dead, and I couldn't help feeling that if my old man was dead, maybe they didn't need to have shot Guilford. His hoof might have got well. I don't know. I loved my old man so much. Then a couple of guys came in, and one of them patted me on the back, and then went over and looked at my old man, and then pulled a sheet off the cot and spread it over him, and the other was telephoning in French for them to send the ambulance to take him out to Maison. And I couldn't stop crying and choking, sort of, and George Gardner came in and sat down beside me on the floor and put his arm around me and says, "Come on, Joe, old boy, get up, and we'll go out and wait for the ambulance." George and I went out to the gate, and I was trying to stop bawling, and George wiped off my face with his handkerchief, and we were standing back a little ways while the crowd was going out of the gate, and a couple of guys stopped near us while we were waiting for the crowd to get through the gate, and one of them was counting a bunch of mutual tickets, and he said, "Well, Butler got his all right." The other guy said, "I don't give a good goddamn if he did, the crook. He had it coming to him on the stuff he pulled." "I'd say he had," said the other guy, and tore the bunch of tickets in 2. And George Gardner looked at me to see if I had heard, and I had all right, and he said, "Don't you listen to what those bums said, Joe. Your old man was one swell guy. But I don't know. Seems like when they get started, they don't leave a guy nothing." End of My Old Man by Ernest Hemingway.
Oil of Dog, from the Collected Works of Ambrose Bierce, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Oil of Dog by Ambrose Bierce. My name is Boffer Bings. I was born of honest parents in one of the humbler walks of life, my father being a manufacturer of dog oil, and my mother having a small studio in the shadow of the village church, where she disposed of unwelcome babies. In my boyhood I was trained to habits of industry. I not only assisted my father in procuring dogs for his vats, but was frequently employed by my mother to carry away the debris of her work in the studio. In performance of this duty I sometimes had need of all my natural intelligence, for all the law officers in the vicinity were opposed to my mother's business. They were not elected on an opposition ticket, and the matter had never been a political issue. It just happened so. My father's business of making dog oil was, naturally, less unpopular, though the owners of missing dogs sometimes regarded him with suspicion, which was reflected to some extent upon me. My father had as silent partners all the physicians in town, who seldom wrote a prescription which did not contain what they were pleased to designate as OL.CAN. It is really the most valuable medicine ever discovered, but most people are unwilling to make personal sacrifices for the afflicted, and it was evident that many of the fattest dogs in town had been forbidden to play with me, a fact which pained my youth's sensibilities, and at one time came near to driving me to become a pirate. Looking back upon those days, I cannot but regret at times that by indirectly bringing my beloved parents to their death, I was the author of misfortunes profoundly affecting my future. One evening, while passing my father's oil factory with the body of a foundling from my mother's studio, I saw a constable who seemed to be closely watching my movements. Young as I was, I had learned that a constable's acts of whatever apparent character are prompted by the most reprehensible motives, and I avoided him by dodging into the oilery by the side door which happened to stand ajar. I locked it at once, and was alone with my dead. My father had retired for the night. The only light in the place came from the furnace, which glowed a deep, rich crimson under one of the vats, casting ruddy reflections on the walls. Within the cauldron the oil still rolled in indolent ebullition, occasionally pushing to the surface a piece of dog. Seating myself to wait for the constable to go away, I held the naked body of the foundling in my lap, and tenderly stroked its short, silken hair. Ah, how beautiful it was! Even at an early age I was passionately fond of children, and as I looked upon this cherub, I could almost find it in my heart to wish that the small, red wound upon its breast, the work of my dear mother, had not been mortal. It had been my custom to throw the babies into the river which nature had thoughtfully provided for the purpose, but that night I did not dare leave the oilery for fear of the constable. After all, I said to myself, it cannot greatly matter if I put it into this cauldron. My father will never know the bones from those of a puppy, and the few deaths that may result from administering another kind of oil for the incomparable oil can are not important in a population which increases so rapidly. In short, I took the first step in crime, and brought myself untold sorrow by casting the baby into the cauldron. The next day, somewhat to my surprise, my father, rubbing his hands with satisfaction, informed me and my mother that he had obtained the finest quality of oil that was ever seen, and the physicians to whom he had shown samples had so pronounced it. He added that he had no knowledge as to how the result was obtained. The dogs had been treated in all respects as usual, and were of an ordinary breed. I deemed it my duty to explain, which I did, though palsied would have been my tongue if I could have foreseen the consequences. Bewailing their previous ignorance of the advantage of combining their industries, my parents at once took measures to repair the error. My mother removed her studio to a wing of the factory building, and my duties in connection with the business ceased. I was no longer required to dispose of the bodies of the small superfluous, and there was no need of alluring dogs to their doom, for my father discarded them altogether, though they still had an honorable place in the name of the oil. So suddenly thrown into idleness, I might naturally have been expected to become vicious and dissolute, but I did not. The holy influence of my dear mother was ever about me to protect me from the temptations which beset youth, and my father was a deacon in the church. Alas, that through my fault these estimable persons should have come to so bad an end. Finding a double profit in her business, my mother now devoted herself to it with a new assiduity. She removed not only superfluous and unwelcome babies to order, but went out onto the highways and byways, gathering in children of a larger growth, and even such adults as she could entice to the oilery. My father, too, enamored of the superior quality of oil produced, purveyed for his vats with diligence and zeal. The conversion of their neighbors into dog oil became, in short, the one passion of their lives. An absorbing and overwhelming greed took possession of their souls and served them in place of a hope in heaven, by which, also, they were inspired. So enterprising had they now become that a public meeting was held, and resolutions passed severely censuring them. It was intimated by the chairman that any further raids upon the population would be met in the spirit of hostility. My poor parents left the meeting broken-hearted, desperate, and, I believe, not altogether sane. Anyhow, I deemed it prudent not to enter the oilery with them that night, but slept outside in a stable. About midnight some mysterious impulse caused me to rise and peer through a window into the furnace room, where I knew my father now slept. The fires were burning brightly, as if the following day's harvest had been expected to be abundant. One of the large cauldrons was slowly walloping, with a mysterious appearance of self-restraint, as if it bided its time to put forth its full energy. My father was not in bed. He had risen in his night-clothes, and was preparing a noose in a strong cord. From the looks which he cast at the door of my mother's bedroom, I knew too well the purpose that he had in mind. Speechless and motionless with terror, I could do nothing in prevention or warning. Suddenly the door of my mother's apartment was opened, noiselessly, and the two confronted each other, both apparently surprised. The lady also was in her night-clothes, and she held in her right hand the tool of her trade, a long, narrow-bladed dagger. She, too, had been unable to deny herself the last profit which the unfriendly action of the citizens and my absence had left her. For one instant they looked at each other's blazing eyes, and then sprang together with indescribable fury. Round and round the room they struggled, the man cursing, the woman shrieking, both fighting like demons. She had to strike him with the dagger. He had to strangle her with his great bare hands. I know not how long I had the unhappiness to observe this disagreeable instance of domestic infelicity, but at last, after a more than unusually vigorous struggle, the combatants suddenly moved apart. My father's breast and my mother's weapon showed evidence of contact. For another instant they glared at each other in the most unamiable way. Then my poor wounded father, feeling the hand of death upon him, leapt forward, unmindful of resistance, grabbed my dear mother in his arms, dragged her to the side of the boiling cauldron, collected all his failing energies, and sprang in it with her. In a moment both had disappeared, and were adding their oil to that of the committee of citizens who had called the day before with an invitation to the public meeting. Convinced that these unhappy events closed to me every avenue to an honorable career in that town, I removed to the famous city of Atumwi, where these memories were written with a heart full of remorse for a heedless act entailing so dismally a commercial disaster. The end of Oil of Dog by Ambrose Bierce.
The Pipe by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pipe. Randolph Crescent, N.W. My dear Pugh, I hope you will like the pipe which I send with this. It is rather a curious example of a certain school of Indian carving, and is a present from yours truly, Joseph Tress. It was really very handsome of Tress, very handsome, the more especially as I was aware that to give presents was not exactly in Tress's line. The truth is that, when I saw what manner of pipe it was, I was amazed. It was contained in a sandalwood box, which was itself illustrated with some remarkable specimens of carving. I use the word remarkable advisedly, because although the workmanship was undoubtedly, in its way, artistic, the result could not be described as beautiful. The carver had thought proper to ornament the box with some of the ugliest figures I remember to have seen. They appeared to me to be devils, or perhaps they were intended to represent deities appertaining to some mythological system with which, thank goodness, I am unacquainted. The pipe itself was worthy of the case in which it was contained. It was of meerschaum, with an amber mouthpiece. It was rather too large for ordinary smoking, but then, of course, one doesn't smoke a pipe like that. There are pipes in my collection which I should as soon think of smoking as I should of eating. Ask a China maniac to let you have afternoon tea out of his old Chelsea, and you will learn some home truths as to the durability of human friendships. The glory of the pipe, as Tress had suggested, lay in its carving. Not that I claim that it was beautiful, any more than I make such a claim for the carving of the box, but, as Tress said in his note, it was curious. The stem and the bowl were quite plain, but on the edge of the bowl was perched some kind of lizard. I told myself it was an octopus when I first saw it, but I have since had reason to believe that it was some almost unique member of the lizard tribe. The creature was represented as climbing over the edge of the bowl down toward the stem, and its legs, or feelers, or tentacula, or whatever the things are called, were, if I may use a vulgarism, sprawling about all over the place. For instance, 2 or 3 of them were twined about the bowl, 2 or 3 of them were twisted around the stem, and one, a particularly horrible one, was uplifted in the air, so that if you put the pipe in your mouth, the thing was pointing straight at your nose. Not the least agreeable feature about the creature was that it was hideously lifelike. It appeared to have been carved in amber, but some colouring matter must have been introduced, for inside the amber the creature was of a peculiarly ghastly green. The more I examined the pipe, the more amazed I was at Tress's generosity. He and I are rival collectors. I am not going to say, in so many words, that his collection of pipes contains nothing but rubbish, because, as a matter of fact, he has 2 or 3 rather decent specimens. But to compare his collection to mine would be absurd. Tress is conscious of this, and he resents it. He resents it to such an extent that he has been known, at least on one occasion, to declare that one single pipe of his, I believe he alluded to the Brummagem relic, preposterously attributed to Sir Walter Raleigh, was worth the whole of my collection put together. Although I have forgiven this, as I hope I always shall forgive remarks made when envious passions get the better of our nobler nature, even of a Joseph Tress, it is not to be supposed that I have forgotten it. He was, therefore, not at all the sort of person from whom I expected to receive a present, and such a present. I do not believe that he himself had a finer pipe in his collection, and to have given it to me. I had misjudged the man. I wondered where he had got it from. I had seen his pipes, I knew them off by heart, and some nice trumpery he has among them too, but I had never seen that pipe before. The more I looked at it, the more my amazement grew. The beast perched upon the edge of the bowl was so lifelike. Its 2 bead-like eyes seemed to gleam at me with positively human intelligence. The pipe fascinated me to such an extent that I actually resolved to smoke it. I filled it with Perique. Ordinarily I use bird's eye, but on those very rare occasions on which I use a specimen, I smoke Perique. I lit up with quite a small sensation of excitement. As I did so, I kept my eyes perforce fixed upon the beast. The beast pointed its upraised tentacle directly at me. As I inhaled the pungent tobacco, that tentacle impressed me with a feeling of actual uncanniness. It was broad daylight, and I was smoking in front of the window, yet to such an extent was I affected that it seemed to me that the tentacle was not only vibrating, which, owing to the peculiarity of its position, was quite within the range of probability, but actually moving, elongating, stretching forward, that is, farther toward me, and toward the tip of my nose. So impressed was I by this idea that I took the pipe out of my mouth and minutely examined the beast. Really, the delusion was excusable. So cunningly had the artist wrought that he succeeded in producing a creature which, such was its uncanniness, I could only hope had no original in nature. Replacing the pipe between my lips, I took several whiffs. Never had smoking had such an effect on me before. Either the pipe, or the creature on it, exercised some singular fascination. I seemed, without an instant's warning, to be passing into some land of dreams. I saw the beast, which was perched upon the bowl, writhe and twist. I saw it lift itself bodily from the meerschaum. Part 2. Feeling better now? I looked up. Joseph Tress was speaking. What's the matter? Have I been ill? You appeared to have been in some kind of swoon. Tress's tone was peculiar, even a little dry. Swoon? I never was guilty of such a thing in my life. Nor was I until I smoked that pipe. I sat up. The act of sitting up made me conscious of the fact that I had been lying down. Conscious, too, that I was feeling more than a little dazed. It seemed as though I was waking out of some strange, lethargic sleep, a kind of feeling which I have read of and heard about, but never before experienced. Where am I? You're on the couch in your own room. You were on the floor, but I thought it would be better to pick you up and place you on the couch, though no one performed the same kind of office to me when I was on the floor. Again Tress's tone was distinctly dry. How came you here? Ah, that's the question. He rubbed his chin, a habit of his which has annoyed me more than once before. Do you think you're sufficiently recovered to enable you to understand a little simple explanation? I stared at him, amazed. He went on stroking his chin. The truth is that when I sent you the pipe, I made a slight omission. An omission? I omitted to advise you not to smoke it. And why? Because, well, I've reason to believe the thing is drugged. Drugged? Or poisoned. Poisoned? I was wide awake enough then. I jumped off the couch with a celerity which proved it. In this way, I became its owner in rather a singular manner. He paused, as if for me to make a remark, but I was silent. It is not often that I smoke a specimen, but for some reason I did smoke this. I commenced to smoke it, that is. How long I continued to smoke it is more than I can say. It had on me the same peculiar effect which it appears to have had on you. When I recovered consciousness, I was lying on the floor. On the floor? On the floor. In about as uncomfortable a position as you can easily conceive. I was lying face downward with my legs bent under me. I was never so surprised in my life as I was when I found myself where I was. At first I supposed that I had had a stroke, but by degrees it dawned upon me that I didn't feel as though I had had a stroke. Tress, by the way, has been an army surgeon. I was conscious of distinct nausea. Looking about, I saw the pipe. With me it had fallen onto the floor. I took it for granted, considering the delicacy of the carving, that the fall had broken it, but when I picked it up I found it quite uninjured. While I was examining it, a thought flashed to my brain. Might it not be answerable for what had happened to me? Suppose, for instance, it was drugged. I had heard of such things. Besides, in my case were present all the symptoms of drug poisoning, though what drug had been used I couldn't in the least conceive. I resolved that I would give the pipe another trial. On yourself, or on another party, meaning me? On myself, my dear Pugh, on myself. At that point of my investigations I had not begun to think of you. I lit up and had another smoke. With what result? Well, that depends on the standpoint from which you regard the thing. From one point of view the result was wholly satisfactory. I proved that the thing was drugged, and more. Did you have another fall? I did, and something else besides. On that account, I presume, you resolved to pass the treasure on to me. Partly on that account, and partly on another. On my word, I appreciate your generosity. You might have labelled the thing as poison. Exactly. But then you must remember how often you have told me that you never smoke your specimens. That was no reason why you shouldn't have given me a hint that the thing was more dangerous than dynamite. That did occur to me afterwards, therefore I called to supply the slight omission. Slight omission, you call it? I wonder what you would have called it if you had found me dead. If I had known that you intended smoking it, I should not have been at all surprised if I had. Really, Tress, I appreciate your kindness more and more. And where is this example of your splendid benevolence? Have you pocketed it, regretting your lapse into the unaccustomed paths of generosity? Or is it smashed to atoms? Neither the one nor the other. You will find the pipe upon the table. I neither desire its restoration, nor is it in any way injured. It is merely an expression of personal opinion when I say that I don't believe that it could be injured. Of course, having discovered its deleterious properties, you will not want to smoke it again. You will therefore be able to enjoy the consciousness of being the possessor of what I honestly believe to be the most remarkable pipe in existence. Good day, Pew. He was gone before I could say a word. I immediately concluded, from the precipitancy of his flight, that the pipe was injured. But when I subjected it to close examination, I could discover no signs of damage. While I was still eyeing it with jealous scrutiny, the door reopened, and Tress came in again. By the way, Pew, there is one thing I might mention, especially as I know it won't make any difference to you. That depends on what it is. If you have changed your mind and want the pipe back again, I tell you frankly that it won't. In my opinion, a thing once given is given for good. Quite so. I don't want it back again. You may make your mind easy on that point. I merely wanted to tell you why I gave it to you. You have told me that already. Only partly, my dear Pew, only partly. You don't suppose I should have given you such a pipe as that merely because it happened to be drugged? Scarcely. I gave it you because I discovered from indisputable evidence, and to my cost, that it was haunted. Haunted? Yes, haunted. Good day. He was gone again. I ran out of the room and shouted after him down the stairs. He was already at the bottom of the flight. Tress, come back! What do you mean by talking such nonsense? Of course it's only nonsense. We know that sort of thing always is nonsense. But if you should have reason to suppose that there is something in it besides nonsense, you may think it worth your while to make inquiries for me. But I won't have the pipe back again in my possession on any terms. Mind that. The bang of the front door told me that he had gone out into the street. I let him go. I laughed to myself as I re-entered the room. Haunted? That was not a bad idea of his. I saw the whole position at a glance. The truth of the matter was that he did regret his generosity, and he was ready to go any lengths if he could only succeed in cajoling me into restoring his gift. He was aware that I have views upon certain matters which are not wholly in accordance with those which are popularly supposed to be the views of the day, and particularly that on the question of what are commonly called supernatural visitations, I have a standpoint of my own. Therefore, it was not a bad move on his part to try to make me believe that about the pipe on which he knew I had set my heart, there was something which could not be accounted for by ordinary laws. Yet, as his own sense would have told him it would do, if he had only allowed himself to reflect for a moment, the move failed, because I am not yet so far gone as to suppose that a pipe, a thing of meerschaum and of amber, in the sense in which I understand the word, could be haunted. A pipe, a mere pipe. Hullo, I thought the creature's legs were twined right round the bowl. I was holding the pipe in my hand, regarding it with the affectionate eyes with which a connoisseur does regard a curio, when I was induced to make this exclamation. I was certainly under the impression that, when I first took the pipe out of the box, 2, if not 3 of the feelers had been twined about the bowl, twined tightly, so that you could not see daylight between them and it. Now they were almost entirely detached, only the tips touching the meerschaum, and those particular feelers were gathered up as though the creature were in the act of taking a spring. Of course I was under a misapprehension. The feelers couldn't have been twined. A moment before I should have been ready to bet 1,000 to 1 that they were. Still, one does make mistakes, and very egregious mistakes at times. At the same time, I confess that when I saw that dreadful-looking animal poised on the extreme edge of the bowl, for all the world as though it were just going to spring at me, I was a little startled. I remembered that when I was smoking the pipe I did think I saw the uplifted tentacle moving, as though it were reaching out to me, and I had a clear recollection that just as I had been sinking into that strange state of unconsciousness, I had been under the impression that the creature was writhing and twisting, as though it had suddenly become instinct with life. Under the circumstances, these reflections were not pleasant. I wished Tress had not talked that nonsense about the thing being haunted. It was surely sufficient to know that it was drugged and poisonous, without anything else. I replaced it in the sandalwood box. I locked the box in a cabinet. Quite apart from the question as to whether that pipe was or was not haunted, I know it haunted me. It was with me in a figurative, which was worse than actual, sense all the day. Still worse, it was with me all the night. It was with me in my dreams. Such dreams! Possibly I had not yet wholly recovered from the effects of that insidious drug. But, whether or no, it was very wrong of Tress to set my thoughts into such a channel. He knows that I am of a highly imaginative temperament, and that it is easier to get morbid thoughts into my mind than to get them out again. Before that night was through, I wished very heartily that I had never seen the pipe. I woke from one nightmare to fall into another. One dreadful dream was with me all the time, of a hideous green reptile which advanced toward me out of some awful darkness, slowly, inch by inch, until it clutched me round the neck, and gluing its lips to mine, sucked the life's blood out of my veins as it embraced me with a slimy kiss. Such dreams are not restful. I woke anything but refreshed when the morning came, and when I got up and dressed I felt that, on the whole, it would perhaps have been better if I never had gone to bed. My nerves were unstrung, and I had that generally tremulous feeling which is, I believe, an inseparable companion of the more advanced stages of dipsomania. I ate no breakfast. I am no breakfast eater as a rule, but that morning I ate absolutely nothing. If this sort of thing is to continue, I will let Tress have his pipe again. He may have the laugh of me, but anything is better than this. It was with almost funereal forebodings that I went to the cabinet in which I had placed the sandalwood box, but when I opened it my feelings of gloom partially vanished. Of what fantasies had I been guilty? It must have been an entire delusion on my part to have supposed that those tentacula had ever been twined about the bowl. The creature was in exactly the same position in which I had left it the day before, as of course I knew it would be, poised as if about to spring. I was telling myself how foolish I had been to allow myself to dwell for a moment on Tress's words, when Martin Brasher was shown in. Brasher is an old friend of mine. We have a common ground, ghosts. Only we approach them from different points of view. He takes the scientific, psychological inquiry side. He is always anxious to hear of a ghost, so that he may have an opportunity of showing it up. "I've something in your line here," I observed as he came in. "In my line? How so? I'm not pipe mad." "No, but you're ghost mad, and this is a haunted pipe." "A haunted pipe? I think you're rather more mad about ghosts, my dear Pugh, than I am." Then I told him all about it. He was deeply interested, especially when I told him that the pipe was drugged. But when I repeated Tress's words about it being haunted, and mentioned my own delusion about the creature moving, he took a more serious view of the case than I had expected he would do. I proposed that we act on Tress's suggestion and go and make inquiries of him. "But you don't really think that there is anything in it?" On these subjects I never allow myself to think at all. There are Tress's words, and there is your story. It is agreed on all hands that the pipe has peculiar properties. It seems to me that there is a sufficient case here to merit inquiry. He persuaded me. I went with him. The pipe in the sandalwood box went too. Tress received us with a grin which was accentuated when I placed the sandalwood box on the table. You understand, he said, that a gift is a gift. On no terms will I consent to receive that pipe back in my possession. I was rather nettled by his tone. You need be under no alarm. I have no intention of suggesting anything of the kind. Our business here, began Brasher, I must own that his manner is a little ponderous, is of a scientific, I may say also, and at the same time, of a judicial nature. Our object is the pursuit of truth and the advancement of inquiry. Have you been trying another smoke? Inquired Tress, nodding his head toward me. Before I had time to answer, Brasher went droning on. Our friend here tells me that you say this pipe is haunted. I say it is haunted because it is haunted. I looked at Tress. I half suspected that he was poking fun at us, but he appeared to be serious enough. In these matters, remarked Brasher, as though he were giving utterance to a new and important truth, there is a scientific and non-scientific method of inquiry. The scientific method is to begin at the beginning. May I ask how this pipe came into your possession? Tress paused before he answered. You may ask. He paused again. Oh, you may certainly ask, but it doesn't follow that I shall tell you. Surely your object, like ours, can be but the spreading about of the truth? I don't see it at all. It is possible to imagine a case in which the spreading about of the truth might make me look a little awkward. Indeed? Brasher pursed up his lips. Your words would almost lead one to suppose that there was something about your method of acquiring the pipe which you have good and weighty reasons for concealing. I don't know why I should conceal the thing from you. I don't suppose either of you is any better than I am. I don't mind telling you how I got the pipe. I stole it. Stole it? Brasher seemed both amazed and shocked, but I, who had previous experience of Tress's methods of adding to his collection, was not at all surprised. Some of the pipes which he called his, if only the whole truth about them were publicly known, would send him to jail. That's nothing, he continued. All collectors steal. The eighth commandment was not intended to apply to them. Why, Pew there has conveyed 3/4 of the pipes which he flatters himself are his. I was so dumbfounded by the charge that it took my breath away. I sat in astounded silence. Tress went raving on. I was so shy of this particular pipe when I had obtained it that I put it away for quite 3 months. When I took it out to have a look at it, something about the thing so tickled me that I resolved to smoke it. Owing to peculiar circumstances attending the manner in which the thing came into my possession, and on which I need not dwell — you don't like to dwell on these sort of things, do you, Pew? — I knew really nothing about the pipe. As was the case with Pew, one peculiarity I learned from actual experience. It was also from actual experience that I learned that the thing was, well, I said haunted, but you may use any other word you like. Tell us as briefly as possible, what is it you really did discover? Take the pipe out of the box. Brasher took the pipe out of the box and held it in his hand. You see that creature on it? Well, when I first had it, it was underneath the pipe. How do you mean that it was underneath the pipe? It was bunched together underneath the stem, just at the end of the mouthpiece, in the same way in which a fly might be suspended from the ceiling. When I began to smoke the pipe, I saw the creature move. But I thought that unconsciousness immediately followed. It did follow, but not before I saw the thing was moving. It was because I thought that I had been, in a way, a victim of delirium that I tried the second smoke. Suspecting that the thing was drugged, I swallowed what I believed would prove a powerful antidote. It enabled me to resist the influence of the narcotic much longer than before, and while I still retained my senses, I saw the creature crawl along the stem and over the bowl. It was that sight, I believe, as much as anything else, which sent me silly. When I came to, I then and there decided to present the pipe to Pew. There was one more thing I would remark. When the pipe left me, the creature's legs were twined about the bowl. Now they are withdrawn. Possibly you, Pew, are able to cap my story with a little one which is all your own. I certainly did imagine that I saw the creature move, but I suppose, while I was under the influence of the drug, imagination had played me a trick. Not a bit of it. Depend upon it, the beast is bewitched. Even to my eye it looks as though it were. And to a trained eye like yours, Pew, you've been looking for the devil a long time, and you've got him at last. I wish you wouldn't make those remarks, Tress. They jar on me. I confess, interpolated Brasher, I noticed that he had put the pipe down on the table as though he were tired of holding it. That, to my thinking, such remarks are not appropriate. At the same time, what you have told us is, I am bound to allow, a little curious. But of course what I require is ocular demonstration. I haven't seen the movement myself. No, but you very soon will do if you care to have a pull at the pipe on your own account. Do, Brasher, to oblige me, there's a dear. It appears, then, that the movement is only observable when the pipe is smoked. We have at least arrived at step number 1. Here's a match, Brasher. Light up, and we shall have arrived at step number 2. Tress lit a match and held it out to Brasher. Brasher retreated from its neighbourhood. Thank you, Mr. Tress. I am no smoker, as you are aware, and I have no desire to acquire the art of smoking by means of a poisoned pipe. Tress laughed. He blew out the match and threw it into the grate. Then I tell you what I'll do. I'll have up Bob. Bob? Why Bob? Bob, whose real name was Robert Haynes, though I should think he must have forgotten the fact, so seldom was he addressed by it, was Tress's servant. He had been an old soldier, and had accompanied his master when he left the service. He was as depraved a character as Tress himself. I am not sure, even, that he was not worse than his master. I shall never forget how he once behaved toward myself. He actually had the assurance to accuse me of attempting to steal the Wardour Street relic, which Tress fondly deludes himself was once the property of Sir Walter Raleigh. The truth is that I had slipped it with my handkerchief into my pocket in a fit of absence of mind. A man who would accuse me of such a thing would be guilty of anything. I was therefore quite at one with Brasher when he asked what Bob could possibly be wanted for. Tress explained. I'll get him to smoke the pipe, he said. Brasher and I exchanged glances, but we refrained from speech. It won't do him any harm, said Tress. What, not a poisoned pipe? Asked Brasher. It's not poisoned, it's only drugged. Only drugged? Nothing hurts Bob. He's like an ostrich. He has digestive organs which are peculiarly his own. It will only serve him as it served me and Pew. It will knock him over. It is all done in the pursuit of truth and for the advancement of inquiry. I could see that Brasher did not altogether like the tone in which Tress repeated his words. As for me, it was not to be supposed that I should put myself out in a manner which in no way concerned me. If Tress chose to poison the man, it was his affair, not mine. He went to the door and shouted, Bob, come here, you scoundrel. That is the way in which he speaks to him. No really decent servant would stand it. I shouldn't care to address Nolder, my servant, in such a way. He would give me notice on the spot. Bob came in. He is a great hulking fellow, who is always on the grin. Tress had a decanter of brandy in his hand. He filled the tumbler with the neat spirit. Bob, what would you say to a glassful of brandy? The real thing, my boy. Thank you, sir. And what would you say to a pull at a pipe when the brandy is drunk? A pipe? The fellow is sharp enough when he likes. I saw him look at the pipe upon the table, and then at us, and then a gleam of intelligence came into his eyes. I'd do it for $1, sir. $1, you thief? I meant 10 shillings, sir. 10 shillings, you brazen vagabond? I should have said £1. £1? Was ever the like of that? Do I understand you to ask £1 for taking a pull at your master's pipe? I'm thinking that I'll have to make it 2. The deuce you are. Here, Pew, lend me £1. I'm afraid I've left my purse behind. Then lend me 10 shillings. Ananias! I doubt if I have more than 5. Then give me the 5, and Brasher lend me the other 15. Brasher lent him the 15. I doubt if we shall either of us see our money again. He handed the £1 to Bob. Here's the brandy, drink it up. Bob drank it without a word, draining the glass of every drop. And here's the pipe. Is it poisoned, sir? Poisoned, you villain? What do you mean? It isn't the first time I've seen your trick, sir, is it now? And you're not the one to give £1 for nothing at all. If it kills me, you'll send my body to my mother. She'd like to know that I was dead. Send your body to your grandmother. You idiot, sit down and smoke. Bob sat down. Tress had filled the pipe and handed it with a lighted match to Bob. The fellow declined the match. He handled the pipe very gingerly, turning it over and over, eyeing it with all his eyes. Thank you, sir. I'll light up myself if it's the same to you. I carry matches of my own. It's a beautiful pipe entirely. I've never seen the like of it for ugliness. And what's the slimy-looking varmint that looks as though it would like to have my life? Is it living or is it dead? Come, we don't want to sit here all day, my man. Well, sir, the look of this here pipe has quite upset my stomach. I'd like another drop of liquor if it's the same to you. Another drop? Why, you've had a tumblerful already. Here's another tumblerful to put on top of that. You won't want the pipe to kill you. You'll be killed before you get to it. And isn't it better to die a natural death? Bob emptied the second tumbler of brandy as though it were water. I believe he would empty a hogshead without turning a hair. Then he gave another look at the pipe. Then, taking a match from his waistcoat pocket, he drew a long breath, as though he were resigning himself to fate. Striking a match on the seat of his trousers, while, shaded by his hand, the flame was gathering strength, he looked at each of us in turn. When he looked at Tress, I distinctly saw him wink his eye. What my feelings would have been if a servant of mine had winked his eye at me, I am unable to imagine. The match was applied to the tobacco. A puff of smoke came through his lips. The pipe was alight. During the process of lighting the pipe we had sat, I do not wish to use exaggerated language, but we had sat and watched that alcoholic scamp's proceedings as though we were witnessing an action which would leave its mark upon the age. When we saw the pipe was lighted, we gave a simultaneous start. Brasher put his hands under his coat tails and gave a kind of hop. I raised myself a good 6 inches from my chair, and Tress rubbed his palms together with a chuckle. Bob alone was calm. Now, cried Tress, you'll see the devil moving. Bob took the pipe from between his lips. See what? He said. Bob, you rascal, put that pipe back into your mouth and smoke it for your life. Bob was eyeing the pipe askance. I dare say, but what I want to know is whether this here varmint's dead or whether he isn't. I don't want to have him flying at my nose, and he looks vicious enough for anything. Give me back that £1, you thief, and get out of my house and bundle. I ain't going to give you back no £1. Then smoke that pipe. I am smoking it, ain't I? With the utmost deliberation, Bob returned the pipe to his mouth. He emitted another whiff or two of smoke. Now, cried Tress, all excitement, and wagging his hand in the air. We gathered round. As we did so, Bob again withdrew the pipe. What is the meaning of all this here? I ain't going to have you playing none of your larks on me. I know there's something up, but I ain't going to throw my life away for 20 shillings. Not quite, I ain't. Tress, whose temper is not at any time one of the best, was seized with quite a spasm of rage. "As I live, my lad, if you try to cheat me by taking that pipe from between your lips until I tell you, you leave this room that instant, never again to be a servant of mine." I presume the fellow knew from long experience when his master meant what he said, and when he didn't. Without an attempt at remonstrance, he replaced the pipe. He continued stolidly to puff away. Tress caught me by the arm. "What did I tell you? There, that tentacle is moving." The uplifted tentacle was moving. It was doing what I had seen it do, as I supposed in my distorted imagination. It was reaching forward. Undoubtedly Bob saw what it was doing, but whether in obedience to his master's commands, or whether because the drug was already beginning to take effect, he made no movement to withdraw the pipe. He watched the slowly advancing tentacle coming closer and closer toward his nose, with an expression of such intense horror on his countenance that it became quite shocking. Farther and farther the creature reached forward, until on a sudden, with a sort of jerk, the movement assumed a downward direction, and the tentacle was slowly lowered until the tip rested on the stem of the pipe. For a moment the creature remained motionless. I was quieting my nerves with the reflection that this thing was but some trick of the carver's art, and that what we had seen in a sort of nightmare, when the whole hideous reptile was seized with what seemed to be a fit of convulsive shuddering. It seemed to be in agony. It trembled so violently that I expected to see it loosen its hold of the stem and fall to the ground. I was sufficiently master of myself to steal a glance at Bob. We had had an inkling of what might happen. He was wholly unprepared. As he saw that dreadful human-looking creature coming to life, as it seemed, within an inch or two of his nose, his eyes dilated to twice their usual size. I hoped for his sake that unconsciousness would supervene, through the action of the drug, before through sheer fright his senses left him. Perhaps mechanically he puffed steadily on. The creature's shuddering became more violent. It appeared to swell before our eyes. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the shuddering ceased. There was another instant of quiescence, and the creature began to crawl along the stem of the pipe. It moved with marvellous caution, the merest fraction of an inch at a time. But still it moved. Our eyes were riveted on it, with a fascination which was absolutely nauseous. I am unpleasantly affected even as I think of it now. My dreams of the night before had been nothing to this. Slowly, slowly it went, nearer and nearer to the smoker's nose. Its mode of progression was in the highest degree unsightly. It glided, never, so far as I could see, removing its tentacles from the stem of the pipe. It slipped its hindmost feelers onward, until they came up to those which were in advance. Then, in their turn, it advanced those which were in front. It seemed, too, to move with the utmost labour, shuddering as though it were in pain. We were all, for our parts, speechless. I was momentarily hoping that the drug would take effect on Bob. Either his constitution enabled him to offer a strong resistance to narcotics, or else the large quantity of neat spirit which he had drunk acted, as Tress had malevolently intended that it should, as an antidote. It seemed to me that he would never succumb. On went the creature, on and on, in its infinitesimal progression. I was spellbound. I would have given the world to scream, to have been able to utter a sound. I could do nothing else but watch. The creature had reached the end of the stem. It had gained the amber mouthpiece. It was within an inch of the smoker's nose. Still on it went. It seemed to move with greater freedom on the amber. It increased its rate of progress. It was actually touching the foremost feature on the smoker's countenance. I expected to see it grip the wretched Bob, when it began to oscillate from side to side. Its oscillations increased in violence. It fell to the floor. That same instant the narcotic prevailed. Bob slipped sideways from the chair, the pipe still held tightly between his rigid jaws. We were silent. There lay Bob. Close beside him lay the creature. A few more inches to the left, and he would have fallen on and squashed it flat. It had fallen on its back. Its feelers were extended upward. They were writhing and twisting and turning in the air. Tress was the first to speak. "I think a little brandy won't be amiss." Emptying the remainder of the brandy into a glass, he swallowed it in a draught. "Now for a closer examination of our friend." Taking a pair of tongs from the grate, he nipped the creature between them. He deposited it upon the table. I rather fancy that this is a case for dissection. He took a penknife from his waistcoat pocket. Opening the large blade, he thrust its point into the object on the table. Little or no resistance seemed to be offered to the passage of the blade, but as it was inserted, the tentacula simultaneously began to writhe and twist. Tress withdrew the knife. "I thought so." He held the blade out for our inspection. The point was covered with some viscid-looking matter. "That's blood. The thing's alive." "Alive?" "Alive. That's the secret of the whole performance." But me no buts, my Pew. The mystery's exploded. One more ghost is lost to the world. The person from whom I obtained that pipe was an Indian juggler, up to many tricks of the trade. He, or someone for him, got hold of this sweet thing in reptiles, and a sweeter thing would, I imagine, be hard to find, and covered it with some preparation of possibly gum arabic. He allowed this to harden, then he stuck the thing, still living, for those sort of gentry are hard to kill, to the pipe. The consequence was that when anyone lit up, the warmth was communicated to the adhesive agent. Again, some preparation of gum, no doubt. It moistened it, and the creature with infinite difficulty was able to move. But I am open to lay odds with any gentleman of sporting tastes that this time the creature's travelling days are done. It has given me rather a larger distaste of the horrors than is good for my digestion. With the aid of the tongs he removed the creature from the table. He placed it on the hearth. Before Brasher or I had a notion of what it was he intended to do, he covered it with a heavy marble paperweight. Then he stood upon the weight, and between the marble and the hearth he ground the creature flat. While the execution was still proceeding, Bob sat up on the floor. "Hello," he asked. "What's happened?" "We've emptied the bottle, Bob," said Tress, "but there's another where that came from. Perhaps you could drink another tumblerful, my boy." Bob drank it. End of The Pipe by Anonymous.
Adventure 6. The Reigate Puzzle by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. It was some time before the health of my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, recovered from the strain caused by his immense exertions in the spring of '87. The whole question of the Netherlands Sumatra Company and of the colossal schemes of Baron Maupertuis are too recent in the minds of the public and are too intimately concerned with politics and finance to be fitting subjects for this series of sketches. They led, however, in an indirect fashion, to a singular and complex problem which gave my friend an opportunity of demonstrating the value of a fresh weapon among the many with which he waged his lifelong battle against crime. On referring to my notes, I see that it was upon the 14th of April that I received a telegram from Lyons, which informed me that Holmes was lying ill in the Hotel Dulong. Within 24 hours I was in his sick room, and was relieved to find that there was nothing formidable in his symptoms. Even his iron constitution, however, had broken down under the strain of an investigation which had extended over 2 months, during which period he had never worked less than 15 hours a day, and had more than once, as he assured me, kept to his task for 5 days at a stretch. Even the triumphant issue of his labours could not save him from reaction after so terrible an exertion, and at a time when Europe was ringing with his name, and when his room was literally ankle-deep with congratulatory telegrams. I found him a prey to the blackest depression. Even the knowledge that he had succeeded where the police of 3 countries had failed, and that he had outmanoeuvred at every point the most accomplished swindler in Europe, was insufficient to rouse him from his nervous prostration. 3 days later we were back in Baker Street together, but it was evident that my friend would be much the better for a change, and the thought of a week of springtime in the country was full of attractions to me also. My old friend Colonel Hayter, who had come under my professional care in Afghanistan, had now taken a house near Reigate in Surrey, and had frequently asked me to come down to him upon a visit. On the last occasion he had remarked that if my friend would only come with me, he would be glad to extend his hospitality to him also. A little diplomacy was needed, but when Holmes understood that the establishment was a bachelor one, and that it would be allowed the fullest freedom, he fell in with my plans, and a week after our return from Lyons we were under the Colonel's roof. Hayter was a fine old soldier who had seen much of the world, and he soon found, as I expected, that Holmes and he had much in common. On the evening of our arrival we were sitting in the Colonel's gun-room after dinner, Holmes stretched upon the sofa, while Hayter and I looked over his little armoury of Eastern weapons. "By the way," he said suddenly, "I think I'll take one of these pistols upstairs with me in case we have an alarm." "An alarm?" said I. "Yes, we've had a scare in this part lately. Old Acton, who is one of our county magnates, had his house broken into last Monday. No great damage done, but the fellows are still at large." "No clue?" asked Holmes, cocking his eye at the Colonel. "None as yet, but the affair is a petty one of our little country crimes, which must seem too small for your attention, Mr. Holmes, after this great international affair." Holmes waved away the compliment, though his smile showed that it had pleased him. "Was there any feature of interest?" "I fancy not. The thieves ransacked the library and got very little for their pains. The whole place was turned upside down, drawers burst open and presses ransacked, with the result that an odd volume of Pope's Homer, 2 plated candlesticks, an ivory letter-weight, a small oak barometer, and a ball of twine are all that have vanished." "What an extraordinary assortment!" I exclaimed. "Oh, the fellows evidently grabbed hold of everything they could get." Holmes grunted from the sofa. "The county police ought to make something of that," said he. "Why, it is surely obvious that—" But I held up a warning finger. "You are here for a rest, my dear fellow. For heaven's sake, don't get started on a new problem when your nerves are all in shreds." Holmes shrugged his shoulders with a glance of comic resignation towards the Colonel, and the talk drifted away into less dangerous channels. It was destined, however, that all my professional caution should be wasted, for next morning the problem obtruded itself upon us in such a way that it was impossible to ignore it, and our country visit took a turn which neither of us could have anticipated. We were at breakfast when the Colonel's butler rushed in, with all his propriety shaken out of him. "Have you heard the news, sir?" he gasped. "That's a Cunningham, sir." "Burglary!" cried the Colonel, with his coffee cup in mid-air. "Murder!" The Colonel whistled. "By Jove," said he. "Who's killed, then? The J.P. or his son?" "Neither, sir. It was William the coachman. Shot through the heart, sir, and never spoke again." "Who shot him, then?" "The burglar, sir. He was off like a shot and got clean away. He just broke in at the pantry window when William came on him and met his end in saving his master's property." "What time?" "It was last night, sir, somewhere about 12. "Ah, then, we'll step over afterwards," said the Colonel, coolly settling down to his breakfast again. "It's a baddish business," he added when the butler had gone. "He's our leading man about here, is old Cunningham, and a very decent fellow too. He'll be cut up over this, for the man has been in his service for years, and was a good servant. It's evidently the same villains who broke into Acton's." "And stole that very singular collection," said Holmes thoughtfully. "Precisely." It may prove the simplest matter in the world, but all the same, at first glance, this is just a little curious, is it not? A gang of burglars acting in the country might be expected to vary the scene of their operations, and not to crack 2 cribs in the same district within a few days. When you spoke last night of taking precautions, I remembered that it passed through my mind that this was probably the last parish in England to which the thief or thieves would be likely to turn their attention, which shows that I have still much to learn. "I fancy it's some local practitioner," said the Colonel. "In that case, of course, Acton's and Cunningham's are just the places he will go for, since they are far the largest about here." "And richest?" "Well, they ought to be, but they've had a lawsuit for some years, which has sucked the blood out of both of them, I fancy. Old Acton has some claim on half Cunningham's estate, and the lawyers have been at it with both hands. If it's a local villain, there should not be much difficulty in running him down," said Holmes with a yawn. "All right, Watson, I don't intend to meddle." "Inspector Forrester, sir," said the butler, throwing open the door. The official, a smart, keen-faced young fellow, stepped into the room. "Good morning, Colonel," said he. "I hope I don't intrude, but we hear that Mr. Holmes of Baker Street is here." The Colonel waved his hand towards my friend, and the inspector bowed. "We thought that perhaps you would care to step across, Mr. Holmes." "The fates are against you, Watson," said he, laughing. "We were chatting about the matter when you came in, Inspector. Perhaps you can let us have a few details." As he leaned back in his chair in a familiar attitude, I knew that the case was hopeless. "We had no clue in the Acton affair, but here we have plenty to go on, and there's no doubt it is the same party in each case. The man was seen." "Ah." "Yes, sir, but he was off like a deer after the shot that killed poor William Kirwan was fired. Mr. Cunningham saw him from the bedroom window, and Mr. Alec Cunningham saw him from the back passage. It was 11:45 when the alarm broke out. Mr. Cunningham had just got into bed, and Mr. Alec was smoking a pipe in his dressing gown. They both heard William the coachman calling for help, and Mr. Alec ran down to see what was the matter. The back door was open, and as he came to the foot of the stairs, he saw 2 men wrestling together outside. One of them fired a shot, the other dropped, and the murderer rushed across the garden and over the hedge. Mr. Cunningham, looking out of his bedroom, saw the fellow as he gained the road, but lost sight of him at once. Mr. Alec stopped to see if he could help the dying man, and so the villain got clean away. Beyond the fact that he was a middle-sized man, and dressed in some dark stuff, we have no personal clue, but we are making energetic inquiries, and if he is a stranger, we shall soon find him out." "What was this William doing there? Did he say anything before he died?" "Not a word. He lives at the lodge with his mother, and as he was a very faithful fellow, we imagined that he walked up to the house with the intention of seeing that all was right there. Of course, this Acton business has put everyone on their guard. The robber must have just burst open the door, the lock has been forced, when William came upon him." "Did William say anything to his mother before going out?" "She is very old and deaf, and we can get no information from her. The shock has made her half-witted, but I understand that she was never very bright. There is one very important circumstance, however. Look at this." He took a small piece of torn paper from a notebook and spread it out upon his knee. This was found between the finger and thumb of the dead man. It appears to be a fragment torn from a larger sheet. You will observe that the hour mentioned upon it is the very time at which the poor fellow met his fate. You see that his murderer might have torn the rest of the sheet from him, or he might have taken this fragment from the murderer. It reads almost as though it were an appointment. Holmes took up the scrap of paper, a facsimile of which is here reproduced. "At 11:45, learn what may be." "Presuming that it is an appointment," continued the inspector, "it is, of course, a conceivable theory that this William Kirwan, though he had the reputation of being an honest man, may have been in league with the thief. He may have met him there, may even have helped him to break in the door, and then they may have fallen out between themselves." "This writing is of extraordinary interest," said Holmes, who had been examining it with intense concentration. "These are much deeper waters than I had thought." He sank his head upon his hands, while the inspector smiled at the effect which his case had had upon the famous London specialist. "Your last remark," said Holmes, presently, "as to the possibility of there being an understanding between the burglar and the servant, and this being a note of appointment from one to the other, is an ingenious and not entirely impossible supposition. But this writing opens up—" He sank his head into his hands again and remained for some minutes in the deepest thought. When he raised his face again, I was surprised to see that his cheek was tinged with colour and his eyes as bright as before his illness. He sprang to his feet with all his old energy. "I'll tell you what," said he, "I should like to have a quiet little glance into the details of this case. There is something in it which fascinates me extremely. If you will permit me, Colonel, I will leave my friend Watson and you, and I will step round with the inspector to test the truth of one or two little fancies of mine. I will be with you again in half an hour." An hour and a half had elapsed before the inspector returned alone. "Mr. Holmes is walking up and down in the field outside," said he. "He wants us all four to go up to the house together." "To Mr. Cunningham's?" "Yes, sir." "What for?" The inspector shrugged his shoulders. "I don't quite know, sir. Between ourselves, I think Mr. Holmes has not quite got over his illness yet. He's been behaving very queerly, and he is very much excited." "I don't think you need alarm yourself," said I. "I've usually found that there was method in his madness." "Some folks might say there was madness in his method," muttered the inspector. "But he's all on fire to start, Colonel, so we had best go out if you are ready." We found Holmes pacing up and down in the field, his chin sunk upon his breast, and his hands thrust into his trousers pockets. "The matter grows in interest," said he. "Watson, your country trip has been a distinct success. I have had a charming morning." "You have been up to the scene of the crime, I understand," said the Colonel. "Yes, the inspector and I have made quite a little reconnaissance together." "Any success?" "Well, we have seen some very interesting things. I'll tell you what we did as we walk. First of all, we saw the body of this unfortunate man. He certainly died from a revolver wound as reported." "Had you doubted it then?" "Oh, it is as well to test everything. Our inspection was not wasted. We then had an interview with Mr. Cunningham and his son, who were able to point out the exact spot where the murderer had broken through the garden hedge in his flight. That was of great interest." "Naturally." "Then we had a look at this poor fellow's mother. We could get no information from her, however, as she is very old and feeble." "And what is the result of your investigations?" The conviction that the crime is a very peculiar one. Perhaps our visit now may do something to make it less obscure. I think that we are both agreed, Inspector, that the fragment of paper in the dead man's hand, bearing, as it does, the very hour of his death written upon it, is of extreme importance. It should give us a clue, Mr. Holmes. It does give a clue. Whoever wrote that note was the man who brought William Kirwan out of his bed at that hour. But where is the rest of that sheet of paper? I examined the ground carefully in the hope of finding it, said the inspector. It was torn out of the dead man's hand. Why was someone so anxious to get possession of it? Because it incriminated him. And what would he do with it? Thrust it into his pocket, most likely, never noticing that a corner of it had been left in the grip of the corpse. If we could get the rest of that sheet, it is obvious that we should have gone a long way towards solving the mystery. Yes, but how can we get at the criminal's pocket before we catch the criminal? Well, it was worth thinking over. Then there is another obvious point. The note was sent to William. The man who wrote it could not have taken it. Otherwise, of course, he might have delivered his own message by word of mouth. Who brought the note, then? Or did it come through the post? I have made inquiries, said the inspector. William received the letter by the afternoon post yesterday. The envelope was destroyed by him. Excellent, cried Holmes, clapping the inspector on the back. You've seen the postman. It is a pleasure to work with you. Well, here is the lodge, and if you will come up, Colonel, I will show you the scene of the crime. We passed the pretty cottage where the murdered man had lived, and walked up an oak-lined avenue to the fine old Queen Anne house, which bears the date of Malplaquet upon the lintel of the door. Holmes and the inspector led us round it until we came to the side gate, which is separated by a stretch of garden from the hedge which lines the road. A constable was standing at the kitchen door. "Throw the door open, officer," said Holmes. Now it was on those stairs that young Mr. Cunningham stood and saw the two men struggling just where we are. Old Mr. Cunningham was at that window, the second on the left, and he saw the fellow get away just to the left of that bush. Then Mr. Alec ran out and knelt beside the wounded man. The ground is very hard, you see, and there are no marks to guide us. As he spoke, two men came down the garden path, from round the angle of the house. The one was an elderly man with a strong, deep-lined, heavy-eyed face, the other a dashing young fellow whose bright, smiling expression and showy dress were in strange contrast with the business which had brought us there. "Still at it, then?" said he to Holmes. "I thought you Londoners were never at fault. You don't seem to be so very quick, after all." "Ah, you must give us a little time," said Holmes good-humouredly. "You'll want it," said young Alec Cunningham. "Why, I don't see that we have any clue at all." "There's only one," answered the inspector. "We thought that if we could only find—" "Good heavens, Mr. Holmes, what is the matter?" My poor friend's face had suddenly assumed the most dreadful expression. His eyes rolled upwards, his features writhed in agony, and with a suppressed groan he dropped on his face upon the ground. Horrified at the suddenness and severity of the attack, we carried him into the kitchen, where he lay back in a large chair and breathed heavily for some minutes. Finally, with a shamefaced apology for his weakness, he rose once more. "Watson would tell you that I have only just recovered from a severe illness," he explained. "I am liable to these sudden nervous attacks." "Shall I send you home in my trap?" asked old Cunningham. "Well, since I'm here, there is one point on which I should like to feel sure. We can very easily verify it." "What was it?" "Well, it seems to me that it is just possible that the arrival of this poor fellow William was not before, but after the entrance of the burglar into the house. You appear to take it for granted that, although the door was forced, the robber never got in." "I fancy that is quite obvious," said Mr. Cunningham gravely. Why, my son Alec had not yet gone to bed, and he would certainly have heard anyone moving about. Where was he sitting? I was smoking in my dressing-room. Which window is that? The last on the left next my father's. Both of your lamps were lit, of course. Undoubtedly. There are some very singular points here, said Holmes, smiling. Is it not extraordinary that a burglar, and a burglar who had had some previous experience, should deliberately break into a house at a time when he could see from the lights that two of the family were still afoot? He must have been a cool hand. Well, of course, if the case were not an odd one, we should not have been driven to ask you for an explanation, said the young Mr. Alec. But as to your ideas that the man had robbed the house before William tackled him, I think it a most absurd notion. Wouldn't we have found the place disarranged and missed the things which he had taken? It depends on what the things were, said Holmes. You must remember that we are dealing with a burglar who is a very peculiar fellow, and who appears to work on lines of his own. Look, for example, at the queer lot of things which he took from Acton's. What was it? A ball of string, a letter weight, and I don't know what other odds and ends. Well, we are quite in your hands, Mr. Holmes, said old Cunningham. Anything which you or the inspector may suggest will most certainly be done. In the first place, said Holmes, I should like you to offer a reward, coming from yourself, for the officials may take a little time before they would agree upon the sum, and these things cannot be done too promptly. I have jotted down the form here, if you would not mind signing it. £50 was quite enough, I thought. I would willingly give 500, said the J.P., taking the slip of paper and the pencil which Holmes handed to him. This is not quite correct, however, he added, glancing over the document. I wrote it rather hurriedly. You see, you begin, whereas at about 1:45 on Tuesday morning an attempt was made, and so on. It was at 11:45, as a matter of fact. I was pained at the mistake, for I knew how keenly Holmes would feel any slip of the kind. It was his speciality to be accurate as to fact, but his recent illness had shaken him, and this one little incident was enough to show me that he was still far from being himself. He was obviously embarrassed for an instant, while the inspector raised his eyebrows, and Alec Cunningham burst into a laugh. The old gentleman corrected the mistake, however, and handed the paper back to Holmes. "Get it printed as soon as possible," he said. "I think your idea is an excellent one." Holmes put the slip of paper carefully away into his pocket-book. "And now," said he, "it really would be a good thing that we should all go over the house together and make certain that this rather erratic burglar did not, after all, carry anything away with him." Before entering, Holmes made an examination of the door, which had been forced. It was evident that a chisel or strong knife had been thrust in and the lock forced back with it. We could see in the marks in the wood where it had been pushed in. "You don't use bars, then?" he asked. "We have never found it necessary." "You don't keep a dog?" "Yes, but he is chained on the other side of the house." "When did the servants go to bed?" "About 10. I understand that William was usually in bed also at that hour." "Yes. It is singular that on this particular night he should have been up. Now, I should be very glad if you would have the kindness to show us over the house, Mr. Cunningham." A stone-flagged passage, with the kitchens branching away from it, led by a wooden staircase directly to the first floor of the house. It came out upon the landing opposite to a second, more ornamental stair, which came up from the front hall. Out of this landing opened the drawing-room and several bedrooms, including those of Mr. Cunningham and his son. Holmes walked slowly, taking keen note of the architecture of the house. I could tell from his expression that he was on a hot scent, and yet I could not in the least imagine in what direction his influences were leading him. "My good sir," said Mr. Cunningham with some impatience, "this is surely very unnecessary. That is my room at the end of the stairs, and my son's is the one beyond it. I leave it to your judgment whether it was possible for the thief to have come up here without disturbing us." "You must try round and get a fresh scent, I fancy," said the son, with a rather malicious smile. "Still, I must ask you to humour me a little further. I should like, for example, to see how far the windows of the bedrooms command the front. This, I understand, is your son's room." He pushed open the door. "And that, I presume, is the dressing-room in which he sat smoking when the alarm was given. Where does the window of that look out to?" He stepped across the bedroom, pushed open the door, and glanced round the other chamber. "I hope that you are satisfied now," said Mr. Cunningham tartly. "Thank you. I think I have seen all that I wished." "Then, if it is really necessary, we can go into my room." "If it is not too much trouble." The J.P. shrugged his shoulders and led the way into his own chamber, which was a plainly furnished and commonplace room. As we moved across it in the direction of the window, Holmes fell back, though he and I were the last of the group. Near the foot of the bed stood a dish of oranges and a carafe of water. As we passed it, Holmes, to my unutterable astonishment, leaned over in front of me and deliberately knocked the whole thing over. The glass smashed into 1,000 pieces, and the fruit rolled about into every corner of the room. "You've done it now, Watson," said he coolly. "A pretty mess you've made of the carpet." I stooped in some confusion and began to pick up the fruit, understanding for some reason my companion desired me to take the blame upon myself. The others did the same and set the table on its legs again. "Hello," cried the inspector. "Where's he got to?" Holmes had disappeared. "Wait here an instant," said young Alec Cunningham. "The fellow is off his head, in my opinion. Come with me, father, and see where he has got to." They rushed out of the room, leaving the inspector, the colonel, and me staring at each other. "Upon my word, I'm inclined to agree with Master Alec," said the official. "It may be the effect of his illness, but it seems to me that—" His words were suddenly cut short by a sudden scream of "Hell, murder!" With a thrill I recognized the voice of that of my friend. I rushed madly from the room onto the landing. The cries, which had sunk down into a hoarse, inarticulate shouting, came from the room which we had first visited. I dashed in and on into the dressing-room beyond. The two Cunninghams were bending over the prostrate figure of Sherlock Holmes, the younger clutching his throat with both hands, while the elder seemed to be twisting one of his wrists. In an instant the three of us had torn them away from him, and Holmes staggered to his feet, very pale and evidently greatly exhausted. "Arrest these men, Inspector," he gasped. "On what charge?" "That of murdering their coachman, William Kirwan." The inspector stared about him in bewilderment. "Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes," said he at last. "I'm sure you don't really mean to—" "Tut, man, look at their faces," cried Holmes curtly. Never certainly have I seen a plainer confession of guilt upon human countenances. The older man seemed numbed and dazed, with a heavy, sullen expression upon his strongly marked face. The son, on the other hand, had dropped all that jaunty, dashing style which had characterized him, and the ferocity of a dangerous wild beast gleamed in his dark eyes and distorted his handsome features. The inspector said nothing, but stepping to the door he blew his whistle. Two of his constables came at the call. "I have no alternative, Mr. Cunningham," said he. "I trust that this may all prove to be an absurd mistake, but you can see that— would you? Drop it." He struck out with his hand, and a revolver which the younger man was in the act of cocking clattered down upon the floor. "Keep that," said Holmes, quietly putting his foot upon it. "You will find it useful at the trial. But this is what we really wanted." He held up a little crumpled piece of paper. "The remainder of the sheet," cried the inspector. "Precisely. And where was it?" "Where I was sure it must be. I'll make the whole matter clear to you presently. I think, Colonel, that you and Watson might return now, and I will be with you again in an hour at the furthest. The inspector and I must have a word with the prisoners, but you will certainly see me back at luncheon time." Sherlock Holmes was as good as his word, for about 1 o'clock he joined us in the Colonel's smoking room. He was accompanied by a little elderly gentleman, who was introduced to me as Mr. Acton, whose house had been the scene of the original burglary. "I wished Mr. Acton to be present while I demonstrated this small matter to you," said Holmes, "for it is natural that he should take a keen interest in the details. I am afraid, my dear Colonel, that you must regret the hour that you took in such a stormy petrel as I am." "On the contrary," answered the Colonel warmly, "I consider it the greatest privilege to have been permitted to study your methods of working. I confess that they quite surpass my expectations, and that I am utterly unable to account for your result. I have not yet seen the vestige of a clue. I am afraid that my explanation may disillusion you, but it has always been my habit to hide none of my methods, either from my friend Watson or from anyone who might take an intelligent interest in them. But first, as I am rather shaken by the knocking about which I had in the dressing-room, I think I shall help myself to a dash of your brandy, Colonel. My strength has been rather tried of late." "I trust that you had no more of those nervous attacks." Sherlock Holmes laughed heartily. "We will come to that in its turn," said he. "I will lay an account of the case before you in its due order, showing you the various points which guided me in my decision. Pray interrupt me if there is any inference which is not perfectly clear to you. It is of the highest importance in the art of detection to be able to recognize, out of a number of facts, which are incidental and which are vital. Otherwise your energy and attention must be dissipated instead of being concentrated. Now, in this case there was not the slightest doubt in my mind, from the first, that the key of the whole matter must be looked for in the scrap of paper in the dead man's hand. Before going into this, I would draw your attention to the fact that, if Alec Cunningham's narrative was correct, and if the assailant, after shooting William Kirwan, had instantly fled, then it obviously could not be he who tore the paper from the dead man's hand. But if it was not he, it must have been Alec Cunningham himself, for by the time the old man had descended, several servants were upon the scene. The point is a simple one, but the inspector had overlooked it because he had started with the supposition that these county magnates had had nothing to do with the matter. Now, I make a point of never having any prejudices, and of following docilely wherever the fact may lead me, and so, in the very first stage of the investigation, I found myself looking a little askance at the part which had been played by Mr. Alec Cunningham. And now I made a very careful examination of the corner of paper which the inspector had submitted to us. It was at once clear to me that it formed part of a very remarkable document. Here it is. Do you not now observe something very suggestive about it? "It has a very irregular look," said the Colonel. "My dear sir," cried Holmes, "there cannot be the least doubt in the world that it has been written by two persons, doing alternate words. When I draw your attention to the strong T's of at and to, and ask you to compare them with the weak ones of quarter and 12, you will instantly recognize the fact. A very brief analysis of these 4 words would enable you to say with the utmost confidence that the learn and the maybe are written in the stronger hand, and the what in the weaker." "By Jove, it's as clear as day," cried the Colonel. "Why on earth should 2 men write a letter in such a fashion? Obviously the business was a bad one, and one of the men who distrusted the other was determined that whatever was done each should have an equal hand in it. Now, of the 2 men, it is clear that the one who wrote the at and to was the ringleader." And how do you get at that? We might deduce it from the mere character of the one hand as compared with the other, but we have more assured reasons than that for supposing it. If you examine this scrap with attention, you will come to the conclusion that the man with the stronger hand wrote all his words first, leaving blanks for the other to fill up. These blanks were not always sufficient, and you can see that the second man had a squeeze to fit his quarter in between the at and the to, showing that the latter were already written. The man who wrote all his words first is undoubtedly the man who planned the affair. "Excellent!" cried Mr. Acton. "But very superficial," said Holmes. "We come now, however, to a point which is of importance. You may not be aware that the deduction of a man's age from his writing is one which has been brought to considerable accuracy by experts. In normal cases one can place a man in his true decade with tolerable confidence. I say normal cases because ill health and physical weakness reproduce the signs of old age, even when the invalid is a youth. In this case, looking at the bold, strong hand of the one and the rather broken-backed appearance of the other, which still retains its legibility although the T's have begun to lose their crossing, we can say that the one was a young man and the other was advanced in years, without being positively decrepit." "Excellent!" cried Mr. Acton again. "There is a further point, however, which is subtler and of great interest. There is something in common between these hands. They belong to men who are blood relatives. It may be most obvious to you in the Greek E's, but to me there are many small points which indicate the same thing. I have no doubt at all that a family mannerism can be traced in these two specimens of writing. I am only, of course, giving you the leading results now of my examination of the paper. There were 23 other deductions which would be of more interest to experts than to you. They all tend to deepen the impression upon my mind that the Cunninghams, father and son, had written this letter." Having got so far, my next step was, of course, to examine into the details of the crime, and to see how far they would help us. I went up to the house with the inspector and saw all that was to be seen. The wound upon the dead man was, as I was able to determine with absolute confidence, fired from a revolver at the distance of something over 4 yards. There was no powder blackening on the clothes. Evidently, therefore, Alec Cunningham had lied when he said the two men were struggling when the shot was fired. Again, both father and son agreed as to the place where the man escaped into the road. At that point, however, as it happens, there is a broadish ditch, moist at the bottom. As there were no indications of boot marks about this ditch, I was absolutely sure not only that the Cunninghams had again lied, but there had never been any unknown man upon the scene at all. And now I have to consider the motive of this singular crime. To get at this, I endeavoured first of all to solve the reason of the original burglary at Mr. Acton's. I understood from something which the Colonel told us that a lawsuit had been going on between you, Mr. Acton, and the Cunninghams. Of course, it instantly occurred to me that they had broken into your library with the intention of getting at some document which might be of importance in the case. "Precisely so," said Mr. Acton. "There can be no possible doubt as to their intentions. I had the clearest claim upon half of their present estate, and if they could have found a single paper, which fortunately was in the strong-box with my solicitors, they would undoubtedly have crippled our case." "There you are," said Holmes, smiling. "It was a dangerous, reckless attempt, in which I seem to trace the influence of young Alec. Having found nothing, they tried to divert suspicion by making it appear to be an ordinary burglary, to which end they carried off whatever they could lay their hands upon." "That is all clear enough, but there was much that was still obscure. What I wanted above all was to get the missing part of that note. I was certain that Alec had torn it out of the dead man's hand, and almost certain that he must have thrust it into the pocket of his dressing-gown. Where else could he have put it? The only question was whether it was still there. It was worth an effort to find out, and for that object we all went up to the house. The Cunninghams joined us, as you doubtless remember, outside the kitchen door. It was, of course, of the very first importance that they should not be reminded of the existence of this paper, otherwise they would naturally destroy it without delay. The inspector was about to tell them the importance which we attached to it when, by the luckiest chance in the world, I tumbled down in a sort of fit, and so changed the conversation. "Good heavens!" cried the Colonel, laughing. "Do you mean to say all our sympathy was wasted, and your fit an imposture?" "Speaking professionally, it was admirably done," cried I, looking in amazement at this man who was for ever confounding me with some new phase of his astuteness. "It is an art which is often useful," said he. "When I recovered, I managed, by a device which had perhaps some little merit of ingenuity, to get old Cunningham to write the word 12, so that I might compare it with the 12 upon the paper." "Oh, what an ass I have been!" I exclaimed. "I could see that you were commiserating me over my weakness," said Holmes, laughing. "I was sorry to cause you the sympathetic pain which I know that you felt." We then went upstairs together, and having entered the room and seen the dressing-gown hanging up behind the door, I contrived, by upsetting a table, to engage their attention for the moment, and slipped back to examine the pockets. I had hardly got the paper, however, which was, as I expected, in one of them, when the two Cunninghams were on me, and would, I verily believe, have murdered me then and there, but for your prompt and friendly aid. As it is, I feel that young man's grip on my throat now, and the father has twisted my wrist round in the effort to get the paper out of my hand. They saw that I must know all about it, you see, and the sudden change from absolute security to complete despair made them perfectly desperate. I had a little talk with old Cunningham afterwards as to the motive of the crime. He was tractable enough, though his son was a perfect demon, ready to blow out his own or anybody else's brains if he could have got to his revolver. When Cunningham saw that the case against him was so strong, he lost all heart and made a clean breast of everything. It seems that William had secretly followed his two masters on the night when they made their raid upon Mr. Acton's, and having thus got them into his power, proceeded, under threats of exposure, to levy blackmail upon them. Mr. Alec, however, was a dangerous man to play games of that sort with. It was a stroke of positive genius on his part to see in the burglary scare, which was convulsing the countryside, an opportunity of plausibly getting rid of the man whom he feared. William was decoyed up and shot, and had they only got the whole of the note and paid a little more attention to detail in the accessories, it is very possible that suspicion might never have been aroused. "And the note?" I asked. Sherlock Holmes placed the subjoined paper before us. "If you will only come round at 11:45 to the East Gate, you will learn what will very much surprise you and may be of the greatest service to you and also to Annie Morrison. But say nothing to anyone upon the matter." "It is very much the sort of thing I expected," said he. "Of course, we do not yet know what the relations may have been between Alec Cunningham, William Kirwan, and Annie Morrison. The results show that the trap was skilfully baited. I am sure that you cannot fail to be delighted with the traces of heredity shown in the P's and in the tails of the G's. The absence of the I dots in the old man's writing is also most characteristic. Watson, I think our quiet rest in the country has been a distinct success, and I shall certainly return much invigorated to Baker Street tomorrow." End of The Reigate Puzzle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Revolutionist by Michael P. Artzybashev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Gabriel Anderson, the teacher, walked to the edge of the school garden, where he paused, undecided what to do. Off in the distance, 2 miles away, The woods hung like bluish lace over a field of pure snow. It was a brilliant day. 100 tints glistened on the white ground and the iron bars of the garden railing. There was a lightness and transparency in the air that only the days of early spring possess. Gabriel Anderson turned his step towards the fringe of blue lace for a tramp in the woods. "Another spring in my life," he said, breathing deep and peering up at the heavens through his spectacles. Anderson was rather given to sentimental poetizing. He walked with his hands folded behind him, dangling his cane. He had gone but a few paces when he noticed a group of soldiers and horses on the road beyond the garden rail. Their drab uniforms stood out dully against the white of the snow, but their swords and horses' coats tossed back the light. Their bowed cavalry legs moved awkwardly on the snow. Anderson wondered what they were doing there. Suddenly the nature of their business flashed upon him. It was an ugly errand they were upon, an instinct rather than his reason told him. Something unusual and terrible was to happen, and the same instinct told him he must conceal himself from the soldiers. He turned to the left quickly, dropped on his knees and crawled on the soft, thawing, crackling snow to a low haystack, from behind which, by craning his neck, he could watch what the soldiers were doing. There were 12 of them, one a stocky young officer in a grey cloak caught in prettily at the waist by a silver belt. His face was so red that even at that distance Anderson caught the odd, whitish gleam of his light protruding moustache and eyebrows against the vivid colour of his skin. The broken tones of his raucous voice reached distinctly to where the teacher, listening intently, lay hidden. "I know what I am about. I don't need anybody's advice," the officer cried. He clapped his arms akimbo and looked down at someone among the group of bustling soldiers. "I'll show you how to be a rebel, you damned skunk." Anderson's heart beat fast. Good heavens, he thought, is it possible? His head grew chill, as if struck by a cold wave. "Officer," a quiet, restrained, yet distinct voice came from among the soldiers. "You have no right. It's for the court to decide. You aren't a judge. It's plain murder." "Not—" "Silence!" thundered the officer, his voice choking with rage. "I'll give you a court, Ivanov. Go ahead." He put the spurs to his horse and rode away. Gabriel Anderson mechanically observed how carefully the horse picked its way, placing its feet daintily as if for the steps of a minuet. Its ears were pricked to catch every sound. There was momentary bustle and excitement among the soldiers. Then they dispersed in different directions, leaving 3 persons in black behind, 2 tall men and one very short and frail. Anderson could see the hair of the short one's head. It was very light, and he saw his rosy ears sticking out on each side. Now he fully understood what was to happen, but it was a thing so out of the ordinary, so horrible, that he fancied he was dreaming. "It's so bright, so beautiful, the snow, the field, the woods, the sky. The breath of spring is upon everything, yet people are going to be killed. How can it be? Impossible." So his thoughts ran in confusion. He had the sensation of a man suddenly gone insane, who finds he sees, hears and feels what he is not accustomed to, and ought not hear, see and feel. The 3 men in black stood next to one another, hard by the railing, 2 quite close together, the short one some distance away. "Officer!" one of them cried out in a desperate voice. Anderson could not see which it was. "God sees us, officer." 8 soldiers dismounted quickly, their spurs and sabres catching awkwardly. Evidently they were in a hurry, as if doing a thief's job. Several seconds passed in silence, until the soldiers placed themselves in a row a few feet from the black figures and levelled their guns. In doing so, one soldier knocked his cap from his head. He picked it up and put it on again without brushing off the wet snow. The officer's mount still kept dancing on one spot with his ears pricked, while the other horses, also with sharp ears erect to catch every sound, stood motionless looking at the men in black, their long wise heads inclined to one side. "Spare the boy at least," another voice suddenly pierced the air. "Why kill a child, damn you? What has the child done?" "Ivanov, do what I told you to do," thundered the officer, drowning the other voice. His face turned as scarlet as a piece of red flannel. There followed a scene savage and repulsive in its gruesomeness. The short figure in black, with the light hair and rosy ears, uttered a wild shriek in a shrill child's tones and reeled to one side. Instantly it was caught up by 2 or 3 soldiers, but the boy began to struggle, and 2 more soldiers ran up. "Oh, ow, ow, ow," the boy cried. "Let me go, ow, ow." His shrill voice cut the air like the yell of a stuck porkling not quite done to death. Suddenly he grew quiet. Someone must have struck him. An unexpected, oppressive silence ensued. The boy was being pushed forward. Then there came a deafening report. Anderson started back, all in a tremble. He saw distinctly, yet vaguely as in a dream, the dropping of 2 dark bodies, the flash of pale sparks, and a light smoke rising in the clean, bright atmosphere. He saw the soldiers hastily mounting their horses without even glancing at the bodies. He saw them galloping along the muddy road, their arms clanking, their horses' hoofs chattering. He saw all this, himself now standing in the middle of the road, not knowing when and why he had jumped from behind the haystack. He was deathly pale. His face was covered with dank sweat. His body was aquiver. A physical sadness smote and tortured him. He could not make out the nature of the feeling. It was akin to extreme sickness, though far more nauseating and terrible. After the soldiers had disappeared beyond the bend towards the woods, people came hurrying to the spot of the shooting, though till then not a soul had been in sight. The bodies lay at the roadside, on the other side of the railing, where the snow was clean, brittle and untrampled, and glistened cheerfully in the bright atmosphere. There were 3 dead bodies, 2 men and a boy. The boy lay with his long soft neck stretched on the snow. The face of the man next to the boy was invisible. He had fallen face downward in a pool of blood. The third was a big man with a black beard and huge, muscular arms. He lay stretched out to the full length of his big body, his arms extended over a large area of blood-stained snow. The 3 men who had been shot lay black against the white snow, motionless. From afar no one could have told the terror that was in their immobility as they lay there at the edge of the narrow road, crowded with people. That night Gabriel Anderson, in his little room in the schoolhouse, did not write poems as usual. He stood at the window and looked at the distant pale disk of the moon in the misty blue sky, and thought. And his thoughts were confused, gloomy, and heavy as if a cloud had descended upon his brain. Indistinctly outlined in the dull moonlight he saw the dark railing, the trees, the empty garden. It seemed to him that he beheld them, the 3 men who had been shot, 2 grown up, 1 a child. They were lying there now at the roadside in the empty silent field, looking at the far-off cold moon with their dead white eyes as he with his living eyes. The time will come some day, he thought, when the killing of people by others will be an utter impossibility. The time will come when even the soldiers and officers who killed these 3 men will realize what they have done, and will understand that what they killed them for is just as necessary, important, and dear to them, to the officers and soldiers, as to those whom they killed. Yes, he said aloud and solemnly, his eyes moistening, that time will come. They will understand. And the pale disk of the moon was blotted out by the moisture in his eyes. A large pity pierced his heart for the 3 victims whose eyes looked at the moon, sad and unseeing. A feeling of rage cut him as with a sharp knife, and took possession of him. But Gabriel Anderson quieted his heart, whispering softly, "They know not what they do." And this old and ready phrase gave him the strength to stifle his rage and indignation. The day was as bright and white, but the spring was already advanced. The wet soil smelt of spring. Clear cold water ran everywhere from under the loose, thawing snow. The branches of the trees were springy and elastic. For miles and miles around, the country opened up in clear azure stretches. Yet the clearness and the joy of the spring day were not in the village. They were somewhere outside the village, where there were no people, in the fields, the woods, and the mountains. In the village the air was stifling, heavy and terrible as in a nightmare. Gabriel Anderson stood in the road near a crowd of dark, sad, absent-minded people, and craned his neck to see the preparations for the flogging of 7 peasants. They stood in the thawing snow, and Gabriel Anderson could not persuade himself that they were people whom he had long known and understood. By that which was about to happen to them, the shameful, terrible, ineradicable thing that seemed to happen to them, they were separated from all the rest of the world, and so were unable to feel what he, Gabriel Anderson, felt, just as he was unable to feel what they felt. Round them were the soldiers, confidently and beautifully mounted on high upon their large steeds, who tossed their wise heads and turned their dappled wooden faces slowly from side to side, looking contemptuously at him, Gabriel Anderson, who was soon to behold this horror, this disgrace, and would do nothing, would not dare to do anything. So it seemed to Gabriel Anderson, and a sense of cold, intolerable shame gripped him as between 2 clamps of ice, through which he could see everything without being able to move, cry out, or utter a groan. They took the first peasant. Gabriel Anderson saw his strange, imploring, hopeless look. His lips moved, but no sound was heard, and his eyes wandered. There was a bright gleam in them as in the eyes of a madman. His mind, it was evident, was no longer able to comprehend what was happening. And so terrible was that face, at once full of reason and of madness, that Anderson felt relieved when they put him face downward in the snow, and, instead of the fiery eyes, he saw his bare back glistening, a senseless, shameful, horrible sight. The large, red-faced soldier in a red cap pushed toward him, looking down at his body with seeming delight, and then cried in a clear voice, "Well, let her go, with God's blessing." Anderson seemed not to see the soldiers, the sky, the horses, or the crowd. He did not feel the cold, the terror, or the shame. He did not hear the swish of the knout in the air, or the savage howl of pain and despair. He only saw the bare back of a man's body swelling up and covered over evenly with white and purple stripes. Gradually the bare back lost the semblance of human flesh. The blood oozed and squirted, forming patches, drops and rivulets which ran down on the white, thawing snow. Terror gripped the soul of Gabriel Anderson as he thought of the moment when the man would rise and face all the people who had seen his body bared out in the open and reduced to a bloody pulp. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw 4 soldiers in uniform and red hats forcing another man down in the snow, his back bared just as shamefully. Terribly and absurdly, a ludicrously tragic sight. Then came the 3rd, the 4th, and so on to the end. And Gabriel Anderson stood on the wet, thawing snow, craning his neck, trembling and stuttering, though he did not say a word. Dank sweat poured from his body. A sense of shame permeated his whole being. It was a humiliating feeling, having to escape being noticed so that they should not catch him and lay him there on the snow and strip him bare, him, Gabriel Anderson. The soldiers pressed and crowded, the horses tossed their heads, the knout swished in the air, and the bare, shamed human flesh swelled up, tore, ran over with blood, and curled like a snake. Oaths, wild shrieks rained from the village through the clean white air of that spring day. Anderson now saw 5 men's faces at the steps of the town hall, the faces of those men who had already undergone their shame. He quickly turned his eyes away. After seeing this, a man must die. he thought. There were 17 of them, 15 soldiers, a subaltern, and a young beardless officer. The officer lay in front of the fire, looking intently into the flames. The soldiers were tinkering with the firearms in the wagon. Their grey figures moved about quietly on the black thawing ground, and occasionally stumbled across the logs sticking out from the blazing fire. Gabriel Anderson, wearing an overcoat and carrying his cane behind his back, approached them. The subaltern, a stout fellow with a moustache, jumped up, turned from the fire and looked at him. "Who are you? What do you want?" he asked excitedly. From his tone it was evident that the soldiers feared everybody in that district, through which they went scattering death, destruction, and torture. "Officer," he said, "there is a man here I don't know." The officer looked at Anderson without speaking. "Officer," said Anderson in a thin, strained voice, "my name is Michelson. I am a businessman here. I am going to the village on business. I was afraid I might be mistaken for someone else, you know." "Then what are you nosing about here for?" the officer said angrily, and turned away. "A businessman," sneered a soldier. "He ought to be searched, this businessman ought, so as not to be knocking about at night. A good one in the jaw is what he needs." "He's a suspicious character, officer," said the subaltern. "Don't you think we'd better arrest him, what?" "Don't," answered the officer lazily. "I'm sick of them, damn 'em." Gabriel Anderson stood there without saying anything. His eyes flashed strangely in the dark by the firelight, and it was strange to see his short, substantial, clean, neat figure in the field at night among the soldiers, with his overcoat and cane and glasses glistening in the firelight. The soldiers left him and walked away. Gabriel Anderson remained standing for a while. Then he turned and left, rapidly disappearing in the darkness. The night was drawing to a close. The air turned chilly, and the tops of the bushes defined themselves more clearly in the dark. Gabriel Anderson went again to the military post, but this time he hid, crouching low as he made his way under the cover of the bushes. Behind him people moved about quietly and carefully, bending the bushes, silent as shadows. Next to Gabriel, on his right, walked a tall man with a revolver in his hand. The figure of a soldier on the hill outlined itself strangely, unexpectedly, not where they had been looking for it. It was faintly illumined by the gleam from the dying fire. Gabriel Anderson recognized the soldier. It was the one who had proposed that he should be searched. Nothing stirred in Anderson's heart. His face was cold and motionless, as of a man who is asleep. Round the fire the soldiers lay stretched out, sleeping, all except the subaltern, who sat with his head drooping over his knees. The tall, thin man on Anderson's right raised the revolver and pulled the trigger. A momentary blinding flash, a deafening report. Anderson saw the guard lift his hands and then sit down on the ground, clasping his bosom. From all directions short, crackling sparks flashed up, which combined into one riving roar. The subaltern jumped up and dropped straight into the fire. Grey soldiers' figures moved about in all directions like apparitions, throwing up their hands and falling and writhing on black earth. The young officer ran past Anderson, fluttering his hand like some strange, frightened bird. Anderson, as if he were thinking of something else, raised his cane. With all his strength he hit the officer on the head, each blow descending with a dull, ugly thud. The officer reeled in a circle, struck a bush, and sat down after the second blow, covering his head with both hands, as children do. Someone ran up and discharged a revolver as if from Anderson's own hand. The officers sank together in a heap, and lunged with great force head foremost on the ground. His legs twitched for a while, then he curled up quietly. The shot ceased. Black men with white faces, ghostly grey in the dark, moved about the dead bodies of the soldiers, taking away their arms and ammunition. Anderson watched all this with a cold, attentive stare. When all was over, he went up, took hold of the burned subaltern's legs, and tried to remove the body from the fire. But it was too heavy for him, and he let it go. Anderson sat motionless on the steps of the town hall and thought. He thought of how he, Gabriel Anderson, with his spectacles, cane, overcoat and poems, had lied and betrayed 15 men. He thought it was terrible, yet there was neither pity, shame, nor regret in his heart. Were he to be set free, he knew that he, Gabriel Anderson, with his spectacles and poems, would go straight away and do it again. He tried to examine himself, to see what was going on inside his soul. But his thoughts were heavy and confused. For some reason it was more painful for him to think of the 3 men lying in the snow, looking at the pale disk of the far-off moon with their dead, unseeing eyes, than of the murdered officer whom he had struck 2 dry, ugly blows on the head. Of his own death he did not think. It seemed to him that he had done with everything long, long ago. Something had died, had gone out and left him empty, and he must not think about it. And when they grabbed him by the shoulder, and he rose, and they quickly led him through the garden where the cabbages raised their dry heads, he could not formulate a single thought. He was conducted to the road and placed at the railing with his back to one of the iron bars. He fixed his spectacles, put his hands behind him, and stood there with his neat, stocky body, his head slightly inclined to one side. At the last moment he looked in front of him and saw rifle barrels pointing at his head, chest and stomach, and pale faces with trembling lips. He distinctly saw how one barrel levelled at his forehead suddenly dropped. Something strange and incomprehensible, as if no longer of this world, no longer earthly, passed through Anderson's mind. He straightened himself to the full height of his short body and threw back his head in simple pride. A strange, indistinct sense of cleanness, strength and pride filled his soul, and everything, the sun and the sky and the people and the field and death, seemed to him insignificant, remote and useless. The bullets hit him in the chest, in the left eye, in the stomach, went through his clean coat, buttoned all the way up. His glasses shivered into bits. He uttered a shriek, circled round and fell with his face against one of the iron bars, his one remaining eye wide open. He clawed the ground with his outstretched hands as if trying to support himself. The officer, who had turned green, rushed towards him and senselessly thrust a revolver against his neck and fired twice. Anderson stretched out on the ground. The soldiers left quickly, but Anderson remained pressed flat to the ground. The index finger of his left hand continued to quiver for about 10 seconds. End of The Revolutionist. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Seeing a Sawmill by Bill Nye. From Bill Nye's Cordwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Seeing a Sawmill by Bill Nye. I have just returned from a little trip up from the North Wisconsin Railway, where I went to catch a string of codfish and anything else that might be contagious. Northern Wisconsin is the place where they yank a big wet log into a mill and turn it into cash as quick as a railroad man can draw his salary out of the pay car. The log is held on a carriage by means of iron dogs while it is being worked into lumber. These iron dogs are not like those we see on the front steps of a brownstone front occasionally. They are another breed of dog. The managing editor of the mill lays out the log in his mind and works it into dimension stuff, shingles, bolts, slabs, edging, 2x4s, 2x8s, 2x6s, etc., so as to use the goods to the best advantage, just as a woman takes a dress pattern and cuts it so she won't have to piece the front breadths and will still have enough left to make a polonaise for last summer's gown. I stood there for a long time, watching the various saws and listening to the monstrous growl, and wishing that I had been born a successful timber thief instead of a poor boy without a rag to my back. At one of these mills, not long ago, a man backed up to get away from a carriage, and thoughtlessly backed against a large saw that was revolving at a rate of about 200 times a minute. The saw took a large chew of tobacco from the plug he had in his pistol pocket, and then began on him. But there's no use going into details. Such things are not cheerful. They gathered him up out of the sawdust, and put him in a nail keg, and carried him away. But he did not speak again. Life was quite extinct. Whether it was the nervous shock that killed him, or the concussion of the cold saw against his liver that killed him, no one ever knew. The mill shut down for a couple of hours so that the head sawyer could file his saw, and then work was resumed once more. We should learn from this never to lean on a buzz saw when it moveth itself aright. The end of Seeing a Sawmill by Bill Nye.
Tale of the Ungrateful Man by Anonymous, translated by the Reverend Charles Swan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Tale of the Ungrateful Man. Vitalis, a noble Venetian, one day at a hunting party fell into a pit, which had been dug to catch wild animals. He passed a whole night and day there, and I will leave you to imagine his dread and his agony. The pit was dark. Vitalis ran from one side of it to the other, in hope of finding some branch or root by which he might climb its sides and get out of his dungeon. But he heard such confused and extraordinary noises, growlings and hissings and plaintive cries, that he became half dead with terror, and crouched in a corner motionless, awaiting death with the most horrid dismay. On the morning of the second day he heard some one passing near the pit, and then, raising his voice, he cried out with the most dolorous accent, "Help! Help! Draw me out of this! I am perishing!" A peasant crossing the forest heard this cry. At first he was frightened, but after a moment or two, taking courage, he began to approach the pit, and asked who had called. "A poor huntsman," answered Vitalis, "who has passed a long night and day here. Help me out, for the love of God! Help me out, and I will recompense you handsomely." "I will do what I can," replied the peasant. Then Masaccio, such was the name of the peasant, took a hedge-bill which hung at his girdle, and cutting a branch of a tree strong enough to bear a man, "Listen, huntsman," said he, "to what I am going to say to you. I will let down this branch into the pit. I will fasten it against the sides and hold it with my hands, and by pulling yourself out by it, you may get free from your prison." "Good," answered Vitalis. "Ask me anything you will, and it shall be granted." "I ask for nothing," said the peasant, "but I am going to get married, and you may give what you like to my bride." So saying, Masaccio let down the branch. He soon felt it heavy, and a moment after a monkey leapt out of the pit. He had fallen like Vitalis, and had seized quickly on the branch of Masaccio. "It was the devil surely which spoke to me from the pit," said Masaccio, running away in a fright. "Do you abandon me then?" cried Vitalis, in a lamentable accent. "My friend, my dear friend, for the love of the Lord, for the love of your mistress, draw me out of this. I beg, I implore you. I will give her wedding gifts. I will enrich you. I am the Lord Vitalis, a rich Venetian. Do not let me die of hunger in this horrible pit." Masaccio was touched by these prayers. He returned to the pit, let down another branch, and a lion jumped out, making the woods echo with his roar of delight. "Oh, certainly, certainly it was the devil I heard," said Masaccio, and fled away again. But stopping short after a few paces, he heard again the piercing cries of Vitalis. "Oh, God," he cried, "to die of hunger in a pit! Will no one then come to my help? Whoever you may be, I implore you, return, let me not die, when you can save me. I will give you a house and a field and cows and gold, all that you can ask for. Save me only." Masaccio, thus implored, could not help returning. He let down the branch, and a serpent, hissing joyously, sprang out of the pit. Masaccio fell on his knees, half dead with fear, and repeated all the prayers he could think of to drive away the demon. He was only brought to himself by hearing the cries of despair which Vitalis uttered. "Will no one help me?" said he. "Ah, then, must I die? Oh, God! Oh, God!" He wept and sobbed in a heart-breaking manner. "It is certainly the voice of a man for all that," said Masaccio. "Oh, if you are still there," said Vitalis, "in the name of all that is dear to you, save me, that I may die at least at home, and not in this horrible pit. I can say no more. My voice is exhausted. Shall I give you my palace at Venice, my possessions, my honours? I give them all, and may I die if I forfeit my word. Life only, save only my life." Masaccio could not resist such prayers, and mingled with such promises. He let down the branch again. "Ah, here you are at last," said he, seeing Vitalis come up. "Yes," said he, and uttering a cry of joy he fainted in the arms of Masaccio. Masaccio sustained him, assisted him, and brought him to himself. Then, giving him his arm, "Let us," said he, "quit this forest." But Vitalis could hardly walk. He was exhausted with hunger. "Eat this piece of bread," said Masaccio, and he gave him some which he took out of his wallet. "My benefactor, my saviour, my good angel," said Vitalis, "how can I ever sufficiently recompense you?" "You have promised me a marriage portion for my bride, and your palace at Venice for myself," said Masaccio, but Vitalis now began to regain his strength. "Yes, certainly, I will give a portion to your wife, my dear Masaccio, and I will make you the richest peasant of your village. Where do you live?" "At Capellata, in the forest. But I would willingly quit my village to establish myself at Venice in the palace you have promised me." "Here we are out of the forest," said Vitalis. "I know my road now, thank you, Masaccio." "But when shall I come for my palace, and the portion for my intended?" returned the peasant. "When you will," said the other, and they separated. Vitalis went to Venice, and Masaccio to Capellata, where he related his adventure to his mistress, telling her what a rich portion she was to have, and what a fine palace she was to live in. The next day early he set out for Venice, and asked for the palace of Signor Vitalis, went straight to it, and told the domestics that he should come shortly with his mistress in a fine carriage to take possession of the palace, which the Signor Vitalis had promised to give him. Masaccio appeared to those who heard him mad, and Vitalis was told that there was a peasant in his hall who asked for a marriage portion, and said the palace belonged to him. "Let him be turned out immediately," said Vitalis. "I know him not." The valets accordingly drove him away with insults, and Masaccio returned to his cottage in despair, without daring to see his mistress. At one corner of his fireplace was seated the monkey, at the other corner the lion, and the serpent had twisted itself in spiral circles upon the hearth. Masaccio was seized with fear. "The man has driven me from his door," thought he, "and the lion will certainly devour me, the serpent sting me, and the monkey laugh at me, and this will be my reward for saving them from the pit." But the monkey turned to him with a most amicable grimace. The lion, vibrating gently his tail, came and licked his hand, like a dog caressing his master, and the serpent, unrolling its ringy body, moved about the room with a contented and grateful air, which gave courage to Masaccio. "Poor animals," said he, "they are better than the Signor Vitalis. He drove me like a beggar from the door. Ah, with what pleasure I would pitch him again into the pit. And my bride, whom I thought to marry so magnificently, I have not a stick of wood in my wood-house, not a morsel of meat for a meal, and no money to buy any. The ungrateful wretch, with his portion and his palace." Thus did Masaccio complain. Meanwhile the monkey began to make significant faces, the lion to agitate his tail with great uneasiness, and the serpent to roll and unroll in circles with great rapidity. Then the monkey, approaching his benefactor, made him a sign to follow, and led him into the wood-house, where was regularly piled up a quantity of wood sufficient for the whole year. It was the monkey who had collected this wood in the forest, and brought it to the cottage of Masaccio. Masaccio embraced the grateful ape. The lion, then uttering a delicate roar, led him to a corner of the cottage, where he saw an enormous provision of game, 2 sheep, 3 kids, hares and rabbits in abundance, and a fine wild boar, all covered with the branches of trees to keep them fresh. It was the lion who had hunted for his benefactor. Masaccio patted kindly his mane. "And you, then," said he to the serpent, "have you brought me nothing? Art thou a vitalis, or a good and honest animal, like the monkey and the lion?" The serpent glided rapidly under a heap of dried leaves, and reappeared immediately, rearing itself superbly on its tail, when Masaccio saw, with surprise, a beautiful diamond in its mouth. "A diamond!" cried Masaccio, and stretched forth his hand to stroke caressingly the serpent and take its offering. Masaccio then set out immediately for Venice to turn his diamond into money. He addressed himself to a jeweller. The jeweller examined the diamond. It was of the finest water. "How much do you ask for it?" said he. 200 crowns, said Masaccio, thinking his demand to be great. It was hardly the 10th part of the value of the stone. The jeweller looked at Masaccio and said, "To sell it at that price, you must be a robber, and I arrest you." "It is not worth so much. Give me less," said Masaccio. "I am not a robber. I am an honest man. It was the serpent that gave me the diamond." But the police now arrived, and conducted him before the magistrate. There he recounted his adventure, which appeared to be a mere fairy vision. Yet, as the Signor Vitalis was implicated in the story, the magistrate referred the affair to the State Inquisition, and Masaccio appeared before it. "Relate to us your history," said one of the inquisitors, "and lie not, or we will have you thrown into the canal." Masaccio related his adventure. "So," said the inquisitor, "you saved the Signor Vitalis?" "Yes, noble signors." "And he promised you a marriage portion for your bride, and his palace at Venice for yourself?" "Yes, noble signors." "And he drove you like a beggar from his door?" "Yes, noble signors." "Let the Signor Vitalis appear," said the same inquisitor. Vitalis appeared. "Do you know this man, Signor Vitalis?" said the inquisitor. "No, I know him not," replied Vitalis. The inquisitors consulted together. "This man," said they, speaking of Masaccio, "is evidently a knave and a cheat. He must be thrown into prison. Signor Vitalis, you are acquitted." Then, making a sign to an officer of police, "Take that man," said he, "to prison." Masaccio fell on his knees in the middle of the hall. "Noble signors, said he, "it is possible that the diamond may have been stolen. The serpent who gave it me may have wished to deceive me. It is possible that the ape, the lion, and the serpent may all be an illusion of the demon. But it is true that I saved Signor Vitalis. Signor Vitalis," turning to him, "I ask you not for the marriage portion for my bride, nor for your palace of marble, but say a word for me. Suffer me not to be thrown into prison. Do not abandon me. I did not abandon you when you were in the pit." "Noble signors," said Vitalis, bowing to the tribunal, "I can only repeat what I have already said. I know not this man. Has he a single witness to produce?" At this moment the whole court was thrown into fear and astonishment, for the lion, the monkey, and the serpent entered the hall together. The monkey was mounted on the back of the lion, and the serpent was twined round the arm of the monkey. On entering, the lion roared, the monkey spluttered, and the serpent hissed. "Ah, these are the animals of the pit!" cried Vitalis in alarm. "Signor Vitalis," resumed the chief of inquisitors, when the dismay which this apparition had caused had somewhat diminished, "you have asked where were the witnesses of Masaccio. You see that God has sent them at the right time before the bar of our tribunal. Since then God has testified against you, We should be culpable before him if we did not punish your ingratitude. Your palace and your possessions are confiscated, and you shall pass the rest of your life in a narrow prison. And you, continued he, addressing himself to Masaccio, who was all this time caressing the lion, the monkey, and the serpent, since a Venetian has promised you a palace of marble and a portion for your bride, the Republic of Venice will accomplish the promise. The palace and the possessions of Vitalis are thine. You, said he to the secretary of the tribunal, draw up an account of all this history, that the people of Venice may know, through all generations, that the justice of the tribunal of the State Inquisition is not less equitable than it is rigorous. Masaccio and his wife lived happily for many years afterwards in the palace of Vitalis, with the monkey, the lion, and the serpent. And Masaccio had them represented in a picture on the wall of his palace as they entered the hall of the tribunal, the lion carrying the monkey, and the monkey carrying the serpent. End of Tale of the Ungrateful Man, by Anonymous, translated by the Reverend Charles Swan.
The Two New Houses, by Carolyn Wells, from Wit and Humor of America, in 10 volumes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Two New Houses, by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two men, each of whom decided to build for himself a fine new house. One man, being of an arrogant and conceited nature, took counsel from nobody, but declared that he would build his house to suit himself. For, he said, since it is my house and I am to live in it, why should I ask the advice of my neighbors as to its construction? While the house was building, the neighbors came often and looked at it and went away, whispering and wagging their heads in derision. But the man paid no heed and continued to build his house as he would. The result was that when completed, his house was lacking in symmetry and unity, and in 100 ways it was unsatisfactory, and for every defect there was a neighbor who said, "Had you asked me, I would have warned you against that error." The other man, who was of a humble and docile mind, went to each of his neighbors in turn, and asked advice about the building of his house. His friends willingly and at great length gave him the benefit of their experiences and opinions, and the grateful man undertook to follow out all their directions. The result was that his house, when finished, was a hodgepodge of varying styles and contradictory effects, and exceedingly uncomfortable and inconvenient to live in. Morals. This fable teaches that in a multitude of counselors there is safety, but that too many cooks spoil the broth. The end of The Two New Houses, by Carolyn Wells.
Adventure 2, The Yellow Face, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. In publishing these short sketches, based upon the numerous cases in which my companion's singular gifts have made us the listeners to, and eventually the actors in, some strange drama, it is only natural that I should dwell rather upon his successes than upon his failures. And this is not so much for the sake of his reputation, for indeed it was when he was at his wit's end that his energy and his versatility were most admirable, but because where he failed it happened too often that no one else succeeded, and that the tale was left forever without a conclusion. Now and again, however, it chanced that even when he erred, the truth was still discovered. I have noted of some half-dozen cases of the kind. The adventure of the Musgrave ritual and that which I am about to recount are the two which present the strongest features of interest. Sherlock Holmes was a man who seldom took exercise for exercise's sake. Few men were capable of greater muscular effort, and he was undoubtedly one of the finest boxers of his weight that I have ever seen. But he looked upon aimless bodily exertion as a waste of energy, and he seldom bestirred himself save when there was some professional object to be served. Then he was absolutely untiring and indefatigable. That he should have kept himself in training under such circumstances is remarkable. But his diet was usually of the sparest, and his habits were simple to the verge of austerity. Save for the occasional use of cocaine, he had no vices, and he only turned to the drug as a protest against the monotony of existence when cases were scanty and the papers uninteresting. One day in early spring he had so far relaxed as to go for a walk with me in the park, where the first faint shoots of green were breaking out upon the elms, and the sticky spearheads of the chestnuts were just beginning to burst into their fivefold leaves. For 2 hours we rambled about together, in silence for the most part, as befits two men who knew each other intimately. It was nearly 5 before we were back in Baker Street once more. "Beg pardon, sir," said our page boy as he opened the door. "There's been a gentleman here asking for you, sir." Holmes glanced reproachfully at me. "So much for afternoon walks," said he. "Has this gentleman gone, then?" "Yes, sir." "Didn't you ask him in?" "Yes, sir, he came in." "How long did he wait?" "Half an hour, sir. He was a very restless gentleman, sir, a walking and a stamping all the time he was here. I was waiting outside the door, sir, and I could hear him. At last he outs into the passage and he cries, 'Is that man never going to come?' Those were his very words, sir. 'You'll only need to wait a little longer,' says I. 'Then I'll wait in the open air, for I feel half choked,' says he. 'I'll be back before long.' And with that he ups and he outs, and all I could say wouldn't hold him back." "Well, well, you did your best," said Holmes, as we walked into our room. "It's very annoying, though, Watson. I was badly in need of a case, and this looks, from the man's impatience, as if it were of importance. Hallo, that's not your pipe on the table. He must have left his behind him. A nice old briar with a good long stem of what the tobacconists call amber. I wonder how many real amber mouthpieces there are in London. Some people think that a fly in it is a sign. Well, he must have been disturbed in his mind to leave a pipe behind him which he evidently values highly." "How do you know that he values it highly?" I asked. "Well, I should put the original cost of the pipe at 7 6/10. Now it has, you see, been twice mended, once in the wooden stem and once in the amber. Each of these mends, done, as you observe, with silver bands, must have cost more than the pipe did originally. The man must value the pipe highly when he prefers to patch it up rather than buy a new one with the same money." "Anything else?" I asked, for Holmes was turning the pipe about in his hand and staring at it in his peculiar pensive way. He held it up and tapped on it with his long, thin forefinger, as a professor might who was lecturing on a bone. "Pipes are occasionally of extraordinary interest," said he. "Nothing has more individuality, save perhaps watches and bootlaces. The indications here, however, are neither very marked nor very important. The owner is obviously a muscular man, left-handed, with an excellent set of teeth, careless in his habits, and with no need to practice economy." My friend threw out the information in a very offhand way, but I saw that he cocked his eye at me to see if I had followed his reasoning. "You think a man must be well-to-do if he smokes a 7-shilling pipe," said I. "This is Grosvenor mixture at 8 an ounce," Holmes answered, knocking a little out on his palm. As he might get an excellent smoke for half the price, he has no need to practice economy. And the other points? He has been in the habit of lighting his pipe at lamps and gas jets. You can see that it is quite charred all down one side. Of course a match could not have done that. Why should a man hold a match to the side of his pipe? But you cannot light it at a lamp without getting the bowl charred. And it is all on the right side of the pipe. From that I gather that he is a left-handed man. You hold your own pipe to the lamp and see how naturally you, being right-handed, hold the left side to the flame. You might do it once the other way, but not as a constancy. This has always been held so. Then he has bitten through his amber. It takes a muscular, energetic fellow, and one with a good set of teeth, to do that. But if I am not mistaken, I hear him upon the stair, so we will have something more interesting than his pipe to study. An instant later our door opened, and a tall young man entered the room. He was well but quietly dressed in a dark grey suit, and carried a brown wide-awake in his hand. I should have put him at about 30, though he was really some years older. "I beg your pardon," said he, with some embarrassment. "I suppose I should have knocked." "Yes, of course I should have knocked. The fact is that I'm a little upset, and you must put it all down to that." He passed his hand over his forehead like a man who is half dazed, and then fell rather than sat down upon a chair. "I can see that you have not slept for a night or two," said Holmes, in his easy, genial way. "That tries a man's nerves more than work, and more even than pleasure. May I ask how I can help you?" "I wanted your advice, sir. I don't know what to do, and my whole life seems to have gone to pieces." "You wish to employ me as a consulting detective?" "Not only that. I want your opinion as a judicious man, as a man of the world. I want to know what I ought to do next. I hope to God you'll be able to tell me." He spoke in little, sharp, jerky outbursts, and it seemed to me that to speak at all was very painful to him, and that his will all through was overriding his inclinations. "It's a very delicate thing," said he. "One does not like to speak of one's domestic affairs to strangers. It seems dreadful to discuss the conduct of one's wife with two men whom I've never seen before. It's horrible to have to do it, but I've got to the end of my tether, and I must have advice." "My dear Mr. Grant Munro," began Holmes. Our visitor sprang from his chair. "What?" he cried. "You know my name?" "If you wish to preserve your incognito," said Holmes, smiling, "I would suggest that you cease to write your name upon the lining of your hat, or else that you turn the crown towards the person whom you are addressing. I was about to say that my friend and I have listened to a good many strange secrets in this room, and that we have had the good fortune to bring peace to many troubled souls. I trust that we may do as much for you. Might I beg you, as time may prove to be of importance, to furnish me with the facts of your case without further delay?" Our visitor again passed his hand over his forehead, as if he found it bitterly hard. From every gesture and expression I could see that he was a reserved, self-contained man, with a dash of pride in his nature, more likely to hide his wounds than to expose them. Then suddenly, with a fierce gesture of his closed hands, like one who throws reserve to the winds, he began. "The facts are these, Mr. Holmes," said he. "I am a married man, and have been so for 3 years. During that time my wife and I have loved each other as fondly and lived as happily as any two that ever were joined. We have not had a difference, not one, in thought or word or deed. And now, since last Monday, there has suddenly sprung up a barrier between us, and I find that there is something in her life and in her thought of which I know as little as if she were a woman who brushes by me in the street. We are estranged, and I want to know why. Now, there is one thing I want to impress upon you before I go any further, Mr. Holmes. Effie loves me. Don't let there be any mistake about that. She loves me with her whole heart and soul, and never more than now. I know it. I feel it. I don't want to argue about that. A man can tell easily enough when a woman loves him. But there's this secret between us, and we can never be the same until it is cleared." "Kindly let me have the facts, Mr. Monroe," said Holmes, with some impatience. "I'll tell you what I know about Effie's history. She was a widow when I met her first, though quite young, only 25. Her name then was Mrs. Hebron. She went out to America when she was young and lived in the town of Atlanta, where she married this Hebron, who was a lawyer with a good practice. They had one child, but the yellow fever broke out badly in the place, and both husband and child died of it. I have seen his death certificate. This sickened her of America, and she came back to live with a maiden aunt at Pinner in Middlesex. I may mention that her husband had left her comfortably off, and that she had a capital of about £4,500, which had been so well invested by him that it turned an average of 7%. She had only been 6 months at Pinner when I met her. We fell in love with each other, and we married a few weeks afterwards. I am a hop merchant myself, and as I have an income of 700 or 800, we found ourselves comfortably off, and took a nice £80 a year villa at Norbury. Our little place was very countrified, considering that it was so close to town. We had an inn and 2 houses a little above us, and a single cottage at the other side of the field which faces us, and except those, there were no houses until you got half-way to the station. My business took me into town at certain seasons, but in summer I had less to do, and then in our country home my wife and I were just as happy as could be wished. I tell you that there was never a shadow between us until this accursed affair began. There's one thing I ought to tell you before I go further. When we were married, my wife made over all her property to me, rather against my will, for I saw how awkward it would be if my business affairs went wrong. However, she would have it so, and it was done. Well, about 6 weeks ago she came to me. "Jack," said she, "when you took my money, you said that if ever I wanted any, I was to ask you for it." "Certainly," said I. "It's all your own." "Well," said she, "I want £100. I was a bit staggered at this, for I'd imagined it was simply a new dress or something of the kind that she was after. "What on earth for?" I asked. "Oh," said she in her playful way, "you said that you were only my banker, and bankers never ask questions, you know." "If you really mean it, of course you shall have the money," said I. "Oh, yes, I really mean it." "And you won't tell me what you want it for?" "Some day, perhaps, but not just at present, Jack." So I had to be content with that, though it was the first time that there had ever been any secret between us. I gave her a cheque, and I never thought any more of the matter. It may have nothing to do with what came afterwards, but I thought it only right to mention it. Well, I told you just now that there is a cottage not far from our house. There is just a field between us, but to reach it you have to go along the road and then turn down a lane. Just beyond it is a nice little grove of Scotch firs, and I used to be very fond of strolling down there, for trees are always a neighbourly kind of things. The cottage had been standing empty for this 8 months, and it was a pity, for it was a pretty 2-story place with an old-fashioned porch and honeysuckle about it. I have stood many a time and thought what a neat little homestead it would make. Well, last Monday evening I was taking a stroll down that way when I met an empty van coming up the lane, and saw a pile of carpets and things lying about on the grass plot beside the porch. It was clear that the cottage had at last been let. I walked past it and wondered what sort of folk they were who had come to live so near us. And as I looked, I suddenly became aware that a face was watching me out of one of the upper windows. I don't know what there was about that face, Mr. Holmes, but it seemed to send a chill right down my back. I was some little way off, so that I could not make out the features, but there was something unnatural and inhuman about the face. That was the impression that I had, and I moved quickly forward to get a nearer view of the person who was watching me. But as I did so, the face suddenly disappeared, so suddenly that it seemed to have been plucked away into the darkness of the room. I stood for 5 minutes thinking the business over and trying to analyse my impressions. I could not tell if the face were that of a man or a woman. It had been too far from me for that, but its colour was what had impressed me most. It was a livid, chalky white, with something set and rigid about it which was shockingly unnatural. So disturbed was I that I determined to see a little more of the new inmates of the cottage. I approached and knocked at the door, which was instantly opened by a tall, gaunt woman with a harsh, forbidding face. "What may you be wanting?" she asked in a northern accent. "I am your neighbour over yonder," said I, nodding towards my house. "I see that you have only just moved in, so I thought that if I could be of any help to you in any—" "Aye, we'll just ask ye when we want ye," said she, and shut the door in my face. Annoyed at the churlish rebuff, I turned my back and walked home. All evening, though I tried to think of other things, my mind would still turn to the apparition at the window and the rudeness of the woman. I determined to say nothing about the former to my wife, for she is a nervous, highly strung woman, and I had no wish that she would share the unpleasant impression which had been produced upon myself. I remarked to her, however, before I fell asleep, that the cottage was now occupied, to which she returned no reply. I am usually an extremely sound sleeper. It has been a standing jest in the family that nothing could ever wake me during the night, and yet somehow on that particular night, whether it may have been the slight excitement produced by my little adventure or not, I know not, but I slept much more lightly than usual. Half in my dreams I was dimly conscious that something was going on in the room, and gradually became aware that my wife had dressed herself and was slipping on her mantle and her bonnet. My lips were parted to murmur out some sleepy words of surprise or remonstrance at this untimely preparation, when suddenly my half-opened eyes fell upon her face, illuminated by the candlelight, and astonishment held me dumb. She wore an expression such as I had never seen before, such as I should have thought her incapable of assuming. She was deadly pale and breathing fast, glancing furtively towards the bed as she fastened her mantle, to see if she had disturbed me. Then, thinking that I was still asleep, she slipped noiselessly from the room, and an instant later I heard a sharp creaking which could only come from the hinges of the front door. I sat up in bed and rapped my knuckles against the rail to make certain I was truly awake. Then I took my watch from under the pillow. It was 3 a.m. What on earth could my wife be doing out on the country road at 3 a.m? I sat for about 20 minutes turning the thing over in my mind and trying to find some possible explanation. The more I thought, the more extraordinary and inexplicable did it appear. I was still puzzling over it when I heard the door gently close again and her footsteps coming up the stairs. "Where in the world have you been, Effie?" I asked as she entered. She gave a violent start and a kind of gasping cry when I spoke, and that cry and start troubled me more than all the rest, for there was something indescribably guilty about them. My wife had always been a woman of frank, open nature, and it gave me a chill to see her slinking into her own room and crying out and wincing when her own husband spoke to her. "You're all right, Jack," she cried with a nervous laugh. "Why, I thought that nothing could awake you." "Where have you been?" I asked more sternly. "I don't wonder that you are surprised," said she, and I could see that her fingers were trembling as she undid the fastenings of her mantle. "Why, I never remember having done such a thing in my life before. The fact is that I felt as though I were choking, and had a perfect longing for a breath of fresh air. I really think that I should have fainted if I had not gone out. I stood at the door for a few minutes, and now I'm quite myself again. All the time that she was telling me this story, she never once looked in my direction, and her voice was quite unlike her usual tones. It was evident to me that she was saying what was false. I said nothing in reply, but turned my face to the wall, sick at heart, with my mind filled with 1,000 venomous doubts and suspicions. What was it that my wife was concealing from me? Where had she been during that strange expedition? I felt that I should have no peace until I knew, and yet I shrank from asking her again after once she had told me what was false. All the rest of the night I tossed and tumbled, framing theory after theory, each more unlikely than the last. I should have gone to the city that day, but I was too disturbed in my mind to be able to pay attention to business matters. My wife seemed to be as upset as myself, and I could see from the little questioning glances which she kept shooting at me that she understood that I disbelieved her statement, and that she was at her wits' end what to do. We hardly exchanged a word during breakfast, and immediately afterwards I went for a walk, that I might think the matter out in the fresh morning air. I went as far as the Crystal Palace, spent an hour in the grounds, and was back in Norbury by 1 o'clock. It happened that my way took me past the cottage, and I stopped for an instant to look at the windows and to see if I could catch a glimpse of the strange face which had looked out at me on the day before. As I stood there, imagine my surprise, Mr. Holmes, when the door suddenly opened and my wife walked out. I was struck dumb with astonishment at the sight of her, but my emotions were nothing to those which showed themselves upon her face when our eyes met. She seemed for an instant to wish to shrink back inside the house again, and then, seeing how useless all concealment must be, she came forward with a very white face and frightened eyes which belied the smile upon her lips. "Ah, Jack," she said, "I've just been in to see if I can be of any assistance to our new neighbours." "Why do you look at me like that, Jack? You are not angry with me?" "So," said I, "this is where you went during the night." "What do you mean?" she cried. "You came here, I am sure of it. Who are these people that you should visit them at such an hour?" "I have not been here before." "How can you tell me what you know is false?" I cried. "Your very voice changes as you speak. When have I ever had a secret from you? I shall enter that cottage, and I shall probe the matter to the bottom." "No, no, Jack, for God's sake," she gasped in an uncontrollable emotion. Then, as I approached the door, she seized my sleeve and pulled me back with convulsive strength. "I implore you not to do this, Jack," she cried. "I swear that I will tell you everything some day, but nothing but misery can come of it if you enter that cottage." Then, as I tried to shake her off, she clung to me in a frenzy of entreaty. "Trust me, Jack," she cried. "Trust me only this once. You will never have cause to regret it. You know that I would not have a secret from you if it were not for your own sake. Our whole lives are at stake in this. If you come home with me, all will be well. If you force your way into that cottage, all is over between us." There was such earnestness, such despair in her manner, that her words arrested me, and I stood irresolute before the door. "I will trust you on one condition, and on one condition only," said I at last. "It is that this mystery comes to an end from now. You are at liberty to preserve your secret, but you must promise me that there shall be no more nightly visits, no more doings which are kept from my knowledge. I am willing to forget those which are past, if you will promise that there shall be no more in the future." "I was sure that you would trust me," she cried, with a great sigh of relief. "It shall be just as you wish. Come away. Oh, come away up to the house." Still pulling at my sleeve, she led me away from the cottage. As we went, I glanced back, and there was that yellow, livid face watching us out of the upper window. What link could there be between that creature and my wife? Or how could the coarse, rough woman whom I had seen the day before be connected with her? It was a strange puzzle, and yet I knew that my mind could never know ease again until I had solved it. For 2 days after this I stayed at home, and my wife appeared to abide loyally by our engagement, for, as far as I know, she never stirred out of the house. On the 3rd day, however, I had ample evidence that her solemn promise was not enough to hold her back from this secret influence which drew her away from her husband and her duty. I had gone into town on that day, but I returned by the 2:40 instead of the 3:36, which is my usual train. As I entered the house, the maid ran into the hall with a startled face. "Where is your mistress?" I asked. "I think that she's gone out for a walk," she answered. My mind was instantly filled with suspicion. I rushed upstairs to make sure that she was not in the house. As I did so, I happened to glance out of one of the upper windows, and saw the maid with whom I had just been speaking running across the field in the direction of the cottage. Then, of course, I saw exactly what it all meant. My wife had gone over there and had asked the servant to call her if I should return. Tingling with anger, I rushed down and hurried across, determined to end the matter once and forever. I saw my wife and the maid hurrying back along the lane, but I did not stop to speak with them. In the cottage lay the secret which was causing a shadow over my life. I vowed that, come what might, it should be a secret no longer. I did not even knock when I reached it, but turned the handle and rushed into the passage. It was all still and quiet upon the ground floor. In the kitchen a kettle was singing on the fire, and the large black cat lay coiled up in the basket. But there was no sign of the woman whom I had seen before. I ran into the other room, but it was equally deserted. Then I rushed up the stairs, only to find 2 other rooms empty and deserted at the top. There was no one at all in the whole house. The furniture and pictures were of the most common and vulgar description, save in the one chamber at the window of which I had seen the strange face. That was comfortable and elegant, and all my suspicions rose into a fierce, bitter flame when I saw that on the mantelpiece stood a copy of a full-length photograph of my wife, which had been taken at my request only 3 months ago. I stayed long enough to make certain that the house was absolutely empty. Then I left it, feeling a weight at my heart such as I had never had before. My wife came out into the hall as I entered the house, but I was too hurt and angry to speak with her, and pushing past her, I made my way into my study. She followed me, however, before I could close the door. "I am sorry that I broke my promise, Jack," said she, "but if you knew all the circumstances, I am sure that you would forgive me." "Tell me everything, then," said I. "I cannot, Jack, I cannot," she cried. "Until you tell me who it is that has been living in that cottage, and who it is to whom you have given your photograph, there can never be any confidence between us," said I, and breaking away from her I left the house. That was yesterday, Mr. Holmes, and I have not seen her since, nor do I know anything more about this strange business. It is the first shadow that has come between us, and it has so shaken me that I do not know what I should do for the best. Suddenly this morning it occurred to me that you were the man to advise me, so I have hurried to you now, and I place myself unreservedly in your hands. If there is any point which I have not made clear, pray question me about it. But, above all, tell me quickly what I am to do, for this misery is more than I can bear." Holmes and I had listened with the utmost interest to this extraordinary statement, which had been delivered in the jerky, broken fashion of a man who is under the influence of extreme emotions. My companion sat silent for some time, with his chin upon his hand, lost in thought. "Tell me," said he at last, "could you swear that this was a man's face which you saw at the window?" "Each time that I saw it, I was some distance away from it, so that it is impossible for me to say." "You appear, however, to have been disagreeably impressed by it." "It seemed to be of an unnatural colour, and to have a strange rigidity about the features. When I approached it, it vanished with a jerk. How long is it since your wife asked you for £100? Nearly 2 months. Have you ever seen a photograph of her first husband? No, there was a great fire at Atlanta shortly after his death, and all her papers were destroyed. And yet she had a certificate of death. You say that you saw it. Yes, she got a duplicate after the fire. Did you ever meet anyone who knew her in America? No. Did she ever talk of revisiting the place? No. Or get letters from it? No. Thank you. I should like to think over the matter a little now. If the cottage is now permanently deserted, we may have some difficulty. If, on the other hand, as I fancy, is more likely, the inmates were warned of your coming and left before you entered yesterday, then they will be back now, and we shall clear it all up easily. Let me advise you, then, to return to Norbury and to examine the windows of the cottage again. If you have reason to believe that it is inhabited, do not force your way in, but send a wire to my friend and me. We shall be with you within an hour of receiving it, and we shall then very soon get to the bottom of the business. And if it is still empty, in that case I shall come out tomorrow and talk it over with you. Goodbye, and above all, do not fret until you know that you really have a cause for it. I'm afraid that this is a bad business, Watson, said my companion, as he returned after accompanying Mr. Grant Munro to the door. What do you make of it? It had an ugly sound, I answered. Yes, there's blackmail in it, or I am much mistaken. And who is the blackmailer? Well, it must be the creature who lives in the only comfortable room in the place, and has her photograph above his fireplace. Upon my word, Watson, there is something very attractive about that livid face at the window, and I would not have missed the case for worlds. You have a theory? Yes, a provisional one, but I should be surprised if it does not turn out to be correct. This woman's first husband is in that cottage. Why do you think so? How else can we explain her frenzied anxiety that her second one should not enter it? The facts, as I read them, are something like this. This woman was married in America. Her husband developed some hateful qualities, or shall we say that he contracted some loathsome disease and became a leper or an imbecile. She flies from him at last, returns to England, changes her name, and starts her life, as she thinks, afresh. She has been married 3 years and believes that her position is quite secure, having shown her husband the death certificate of some man whose name she has assumed, when suddenly her whereabouts is discovered by her first husband, or, we may suppose, by some unscrupulous woman who has attached herself to the invalid. They write to the wife and threaten to come and expose her. She asks for £100 and endeavours to buy them off. They come in spite of it, and when the husband mentions casually to the wife that there are newcomers in the cottage, she knows in some way that they are her pursuers. She waits until her husband is asleep, and then rushes down to endeavour to persuade them to leave her in peace. Having no success, she goes again next morning, and her husband meets her, as he has told us, as she comes out. She promises him then not to go there again, but 2 days afterwards the hope of getting rid of those dreadful neighbours was too strong for her, and she made another attempt, taking down with her the photograph which had probably been demanded from her. In the midst of this interview the maid rushed in to say that the master had come home, on which the wife, knowing that he would come straight down to the cottage, hurried the inmates out of the back door, into the grove of fir trees, probably, which was mentioned as standing near. In this way he found the place deserted. I shall be very much surprised, however, if it is still so when he reconnoitres it this evening. What do you think of my theory? It is all surmise, but at least it covers all the facts. When new facts come to our knowledge which cannot be covered by it, it will be time enough to reconsider it. We can do nothing more until we have a message from our friend at Norbury. But we had not a very long time to wait for that. It came just as we had finished our tea. The cottage is still tenanted, it said. Have seen the face again at the window. Will meet the 7 o'clock train and will take no steps until you arrive. He was waiting on the platform when we stepped out, and we could see in the light of the station lamps that he was very pale and quivering with agitation. "They are still there, Mr. Holmes," said he, laying his hand upon my friend's sleeve. "I saw lights in the cottage as I came down. We shall settle it now once and for all." "What is your plan, then?" asked Holmes, as we walked down the dark tree-lined road. "I'm going to force my way in and see for myself who is in the house. I wish you both to be there as witnesses." "You are determined to do this, in spite of your wife's warning that it is better that you should not solve the mystery?" "Yes, I am determined." "Well, I think that you are in the right. Any truth is better than indefinite doubt. We had better go up at once. Of course, legally we are putting ourselves hopelessly in the wrong, but I think that it is worth it." It was a very dark night, and a thin rain began to fall as we turned from the high road into a narrow lane, deeply rutted, with hedges on either side. Mr. Grant Munro pushed impatiently forward, however, and we stumbled after him as best we could. "There are the lights of my house," he murmured, pointing to a glimmer among the trees, "and here is the cottage which I am going to enter." We turned a corner in the lane as he spoke, and there was the building close beside us. A yellow bar falling across the black foreground showed that the door was not quite closed, and one window in the upper story was brightly illuminated. As we looked, we saw a dark blur moving across the blind. "There is that creature," cried Grant Munro. "You can see for yourselves that someone is there. Now follow me and we shall soon know all." We approached the door, but suddenly a woman appeared out of the shadow and stood in the golden track of the lamplight. I could not see her face in the darkness, but her arms were thrown out in an attitude of entreaty. "For God's sake, don't, Jack," she cried. "I had a presentiment that you would come this evening. Think better of it, dear. Trust me again, and you will never have cause to regret it." "I have trusted you too long, Effie," he cried sternly. "Leave go of me. I must pass you. My friends and I are going to settle this matter once and forever." He pushed her to one side, and we followed closely after him. As he threw the door open, an old woman ran out in front of him and tried to bar his passage, but he thrust her back, and an instant afterwards we were all upon the stairs. Grant Munro rushed into the lighted room at the top, and we entered at his heels. It was a cosy, well-furnished apartment, with 2 candles burning upon the table and 2 upon the mantelpiece. In the corner, stooping over a desk, there sat what appeared to be a little girl. Her face was turned away as we entered, but we could see that she was dressed in a red frock, and that she had long white gloves on. As she whisked round to us, I gave a cry of surprise and horror. The face which she turned towards us was of the strangest livid tint, and the features were absolutely devoid of any expression. An instant later the mystery was explained. Holmes, with a laugh, passed his hand behind the child's ear, a mask peeled off from her countenance, and there was a little coal-black negress, with all her white teeth flashing in amusement at our amazed faces. I burst out laughing, out of sympathy with her merriment, but Grant Munro stood staring, with his hand clutching his throat. "My God!" he cried. "What can be the meaning of this?" "I will tell you the meaning of it," cried the lady, sweeping into the room with a proud, set face. "You have forced me, against my own judgment, to tell you, and now we must both make the best of it. My husband died at Atlanta. My child survived." "Your child?" She drew a large silver locket from her bosom. "You have never seen this open." I understood that it did not open. She touched the spring, and the front hinged back. There was a portrait within of a man strikingly handsome and intelligent-looking, but bearing unmistakable signs upon his features of his African descent. "That is John Hebron of Atlanta," said the lady, "and a nobler man never walked the earth. I cut myself off from my race in order to wed him, but never once while he lived did I for an instant regret it. It was our misfortune that our only child took after his people rather than mine. It is often so in such matches, and little Lucy is darker far than ever her father was. But dark or fair, she is my own dear little girlie, and her mother's pet." The little creature ran across at the words and nestled up against the lady's dress. "When I left her in America," she continued, "it was only because her health was weak, and the change might have done her harm. She was given to the care of a faithful Scotchwoman who had once been our servant. Never for an instant did I dream of disowning her as my child. But when chance threw you in my way, Jack, and I learned to love you, I feared to tell you about my child. God forgive me, I feared that I should lose you, and I had not the courage to tell you. I had to choose between you, and in my weakness I turned away from my own little girl. For 3 years I kept her existence a secret from you, but I heard from the nurse, and I knew that all was well with her. At last, however, there came an overwhelming desire to see the child once more. I struggled against it, but in vain. Though I knew the danger, I determined to have the child over, if it were but for a few weeks. I sent £100 to the nurse, and I gave her instructions about this cottage, so that she might come as a neighbour, without my appearing to be in any way connected with her. I pushed my precautions so far as to order her to keep her child in the house during the daytime, and to cover up her little face and hands so that even those who might see her at the window should not gossip about there being a black child in the neighbourhood. If I had been less cautious I might have been more wise, but I was half crazy with fear that you should learn the truth. It was you who told me first that the cottage was occupied. I should have waited for the morning, but I could not sleep for excitement, and so at last I slipped out, knowing how difficult it is to awake you. But you saw me go, and that was the beginning of my troubles. Next day you had my secret at your mercy, but you nobly refrained from pursuing your advantage. 3 days later, however, the nurse and child only just escaped from the back door as you rushed in at the front one. And now tonight you at last know all, and I ask you what is to become of us, my child and me." She clasped her hands and waited for an answer. It was a long 10 minutes before Grant Munro broke the silence, and when his answer came it was one of which I loved to think. He lifted the little child, kissed her, and then, still carrying her, he held his other hand out to his wife and turned towards the door. "We can talk it over more comfortably at home," said he. "I am not a very good man, Effie, but I think that I am a better one than you have given me credit for being." Holmes and I followed them down the lane, and my friend plucked at my sleeve as we came out. "I think," said he, "that we shall be of more use in London than in Norbury." Not another word did he say of the case until late that night, when he was turning away with his lighted candle for his bedroom. "Watson," said he, "if it should ever strike you that I am getting a little overconfident in my powers, or giving less pains to a case than it deserves, kindly whisper 'Norbury' in my ear, and I shall be infinitely obliged to you." End of The Yellow Face by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.